Around midday on May 14th, the family of architect Chen Qiang went to the zoo in Chongqing. While his 6-year-old son and 8-year-old daughter were eating cotton candy and watching a panda in an enclosure, Chen told his wife, the blue-eyed beauty Xu Minhong, about a project to build a new high-rise. This was a new stage in Chen's career. The profit from this project would finally allow him to buy a 3-story cottage, and there would probably be some left over for a brand new Nissan Sylphy. Xu, beaming at such great news, kissed her husband and leaned her head on his right shoulder. At that very moment, as architect Chen Qiang's family watched a panda named Benji chew on a stalk of delicious bamboo, a bright purple flash lit up the sky over Chongqing. By the end of the day, there was not a soul left on the streets of Chongqing. Destructive streams of tsunamis, hurricanes, tornadoes, and earthquakes fell upon the earth. In a matter of hours, half of Tokyo went underground. In central and northern Texas, Hurricane Rosmeretta tore down billboards, picked up trees and cars, and smashed houses into pieces. The consequences were simply catastrophic. The death toll was over 10,000 and the news was growing by the minute. New Orleans went underwater. Riots broke out immediately. The government had to impose a curfew, but this did not save the situation for long. Marauders, mostly former soldiers, quickly seized power. He walked through rows of abandoned cars. Mark found the mangled body of a man in the front seat of a Golf that had crashed into a lamppost. Shreds of dried skin hung from his forehead, exposing his skull. Taking another step toward the car, Mark nearly threw up his entire breakfast. Stepping back, the man dropped his backpack onto the asphalt. The stench of death did not leave Mark's nostrils even when he moved several meters away from the Golf. Mark walked a couple dozen meters more along the sidewalk, passing the broken windows of coffee shops, pharmacies, and grocery stores. He pushed the mangled front door of the Magnet and went inside. The store was in chaos. Shelves were overturned, display cases were broken, and packages of cereal and canned goods were scattered everywhere. The air was filled with the disgusting smell of rotten fruits and vegetables. Mark uncorked a bottle of water and drank half of it greedily. He put several cans of stew, crackers, and a couple of bottles of water into his backpack. When Mark returned to the street, the sun was already setting. He opened the map, confirmed his location, and turned the corner. A few minutes later, he approached the 3-star Orange Hotel. Mark went into the first room he came across on the first floor and, without taking off his outerwear, collapsed onto the bed. Fell asleep almost immediately. Confession of a man. It hasn't stopped raining for decades. Now I can hardly even remember the last fine day. It was so long ago. Or did it even happen? I don't remember. It all started over the coast of South Africa, and gradually moving westward, the disaster spread across the entire planet. At some point, the water level became so huge that entire cities, countries, and then continents began to go underwater. According to the written records of eyewitnesses and video reports that remain, 5 years after the rain began, all of South Africa was underwater. 3 years later, Australia was gone. By the end of 2065, there are only a few patches of land left on Earth, and even those are uninhabitable. Yes, many lucky ones having dropped by one of the remaining islands managed to collect a few resources. Wood, coal, stone. But more often than not, such forays end very sadly. Those who come from the darkness do not like guests. In just a few decades of continuous rainfall, the planet found itself in the same state as a couple of billion years ago. In the blink of an eye, man, who had encroached on the conquest of space, was doomed to inevitable death. Governments of the countries did not give up hope of finding out the cause of the cataclysm. The best scientific minds of the planet puzzled over this problem, but they failed to find out the nature of the disaster. Ultimately, the solution to the problem, albeit temporary, was the creation of floating cities. By the time the decision was made to begin construction of the first floating fortress, a third of the land was already underwater. It is not known exactly how many floating cities exist at the moment. I lived practically my entire life in one of these fortresses. And be that as it may, but it is worth giving credit to man for his will to live. We have an exceptional ability to survive even in the most critical conditions. The planet's population has decreased several times, but even in such conditions, man continues to be himself. In addition to fair trade between cities, wars for resources, robberies, and looting flourish. It seems that humanity never learns from its own mistakes. And sometimes I think that we, mired in ignorance and greed, deserve such an end. Part 1. Novazem. Chapter 1. Our Days, 2065. Gadmar raised his binoculars to his eyes and peered at the object moving toward him. A city. Judging by the speed, it would overtake Gadmar's boat in at least half an hour. What the hell were they doing in these waters? He'd been fishing here for months now and had never seen a city. Had food become so scarce in the north? He put the binoculars away in the drawer and locked it. Gadmar quickly pulled the net aboard. Several salmon were kicking inside. Jumping over several steps at once, he found himself on the captain's bridge. "Oh, darling, don't let me down," said Gadmar, turning the ignition key. There was a powerful roar of the engine. "Clever boy," smiled Gadmar, tapping the Alemannia's dashboard. The man pulled the lever towards himself and sharply turned the steering wheel to the left. Turning towards the city approaching him, Gadmar discovered with horror that he was already only a few kilometers away. Damn it, he'll be here in about 15 minutes. Gadmar wiped the sweat from his forehead and gripped the steering wheel. The Alemannia's engine roared, racing forward at full speed. Glancing over his shoulder every few seconds, Gadmar became increasingly aware that he would not be able to escape pursuit. And the next moment, when the Alemannia's hull was pierced by a forked harpoon, Gadmar saw a boat approaching him. Wild shrieking cries, skulls and bones hanging from the bow of the boat. Ravagers. The boat was quickly filling with water from the hole made by the harpoon. Gadmar tried to start the engine again, but it was useless. And the next moment, looking at the tip of the harpoon, he clearly heard the ticking of the mechanism. Bomb. A couple of seconds later, Alemannia went to one. When Gadmar opened his eyes, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his lower back. He felt sick. His head was splitting. Perhaps he had a couple of broken ribs, but be that as it may, when the bolts of the massive metal door clanged and two men in uniform entered the room, Gadmar's lips spread into a grin. The only light in the room came from a double fluorescent light above the table in front of which Gadmar sat bound. One of those who entered took the empty chair in front of Gadmar. The second stood a little further away. "How are you feeling?" The man in uniform took off his cap and ran his hand over his hair, which was shiny with varnish. Gadmar ran his tongue over his dry lips and swallowed. The action immediately caused pain in his throat. "Excellent." Gadmar continued to smile. "Thank you for your hospitality, but I must go now. If only I could free my hands, I would immediately get into my boat. I don't want to be late for dinner." The man in uniform was silent for a moment, and then burst into loud laughter. "Oh, I admit, I didn't expect that." He shook his finger and scratched the bridge of his nose. "About people like you, as we say, wanderers. It is customary to think that you are some kind of soulless and uncouth savages." He glanced over his shoulder and smiled at the man at the door. Under his blue uniform, he wore a black leather vest, a white shirt, and cotton trousers. He looked to be no more than 25, but from the scar under his left eye and the stern, unreadable gaze, he had been through a lot. A truncheon hung from his belt, ready to be used at the first opportunity. For some reason, Gadmar thought the fair-haired youth was itching to try it out. And look, Zack, this one with a sense of humor. Zack stood motionless. It was simply amazing. The man in uniform stared at Gadmar again and was silent. However, he crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back in his chair. Perhaps I'm mistaken. First impressions are often very deceptive. He took a box of matches and a pack of green apples from his pocket. He handed a cigarette to Gadmar, who shook his head. "Well, as you wish." The man in uniform struck a match and took a drag on his cigarette. He slapped himself on the forehead, smiling contentedly. "I apologize for my tactlessness. My name is Larmio Dane, Chief of Police of Novazem. Gadmar glanced at Zack, then back at Dane, who was grinning with pleasure. I hope that we can become friends, Dane continued with a serious look. And I will be very grateful if you answer all my questions honestly. Like a true friend. Larmio Dane winked slyly and laughed again. Gadmar leaned forward. If there are still any ideas about friendship left in this world, then, as far as I know, friends do not tie each other up or put each other in solitary confinement. Dane nodded with satisfaction and stubbed out his cigarette. His face was beaming. He pulled a thick leather-bound notebook out of his pocket, smiled, and ran his finger over the image of a smiling girl. So he opened the right page, raised his pencil, and stared at Gadmar. Your name? Gadmar Falls, he answered without a moment's hesitation. Gadmar saw no reason to hide his true identity from them. And what good would it do him? Larmio Dane nodded, made a note, drew a line, and asked again. Occupation before the day of the incident? Dane's smile faded. He narrowed his eyes slyly as if trying to detect a lie in Gadmar's face. Not a muscle on Gadmar's face moved. I was not even 10 years old when it all happened. He casually shrugged and smiled. Went to Stockwell Elementary School. Hated algebra. And loved to play football. At Christmas he would eat all the candy under the tree, although he knew perfectly well that after that my mother would. The chief of police stopped him with a casual gesture and slammed his notebook shut. I understand the game you're playing, Dane looked at Gadmar questioningly. But I can assure you, Mr. Falls, that this will not end well for you. There was silence. Gadmar sighed, leaned back in his chair and put his feet up on the table. Zack's face twisted into an angry grimace, and he was about to lunge towards Gadmar, but Chief Dane stopped him. Bring our guest a cup of coffee and a tuna sandwich, he said to Zack. Red with rage, Zack slowly looked down at Dane, seemingly unable to believe his ears. Sir, but I'm sure Mr. Falls is hungry, Larmio Dane replied, nodding toward the door. Zack gave Gadmar a withering look, then looked back at Dane. Of course, sir. The young man nodded and went out into the corridor. The door slammed shut and they were left alone. Well then, Dane grinned. We can continue. He ran his pencil across the page of his notebook, chuckled contentedly, and stared at Gadmar. Your weekly catch? Gadmar shrugged. I don't know. I've never really counted. Probably. In the best week I can catch up to 100 kilos, sometimes less. Dane made a recording. Once I caught so many shrimps that I ate only them for a month. And then, lovely. Dane cut him off and slammed the notebook shut. You understand why I'm asking you these questions, right? Gadmar looked around the room slowly and shook his head. You want to make me work for your fucking city? To catch fish for you? Or make me one of your guard dogs like this kid? He nodded towards where Zack was standing. Oh no. I know too well what you and your higher-ups are like. I've been sailing alone for over 20 years and I'd rather die on the spot than be your slave. Chief Dane pursed his lips in a feigned expression of sympathy. Oh, Mr. Falls, Dane sighed. I'm afraid you don't fully realize the situation you're in. Gadmar remained silent, continuing to look Dane straight in the eyes. I hope the shockwave from the explosion didn't knock your memory out of you, Chief Dane said in a deliberately measured voice. These dirty savages who attacked your boat are also a great nuisance to us. Such scum prevent us from returning to a more civilized and safe way of life as soon as possible. They attack our trade caravans, thereby preventing us from establishing a transmission line with other cities. And our relations with New Madrid are already tense, and these raids only complicate things. Gadmar remained silent, allowing Dane to finish, although he already guessed where he was leading. So I do. Larmio turned to the door that creaked behind him. Zack returned with a tray containing a sandwich, coffee, and a bottle of water. He set it down on the table, giving Gadmar a disdainful look, and took a few steps back. Thank you, Zack. Dane nodded and pushed the tray towards Gadmar, and I very much doubt that the honorable mayor of our city as well as each of our glorious citizens, will not miss the opportunity to lynch one of the criminals of this gang in the central square." The chief of police smiled happily. "But if you agree to work for us, and believe me, your talents will be put to good use, then you will avoid such a nasty fate. After all, you only recently survived such a terrible attack." Dane clicked his tongue and shook his head theatrically, examining the dried blood in Gadmar's hair. "You should see. Our doctor." Gadmar looked from Dane to the grinning Zack and back again. Yeah, he was screwed. And it was good for him. "Your fate is in your own hands," said Chief Dane. He nodded towards the tray with the sandwich. "Try it." "I bet you've never had such a treat in your life," said Lamio Dane and laughed. Chapter 2. When they brought him outside, dawn was already breaking in the east. Gadmar took a deep breath of the fresh ocean air and smiled blissfully. Until that moment, he had never imagined how much he had missed the view of the ocean horizon. All his life, as far back as he could remember, he had had to survive in the harsh conditions of the raging elements of the one ocean. Deadly hurricanes, tornadoes, terrifying waves several dozen meters long, capable of sinking even a floating city in just a few minutes. A constant struggle for life, hunger, and of course the most dangerous thing, people. In 42 years of life, Gadmar has seen a lot. He fought with giant murtexes, resisted the riots of nature, but he has never met a beast more terrible than a man. The bright sunlight made Gadmar wince. Several days in near total darkness had taken their toll. For a moment, Gadmar felt sick and nearly tripped on the stairs, but two guards caught him. "Come on!" one of them shouted, pushing Gadmar forward. Gadmar turned around and gave the guard a stern look. But the next second he smiled and bowed feignedly. Too early, he thought. There will still be a chance. Stop clowning around. Move. The shackles clanked and Gadmar strode forward. If that was what it was. They had shackled his arms and legs in iron shackles, clearly afraid he might try to jump overboard. Was Gadmar really that important to them? But were there any labor shortages in the cities? Why him? Gadmar had heard from other hunters and traders that in recent years, the big cities had been suffering from overpopulation. So why were they so concerned about his life? Was it because he was a hunter? Did they really want to make him do some dirty work? The last time Gadmar had been aboard a floating city was more than 10 years ago. The colossal Savarin, moving at 15 knots an hour, was impressive in its size. Gadmar couldn't remember exactly how many levels he had counted. Perhaps 10 or 12 or even more. Savarin's traveling merchants often sailed into neutral waters where floating markets were located. Here you could meet people from all over the world. That week, Gadmar was selling the fish he had caught over the past few days at the Kerville market. The Savarin representatives, who had bought up almost half of the market's inventory by that time, asked Gadmar to bring the goods to their city himself. "We will take care of all the fuel costs and time spent," smiled the tall, thin man, dressed in a loose, dark blue coat. The very next day, Gadmar arrived at the appointed place. The outlines of the gigantic Savarin began to appear dozens of kilometers away. Having approached the unloading bay, Gadmar met the same man. Only when Gadmar had already unloaded all the cargo, he noticed that harpoon points were aimed at him from all sides. Perhaps now he himself could not say how he managed to get out of there alive. But he did not care at all. If he had a chance to fix everything, and sacrifice himself for the sake of saving his family, he would do it without hesitation. But Gadmar could not turn back time. Perhaps at that time he did not yet understand the true power of cities. Yes, he managed to hide from the pursuit of Savarin's people. But when Gadmar Falls returned to his cozy little floating fortress which had become home to him and Mania, and later To their daughter, he saw only the fiery hulk of what had once been his home. Gadmar spent months chasing Severin, asking every traveling merchant he met about him, even making a deal with a gang of pirates. But no one could show him the way to the vanished ghost town. Be that as it may, Gadmar learned one lesson well for life. Stay away from cities. He would advise any person who values his life to adhere to this rule. But Gadmar Falls himself knew deep down that one day he would bring the bastards who had ruined his life to justice. He would find Severin and burn it to the ground. For several minutes they walked along the side of one of the lower tiers of Novazem. The sun was shining right in their faces. More than anything in the world, Gadmar wanted to swim for at least a couple of minutes. The hunter looked down. The bright turquoise water foamed, running up against the keel of Novazem. If this could even be called a keel, Gadmar chuckled to himself. No, it was too stupid. Even if Gadmar somehow managed to get rid of the shackles and throw himself straight into the water, he would definitely crash. Despite the fact that this was almost the lowest tier of the city, the water was at least 10 meters away. And considering that they were moving at a speed of 10 to 15 knots, Gadmar would have signed his own death warrant. In fact, there was no need to escape. The last time he saw one of the floating cities on the horizon, more than a year had passed. But Gadmar had not been able to get close to it unnoticed. Now, even though he had almost died after the Ravager's attack, he found himself on board one of the largest of the currently existing cities. Whether this was luck or certain death, he would soon find out. But be that as it may, Gadmar would do everything possible to find out as much as possible from the local mayor about Severin's current location. He knew very well that almost all cities interacted with each other in one way or another. Some exchanged resources, others fought, but there were, of course, those that preferred to keep contacts with the inhabitants of the outside world to a minimum. Gadmar had heard many times about the mysterious fortress Uran, which, according to rumors, almost never moved from its place. Turning the corner, they found themselves at a fishing station. For a second, Gadmar was taken aback. He had never seen anything like it before. In the center of a wide platform stretching for several dozen meters, giant elevators with fishing nets were working. Each of them was controlled by people sitting in cabins. Others, standing on a platform right at the water's surface, made sure that the nets did not get caught on anything. One of the crane operators pulled the lever towards himself and pulled the catch out of the water. At least a dozen salmon and trout were dangling in the net. The crane operator slowly lifted the catch upward when suddenly Gadmar heard the crack of a breaking cable. "Stop!" shouted Gadmar. The next moment the cable snapped, the net opened completely, and all the fish fell into the water. Choice curses immediately rained down from all sides. The crane operator, looking out of the window of the lift, angrily shouted something to the workers securing the lower platform. They only spread their arms in confusion. And then Gadmar saw that 3 guards with spears at the ready were already heading their way. "Move on!" Zack nudged Gadmar with the shaft of his spear. "The mayor doesn't like to wait. In that case, you can let me go." Gadmar grinned, looking back at Zack. "And the mayor won't." Gadmar doubled over from a powerful blow to the solar plexus. For a moment, he found it difficult to breathe. Gasping for air, the hunter fell to his knees. "If you don't stop this show squatting down," Zack grabbed Gadmar by the hair, "I'll give you a life in which you'll regret that you survived that explosion." The second guard, standing to Zack's right, watched the spectacle with an undisguised smile. He held a wooden club in his hands and tapped it on his palm. Gadmar spat a clot of blood onto the floor. Smiling broadly, he looked straight into Zack's eyes. The hunter's piercing gaze made the boy lose his former confidence. Zack looked back at the second guard. With a stupid grin on his lips, he was still tapping his club against his hand. His look seemed to say to Zack, "Go on, continue, and if necessary, I will always help you beat up this goat." Zack shook his head in confusion, then abruptly pulled Gadmar's hair. "Up." "Step forward." Zack pushed Gadmar with his spear again, though this time not so hard, and without any nonsense. Gadmar smiled slyly and walked forward with a businesslike gait. They walked along the side of the ship for a few meters, reaching a metal staircase leading to the next tier. Gadmar paused for a second as he placed his foot on the first step. He looked away toward the slightly open door of the utility room. A girl, no older than 15, was skinning a herring. The stranger was wearing a simple gray dress with patches in several places, apparently her only outfit. For just a moment the girl looked up from her work and turned her expressive blue eyes to Gadmar. Just like Aaliyah, flashed through Gadmar's mind. Gadmar's heart began to beat faster at the sight of the girl. For a split second he moved to approach the stranger but then stopped. Zack barely touched Gadmar's back with the tip of his spear, but that was enough to make him feel pain. He felt a trickle of blood run down his back, but not a single muscle moved on the hunter's face. The girl glanced at Zack with a frightened look, and then turned away. As if nothing had happened, she continued cleaning the fish. "Go on," an angry voice hissed through clenched teeth in Gadmar's ear. The spear's tip went in deeper, and Gadmar, hunched over, strode up the stairs. Each step he took was accompanied by the loud clanking of his shackles. When they finally climbed to the next tier, Gadmar was met with a truly impressive sight. The entire visible space was strewn with countless rows of shops. There was a junk shop opposite a covered tent, behind which a thin, short old man was handing out skins of fresh water. It was still a few hours before midday, but there was already no end to those wanting it. A line of about 10 people had formed for water, each of them holding either a wide canvas bag or a leather shoulder bag at the ready, took his portion of water and went on to shop. "You need to find some decent clothes to appear before the mayor," Zack said with displeasure. The words clearly came with difficulty, although, as for me, scum like you do not deserve to even come near his cabin. Gadmar shrugged casually. In that case, Gadmar glanced over his shoulder. "Why doesn't your mayor come straight down here?" The hunter's question did not go unnoticed. A couple of men at the end of the line at the water stand glanced furtively at Gadmar. These two, like the rest of the line, were dressed no better than the blue-eyed fish cleaner. Dirty, worn tunics, baggy, patched pants. The last in line, an elderly, overgrown man with greasy gray hair, squinted, peering into Gadmar's face. The stranger's frightened gaze was clearly a plea for help. "What are you staring at?" Zack's assistant, Elrain Steger, pointed his club at the gray-haired man. He immediately looked down and closed his eyes. "Leave him." Zack put his hand on Elrain's shoulder, burning him with a withering look. "We don't have time for this." Elrain turned to Zack and raised his eyebrows in confusion. They looked at each other like that for a few seconds. Then Elrain shook a strand of damp hair off his forehead with a flick of his head and, cowering before Zack's menacing gaze, nodded reluctantly. Zack responded in kind. "Go." Zack pushed Gadmar, and the three of them, bypassing the line, walked further along the shopping arcade. To Gadmar's surprise, there was even a butcher's shop here. He had heard many times that pigs and other game from the remaining islands were edible if you knew how to process them. Although Gadmar himself would hardly have risked trying such a pig, vegetable and fruit vendors were huddled everywhere, numerous stalls with fish for every taste, from halibut to herring, and at one vendor Gadmar saw an aquarium with live crabs. Gadmar counted more than 7 pairs of legs on one of the crabs. "Nothing unusual," the hunter grinned to himself. "In decades of wandering across the one ocean, I've seen worse. Just look at the white shark with a forked snout or the dolphin with 5 fins." Passing by a canned food store, Gadmar noticed several cans of red beans, Arcania. He could no longer remember how many times he had gobbled them up as a child along with grilled sausages. Of course, the contents of the can no longer matched its label. At least 40 years had passed since these beans were made. However, a fleeting memory from his distant childhood made Gadmar smile involuntarily. There was even a medical block on this level. True, the shop was now closed, and a wooden sign was nailed above the metal entrance grate. Disposals of medicines only with written permission from the mayor and Dr. Finers. As the trio moved deeper into the market, each of the merchants and customers would steal a glance at them, but would quickly turn away when they noticed the menacing looks of Zack and Elrain. In one of the establishments, apparently something like a cafe or restaurant of old Earth, Novazemians were having breakfast at round tables. The food ration mainly consisted of various canned goods and fish, although some citizens, sitting at a distance, had meat on their plates. At the table sat two girls of about 20 years old and a young man of the same age. The young people were discussing something heatedly with smiles on their lips. They say that last week Dane's team managed to find a whole box of movie discs. The red-haired girl took a sip from a mug. Among them should be the first Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire. Come on, the boy almost choked. That can't be. You're lying. Why would I lie, you fool? Out of anger, the red-haired girl threw something edible at the guy, but her friend stopped her in time. Oh my God, Gadmar was amazed. Is there really a movie theater here? A few meters later, they crossed a small wooden bridge connecting the two halves of the second tier. There were significantly fewer people in this part. A couple of guards were laughing cheerfully, talking about something with the owner of the weapons store. A tall, thin man with a short haircut took a harpoon with a forked tip from behind the counter and handed it to one of the guards. He deftly picked up the weapon with one hand, made a couple of swings looking closely at the tip. Sticking out his lower lip, he chuckled contentedly and gave it to his partner to hold. Taking a small purse from the inside pocket of his leather vest, he counted out a couple of coins and handed it to the merchant. The man nodded vigorously and even extended his hand to the guard, but the latter ignored him. It's crazy. Gadmar has already forgotten what real money is. I wonder if something like this existed in every city. After all, in the trading markets in neutral waters, only goods were used as a currency. Just think, Gadmar grinned. What would have happened to that poor fellow if he had decided to pay the Caerville market trader for the fish with a dollar bill or a couple of coins? Before the day of the incident, Gadmar hadn't given much importance to money. As a schoolboy, his parents always gave him a couple $dozen a month for pocket money. For good grades, this amount increased significantly. Perhaps this was the best incentive for the tedious study of fractions or reading classics like Shakespeare or Tolstoy. Having saved a couple $100 over months of good study, Gadmar could buy himself a new PlayStation game or a Lego set. Although Gadmar understood perfectly well that now he would give everything in the world to hold a book in his hands again or watch a film. It didn't matter which one, even the stupidest comedy. My God, he would pay the price of his 6-month catch to listen to Yesterday by Paul McCartney or Live Only for Yourself by Freddie Mercury at least once. And who knows, maybe someday. They walked along the shopping arcade for a few more minutes until Zack ordered him to stop. Wait for me here. Zack chained Gadmar to the lamppost and turned to Elrain. Don't. Take your eyes off him. Zack pointed his finger at Elrain's chest. And remember, don't touch him. From Zack's piercing, goosebump-inducing gaze, Elrain even looked down at the floor. He must appear before the mayor in the best possible light. Do you understand me well? He just nodded briefly. That's great. Zack patted Elrain on the cheek and smiled contentedly. Without giving Gadmar any more attention, Zack cast a wary glance toward the rickety wooden shop of Charvinia and Sundries. Leaving his spear by the front door, the young man knocked on the half-open door, waited until he was allowed to enter and stepped inside. Smiling broadly, Elrain walked up to Gadmar and waved his club in front of his face. If you twitch even once, Elrain grinned nastily, and Gadmar was hit in the nose by the disgusting smell of beer mixed with shrimp. I can assure you I will not be as kind as Zack. Elrain paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on the front door of Charvinia and all things, and then grinned at Gadmar again. The whole problem with little Zaki is that he's too soft-hearted. Elrain pressed the bat to Gadmar's right cheek. The hunter's icy gaze remained impenetrable. Sometimes you just need a good... But tell me, interrupted Gadmar, does your boss, that is Zack, know about his nickname? The smile on Elrain's face faded immediately. He frowned and looked back at the shop and then back at Gadmar. Yes, or that you don't follow Zeki's orders. Elrain drooled and snorted. And these slaps on the cheeks of yours? Entering into the spirit, Gadmar winked slyly at the guard. Is this the custom here for everyone, or do you have a special connection with little Zeki? Oh, you bastard, Elrain screamed, raising his club over his head. I'll get you! Elrain! Zack shouted as he appeared in the doorway of the shop. What the hell are you doing? Elrain licked his lips and immediately looked back. What did I tell you about him? Sorry, Zack. Elrain went completely pale. He just said, I don't give a shit what he said. Unable to contain himself, Zack immediately ran up to Elrain and grabbed him by the chest with both hands. I wish I'd gagged him if you were so sensitive. Passing shoppers glanced in their direction but did not even think of interfering. Yes, Zack. Breaking into a groan, Elrain almost cried. Surprisingly, there was no trace of his feistiness left. Why was he so afraid of this Zack? They were clearly the same age, perhaps even went to the same school. But Zack was undoubtedly a natural leader. He kept Elrain in line and Elrain let himself be pushed around without restraint. Excuse me, Zack. Elrain looked down at the floor. I screwed up. Look at me. Zack slapped him, causing Steger to immediately look up at him. He was a child who was scared to death and was unable to stand up for himself. What did he say? The whole problem with little Zeki is that he's too soft-hearted. Was Elrain really talking about this man? Zack slapped Steger again, and Gadmar almost jumped to intervene. He had to get to the mayor no matter what. And right now, looking at the madness in Zack's eyes, it was unknown how this skirmish would end. Well, that's enough, Gadmar said in a calm tone. He already understood everything. Zack slowly turned to look at Gadmar, tilting his head to the side as he looked him straight in the eye. Next time he'll definitely put a gag in my mouth, smiled Gadmar and bowed theatrically. Zack rolled his eyes and sighed heavily. If you disobey me one more time, he shook his finger in Elrain's face, you will never get a job in intelligence. I understand everything, nodded Elrain Steger. Sorry, buddy. Smiling, he reached out to shake Zack's hand, but then he simply waved it away and snorted contemptuously. Let's go. Your clothes are already waiting for you. Approaching Gadmar. Zack removed the shackles from him and grabbed him by the sleeve. If you pull some kind of trick, I... Got it. Rubbing his numb hands, Gadmar raised his palms up. I will be as mute as a fish. Chapter 3. And no nonsense. Zack shook his finger at me. Don't touch anything. Gadmar only nodded silently. Zack knocked on the door, and a few seconds later an older, fair-haired woman appeared in the doorway. Gadmar straightened the collar of his linen shirt and, at the sign's signal, followed him into the mayor's reception room. The woman tried not to even look at Gadmar. Having locked the door behind them, she returned to her desk, put on her thin-frame glasses, and continued to sort through some papers. Gadmar immediately noticed the striking difference in her appearance from the Novazem residents he had met earlier. The bob hairstyle perfectly emphasized the stranger's sharp cheekbones. The woman was wearing a strict dark dress, a silver necklace around her neck, and at that moment, Gadmar was ready to swear that there was real blush on her cheeks. There was lipstick on her lips. Do they even have cosmetics here? How many times have they been to the islands? And what price did they pay for it? Stay here, Zack threw over his shoulder and walked over to the table. While he was filling out some paperwork, Gadmar assessed the interior of the reception room. The room was furnished simply, but tastefully. It was crazy. but he'd already thought that he would not use such expressions for the rest of his days. There was no talk of tastes for a long time. The most important thing was to survive, and it didn't matter how, even on an old raft or a lousy boat. There were several leather chairs in the room, almost like new, Gadmar noted. The blinds kept out the bright sunlight. Behind the secretary hung a painting of a tower rising into the sky. Of course, Gadmar had seen it many times before, mostly in French action films from the 80s, which he and his father could literally watch endlessly. The day in the picture was already approaching evening. The majestic Eiffel Tower sparkled with a pleasant golden light. An amazing sight. Light was appearing in the houses that dotted the streets at the foot of the tower. A small steamer with tourists on board was sailing across the Jena Bridge. Looking at the bridge, a smile involuntarily appeared on Gadmar's lips. This was the very bridge that flashed in James Bond's adventures in A View to a Kill. Incidentally, Gadmar's favorite Bond film. For a split second, Gadmar closed his eyes, imagining the leisurely conversations of the ship's passengers. Barely audible jazz could be heard from the ship's deck. The clinking of champagne glasses, the sighs of tourists delighted by the beauty of evening Paris. "I like her too." The woman's voice brought Gadmar out of his trance. The woman smiled shyly. "Incredible beauty." Gadmar smiled back. "I always dreamed of visiting Paris, but it seems it was not meant to be." "Yes," the woman said. There was a melancholy note in her sigh. Paris and Reims were among the first in Europe to go underwater. There was a short pause. The secretary glanced sideways at Zack, but he just continued filling out paperwork, not paying attention to their conversation. "And I've always wanted to visit Versailles." The woman's brown eyes sparkled with joy. It seemed she had wanted to speak about it for a long time. Such indescribable beauty. All these gardens, the palace. "Enough already." Zack angrily threw the pile of papers onto the edge of the table. Under his menacing gaze, the woman immediately fell silent and buried herself in the papers. Zack looked at Gadmar questioningly, but said nothing. "Much more?" he asked the secretary. "A few more." The woman handed Zack a couple of sheets of paper. At that moment, more than anything in the world, Gadmar wanted to punch this bastard in the face and teach him some manners. Fortunately, if everything went as he planned, then such a chance would come very soon. Opposite the only table in the room stood 2 potted flowers. For a split second, Gadmar was literally speechless, unable to tear his eyes away from them. How many years had passed since he had last seen flowers? More than 30. And they weren't afraid to bring the land from the islands. Perhaps Novazem employs much more professional people than it seemed at first. Most likely there are former scientists among them. Gadmar glanced back at Zack. He was busily filling out papers. The woman was also writing something. Gadmar walked sideways to the flower and tried to bend down to smell it. The pleasant scent of roses immediately hit his nose. Gadmar reached out to touch the flower, but the stinging pain from the blow from the club stopped him. "I told you," Zack growled. "Don't touch anything." The guard pushed him toward the half-open glass doors. He removed the shackles from his hands, then his feet. The clanking of metal was heard. The woman at the table even shuddered. Gadmar bowed low, smiling wryly. "Only after you." He pointed his hand towards the door. Zack's face was flushed with anger. "Someday I will wipe that smirk off your face," the guard said through gritted teeth. He grabbed Gadmar by the elbow with his right hand and pushed the door forward with his left. When they entered the mayor's chambers, Gadmar's first attention was drawn to the enormous model of old Earth on a glass pedestal. On the walls were portraits of famous figures from the past, from William the Conqueror wielding a sword to the first 2 men to walk on Mars. Gadmar remembered watching this on television as a 5-year-old brat. Von Thompson and Stepan Grigoriev planting the flag of the United Intergalactic Federation in the red soil of Mars. A stooped, balding, middle-aged man sat at the table. He wore round glasses with a metal frame and a large black wart on his nose. He wore a perfectly ironed white shirt over a dark blue satin vest. His formal trousers were the same color. Just looking at the mayor, You got the feeling that this man rarely left his chambers. Go ahead and try fishing in a suit like that in a storm. Without looking up from filling out some paperwork, the mayor said in a measured tone, "Please, sit down." Gadmar and Zack exchanged glances and there was an awkward pause. The mayor looked up at them. "Have a seat, Mr. Falls." He smiled at Gadmar, then nodded towards the exit at Zack. "Go have a couple of new Madrids. You've earned it, Zack." "Great job." Zack Ferrodin looked from the mayor to Gadmar in confusion, but gradually his face softened. He bowed politely and silently left the room, carefully closing the door behind him. "Well, little Zaki," Gadmar chuckled to himself, "you clearly expected more involvement in this matter." "Please," the mayor repeated. "Sit down." "Thank you." Gadmar smiled slyly, sitting down in a deep leather chair. The mayor gathered a decent pile of papers into a pile, stapled them together. Rising to his feet, he walked over to a wide wooden shelf and put the sheets of paper into one of the folders. Gadmar noticed that the mayor was moving with a noticeable limp. I must admit, having locked the door of the bookcase with a key, the mayor limped to the glass cabinet near the window. From the lower compartment, he took out a couple of snifters and a bottle of unopened Martel cognac. "You really impressed me." As he spoke these words, the mayor turned to look at Gadmar for a second and burst into a loud, hoarse laugh. Well, of course, since they managed to get cosmetics and flowers, why not find alcohol too? "Really?" Gadmar pouted his lips in mock surprise. "And what did I do to attract your attention, sir?" "Oh, forgive my tactlessness, Mr. Falls." The mayor slapped his forehead and returned to the table with glasses and cognac. "Audrain Shanter, at your service. The honorable mayor of this glorious city. What game is he going to play with me?" Gadmar Falls, he rose from his chair and shook the outstretched hand across the table. "But you already know that." "Of course," Shanter chuckled. "That's my job. To know as much as possible." The mayor uncorked the cognac and poured it into glasses. "If it weren't for my vast knowledge," Audrain Shanter waved his hand towards the window, "I wouldn't have been able to build all this." "Oh, certainly," nodded Gadmar. "Please." Shanter held out the glass to Gadmar. "Thank you." Gadmar took the glass, and they sat down again. "You must have never tried alcohol?" Taking a sip of cognac, the mayor smacked his lips with pleasure. Gadmar took a sip of the life-giving drink, and after a couple of seconds he felt a pleasant warmth in his chest. "In fact," smiled Gadmar, "I had the chance to exchange a few kilos of fish for a case of Sani's beer at the market near Sinye Krestsi a couple of times. But I must admit that swill is nothing compared to your… cognac," the mayor smiled. With a smile on his lips, Gadmar saluted with his glass of cognac and took another sip. "Oh yes, you are certainly right, Mr. Gadmar," the mayor said with a satisfied grin on his lips. "This cognac has been aged for more than 40 years. Putting on his glasses, the mayor peered at the bottle's label. "Well, well," Audrain Shanter said thoughtfully. "Made in France? I thought it was from Spain." "A fan of French culture?" asked Gadmar. "Excuse me?" The mayor quickly looked up at him. "Well, you saw that picture in the reception room," Gadmar said. The mayor narrowed his eyes with interest. "I mean the Eiffel Tower. I put it there myself," Audrain Shanter nodded. "You see?" Gadmar scratched his beard thoughtfully. "Having walked. How many is that? 10 tiers?" 11. The mayor's voice began to sound displeased. "Having passed 11 tiers," nodded Gadmar. "Starting from the prison cells to your chambers. I could not help but compare Novazem with that wonderful picture in the reception room." "What do you mean?" Mayor Shanter frowned. Straightening his legs, Gadmar leaned forward slightly. "Please don't take this as rudeness, but the first thing that comes to mind is a comparison." "For God's sake," the mayor spread his arms. "Please, enough of this evasion. Speak directly." Gadmar smiled slightly. "You, Mr. Shanter, seem to live at the very top of the Eiffel Tower, as if you were the master of the whole world. You get whatever you want, whenever you want it. Your every whim is immediately fulfilled. Your table groans with an abundance of food and drink, while the inhabitants of the houses below are doomed to a slow death from hunger. Not a muscle moved on Odrain Shanter's face. Take this balcony, for example. Gadmar waved his hand to the side. When you go out onto it, you are like the ruler of the whole world, looking down from the top of the Eiffel Tower. On your subjects, I think you don't care about them at all. Judging by what I've seen, that's true. Your lackeys have captured these people and are holding them in captivity. You use them as a workforce, yes, in general they can be called slaves. Gadmar, breathing heavily, fell silent for a moment. Odrain Shanter's grin spread wide. In the grand scheme of things, Mr. Falls, the mayor leaned forward. You said everything correctly. However, you are mistaken in one very important respect. Every citizen of Novazem is here of their own free will. They can leave the city at any time they wish, and several people have already done so. Anyone who wants to leave Novazem is provided with a boat with a few liters of gasoline and food for the first time. And you know, for us it is not a problem. I do not want to brag, but we can really afford it. At first, at great risk to our own lives, we landed on the islands in search of the resources necessary for the normal functioning of the city, including fuel. If the fuel reserves ran out at gas stations, we visited the nuclear power plant. And just a couple of years ago, a group of our best scientists managed to create synthetic fuel obtained from coal, shale, and... The mayor ran his hand over his sweaty forehead and laughed merrily. Sorry, I'm not good with these terms, but I can assure you that this fuel works no worse than regular fuel. And you tell me this. So you understand? The mayor cut Gadmar off in an icy tone. How much I helped these people. Over the years, we have built more than just a floating city. No, it is much more complicated. We have built a real empire which already has more than 3,000 inhabitants. And this is only the beginning. Odrain Shanter finished his cognac in one gulp and set the snifter aside. Would you like another drink? The mayor nodded towards Gadmar's glass. No, thank you. Rising from his seat, Gadmar put down his glass with the unfinished cognac. Shanter stood up from his seat and, putting his hands behind his back, walked with a limping gait to the pedestal with the model of old Earth. You know, a few billion years ago, the Earth was completely covered with water. The mayor ran his hand over the model. You could say the planet returned to its original state. Gadmar stood up from his seat and approached the mayor. Do you think everything happened as it was supposed to? I'm not sure. Odrain Shanter shrugged. But sometimes I think that humanity deserved what happened to it. Not the planet, but the people. It can't be, smiled Gadmar. Are you really one of those skeptics who thought that the planet would be better off without man? I'm afraid skepticism has nothing to do with it, the mayor chuckled. Guess the place. Sorry? Guess the place. Shanter looked Gadmar straight in the eyes. I don't think I quite understand you. Imagine. The mayor stopped him with a gesture. It will happen that, waking up one beautiful sunny morning, it turns out that the entire nightmare that happened was just a nightmare. Horribly realistic, incredibly colorful, but just a nightmare. But this man is not as simple as he seems at first glance. So I ask you to think of a place where you would like to wake up from this nightmare. When the ball stops spinning, close your eyes and point your finger at random. Gadmar looked at the mayor with interest, nodded, and then approached the globe. After a few seconds of thought, Gadmar stepped back. Ready. With a sharp movement of his hand, Mayor Shanter spun the globe and, putting his hands behind his back, began to walk around it in a circle. Gadmar watched the ball with undisguised curiosity. Perhaps it is rather difficult to say whether our brothers would live better together without man or not. The mayor continued his tirade. Not a single scientist from old Earth would give you any guarantee. For example, the local granite of science doctor. Serinda Palran, formerly a doctor of biological sciences, can talk for hours on this topic. I only have to ask her a question about the harm and benefit of man for the whole Earth, and she can only be stopped with 2 or 3 bottles of good cognac. I can imagine, smiled Gadmar. Environmental pollution, genocides, struggle for power and resources, senseless wars. Has all this disappeared now? Did I say something like that? Audrain Shanter spread his arms in the direction of the current reality. Only the scale of wars and the number of people involved have decreased, but the essence remains the same. Shanter raised his hands. The mayor's features twisted into a grimace of madness. The universe itself gave us a second chance, a chance for rebirth. But do most of us, those who have embroidered, use it properly? Ultimately, humanity never learns from its mistakes. Human pride is truly immeasurable. You say that I keep the people of Novazem in slavery, but as I have already said, they are free to do whatever they please. And as unfounded as it may sound, but here in Novazem we do everything possible for the revival of the human race. But tell me, Mr. Falls, if these men leave Novazem, how long will they survive on the open ocean? How many hours or days before they fall prey to the Ravagers or one of the sea creatures that comes from the uncharted waters? Having caught his breath, the mayor lowered his tone slightly. Of course, I don't deny that they might come across Yerserer, Savarin, or any of the other cities. It took Gadmar a lot of effort to contain his anger. It's not time yet. Whatever Shanter wants from me, I need to first gain his trust, and only then ask about Savarin's location. Therefore, I am inclined to believe that when man finally leaves this planet, it will reach its best state. When the ball finished spinning, a deathly silence reigned in the room. The mayor, without taking his gaze off Gadmar, asked, "What does fate have in store for you, Mr. Falls?" The mayor's eyes sparkled with mischief. Closing his eyes, Gadmar stepped forward and pointed his finger at the globe. For a second, too, it seemed like the whole world around Gadmar froze. When he opened his eyes and looked where he had pointed his finger, it was simply impossible to hold back a smile. "Portland," Gadmar whispered. I suppose the mayor tapped him on the shoulder. "Is that the place you had in mind? I can see from your eyes that you've been there before, haven't you?" "This is the place of my birth." Gadmar could not hide his surprise. "Well, we can only hope that we are all really asleep," the mayor sighed. "The worst nightmare of my life?" Gadmar nodded. "Come, Gadmar. It's time to show you what you're really here for. You must see my treasury. Your treasure. My library." Chapter 4. "Oh my God," Gadmar exhaled, scratching the back of his head. "How many books are there?" "I stopped counting after the second 100, the mayor smiled. "But I reckon it was at least 500. Gadmar whistled in surprise. This is truly a treasure trove. Bookcases lined every wall, and at the far end of the room, a spiral staircase led up to the second floor. For a split second, Gadmar was nearly speechless. "When did you manage to collect them?" Gadmar marveled. "Well, Mr. Falls," Shanter spread his arms wide, "I think I've already made it clear that I'm used to getting my way." Gadmar responded with a smile but couldn't find what to say. The mayor picked up a lit kerosene lamp from the shelf and approached one of the bookshelves. "So," he whispered enthusiastically, "I know exactly what you need." Each section of the bookcase was sorted not alphabetically, but by genre. The classic section included Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, Kafka's The Trial, Alighieri's Divine Comedy, the collected works of Leo Tolstoy, Shakespeare's Comedies and Tragedies, and Hugo's Notre Dame de Paris. The spines of the books were quite worn, but with proper care they will last for several more decades. The fantasy section immediately caught Gadmar's attention. It contained the entire Harry Potter series by J.K. Rowling and The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien. These two works held a special place in Gadmar's heart. He still had the picture before his eyes. As a 9-year-old schoolboy, Gadmar went into the school library and saw the first part of Harry Potter on the shelves. Gadmar immediately took the last remaining copy and rushed home. Up until that point, he knew nothing about the book series. He'd only seen a few excerpts from the film adaptation on TV. That day, Gadmar came home early from school, and after doing his homework, he began to read Potter. The book struck him from the very first line. He had never seen anything like it before. It was something completely indescribable. After reading the book in a day and a half, Gadmar convinced his parents to buy all the other parts of the series. In literally one night, he watched all the films that had been released at that time, and while waiting for the remaining books, he began rereading the first one. Gadmar developed an even warmer relationship with The Hobbit. Even now, being a 42-year-old hunter, he remembered with warmth in his soul how his mother read the story of the arrival of the wizard Gandalf and the 13 dwarves in The Whole of the Hobbit Bilbo Baggins, about their amazing journey to the Lonely Mountain, which once and for all struck Gadmar's childhood imagination. Before going to bed, his mother always read him a few chapters of The Hobbit, and when she said, "Well, dear, that's enough for today. Now it's time for bed," Gadmar would beg her for a long time to read him at least one more chapter. This time, definitely, the last one. Eliza Falls, watching her son's moans and assurances that he would eat the whole bowl of porridge in the morning, gave in to Gadmar's pressure. So the evening reading before bed often ended a couple of hours later than planned, crossing the magical line of midnight. Well, when Gadmar began to nod off, Eliza would put the book aside and, having kissed the boy on the forehead, finally go to bed. But Gadmar's adventures did not end there. Every time he fell asleep, he imagined himself in Bilbo's place. In the guise of the nimble hobbit, Gadmar solved riddles from Gollum, escaped from the clutches of trolls, and even talked with the majestic dragon Smaug. I wonder if Gadmar had read The Hobbit or Potter now. At a much more mature age, would they have enchanted him as much as they had as a child? For some reason, Gadmar was sure that he would have liked them even more. While Shantar was rummaging through the bookshelves, Gadmar walked over to a corner shelf filled with comics and graphic novels. There was Alan Moore's Watchmen, a book Gadmar had bought 2 days before his family was evacuated from Portland. He was already looking forward to Friday night when he would sit down with a pack of cheese nachos and immerse himself in the grim atmosphere of an alternate New York. Gadmar had heard from classmates that Alan Moore's work was a radical departure from the usual superhero genre. That was what prompted him to sacrifice the $10 he had set aside for lunch to buy Watchmen. Unfortunately, he never got the chance to read the graphic novel. Next to the black worn cover of Watchmen, there was a whole scattering of Batman comics. The Killing Joke, Year 100, The Long Halloween, and then a dozen Marvel comics. From the Amazing Adventures series to Planet of the Symbiotes. "It's all wrong," muttered Audrain Shantar. "One more question." Gadmar looked around the bookshelves. "I understand your passion for books, but don't you think they should be the property of the inhabitants of all of Novazem? Why not make—" No, Shantar quickly cut him off. "There is a library on the 4th floor next to the school. And even though the emphasis there is more on applied literature that helps the Novazemians survive, there are fiction books there too." The mayor ran his hand over one of the shelves. Perfectly clean. Not a speck of dust. Did he really spend all his free time here? "I thought we all knew this feeling," Shantar continued in a monotonous voice. "I remember how in my youth I spent hours after classes at school or university in the library. At that time I did not have enough money to buy my own books, but I always wanted to have a home collection." The mayor took a couple of steps back and glanced at the top shelves. "Yeah," Shantar said. "I think I know where she is." The mayor walked to the far corner of the room where a stepladder stood. He picked it up with astonishing ease, and in a couple of steps he was back. He placed the ladder against the cabinet, climbed up to the 3rd step, and continued his search. "Here it is!" Audrain Shantar cried triumphantly. He swung the thick paperback book over his head and nearly fell down the stairs. The mayor came down the stairs in 2 counts and with a happy smile on his lips handed the book to Gadmar. "The Notebooks of Shane Soros? Never heard of it." "Well, it was written only 10 years ago," the mayor replied, folding his arms across his chest. This conversation had noticeably inspired him. After all, it wasn't even a book, but a handwritten diary. The cover of the book showed a sailing raft with a bearded man sitting on it, his legs dangling in the water. He was wearing only a pair of torn canvas pants. Gadmar opened the first page and saw an inscription in large handwritten letters. It doesn't matter who you were before a disaster. It matters who you become in the Renaissance. You see, the mayor's face never left a satisfied grin. Shinosaurus firmly believed that the catastrophe that had happened on Earth was punishment for all our sins. For several years, while the most influential politicians and billionaires were flying away from Earth in shuttles, and the rest were already starting to build floating cities or trying to survive on their own, Shinosaurus wandered alone across the one ocean. For some time, Saurus sat on the island. That's where he started writing this diary. Perhaps he would have stayed there, but it didn't last long. When a meteor shower fell very close to his island, and on top of everything else, the food ran out, Saurus began his adventure across the one ocean. Gadmar quickly leafed through the diary. Saurus wrote in a cramped handwriting, and almost every page contained some kind of drawing or diagram. I want you to read this book while you get your bearings in the city and prepare to sail to the island. Gadmar looked up at Audrain Shanter with a puzzled expression. To sail to the island? You see, Mr. Falls, the mayor replied, I want to be perfectly frank with you. It was by accident that we saved you from the Ravager's attack, for which I am immensely grateful to you. Not a muscle moved on Gadmar's face, but it seemed to me that your chief of police, Larmio Dane, and his subordinates made it clear that you should not have done this. I apologize for that. The mayor sighed regretfully. His eyes were full of remorse. If he was playing his part, he did it skillfully. I have told Larmio several times to rein in his boys. Sometimes they really do go too far. Sometimes, Gadmar chuckled. Audrain Shanter pursed his lips. In that moment, Gadmar saw that the mayor was much older than he had seemed at first glance. His forehead was deeply lined and his beard and temples were touched with gray. How often did he even leave his chambers? Was he aware of the real state of affairs in the lives of the Novazemians? Or was he living in illusions? These people know their business. The mayor sighed heavily and rubbed the bridge of his nose. They have defended Novazem many times from attacks by the Ravagers and the creatures, from the uncharted waters that swim into our lands. It's scary to imagine where we would all be now if it weren't for them. In this world, you can no longer remain a good guy and try to survive by solving problems peacefully. You know that very well yourself. Gadmar nodded silently, and returning to the essence of our previous conversation, such aggressive behavior, killing for the sake of one's own survival, has always been at the core of human nature. Survival of the fittest, right? There was a hint of sarcasm in Gadmar's voice, but Audrain Shanter did not react to it in any way. We saved you by pure chance, Audrain Shanter repeated, but Larmio Dane told me of your talents. I appreciate your frankness. There's nothing more important in the world than trust. Families, entire states and empires are built on it. Shanter burst into a violent fit of coughing. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the blood from his nose. What's wrong with him? As I said, the mayor continued, you are not a prisoner of Novazem. You are free to leave any time you wish. But a man of your talents will always be useful on Novazem. Larmio Dane has been talking about you all morning, and I must admit I am truly impressed. And what did Dane say about me? Besides the fact that your vessel is one of the best fishing vessels among all the hunters of the one ocean? Have you been spying on me? I told you that we stumbled upon you completely by accident, and I'm supposed to believe that? Gadmar chuckled. Each of us chooses for ourselves what to believe, Mr. Gadmar, the mayor retorted icily. After a short pause, the mayor nodded towards Shane Saurus's diary. I am sure that Saurus's notes will prove extremely useful to you in your future expedition to the island. Gadmar narrowed his eyes with interest. With his whole look, he made it clear that he required an explanation. What do you want from me? The mayor pulled a folded piece of paper out of his inner vest pocket and handed it to Gadmar. "You must find it," the mayor answered in a serious voice. "Larmio Dane will fill you in on all the details of the matter. There are only 6 islands left that we have not been to." "Are you really asking me this?" Gadmar asked, barely containing his anger. "Is this a plan for the ground city?" Gadmar knocked the paper out of the mayor's hand and pointed his finger at his chest. "Enough of these tricks," Gadmar rasped. "Tell me straight. Why are you forcing me and your men to risk their lives? Why do you want a city on land? What are you trying to find there?" "You shouldn't behave like that," the mayor said icily. Shanter bent down to pick up the paper, smoothed it out, and handed it to Gadmar. "I have an offer you can't refuse." "Oh, what are you saying?" "I am aware of the terrible tragedy that has befallen your family." Gadmar was speechless at what he heard. The hunter frowned and clenched his fists, but after a few seconds his anger cooled. "Where from?" he asked in a trembling voice. "How do you know all this?" "I assure you," the mayor hastily threw up his palms. "I learned about this completely by accident in a conversation with the mayor of Severin, a few days after the incident." Gadmar clenched his fists until they hurt, holding back the anger that was overwhelming him with all his might. Right now he was ready to pounce on Shanta, but what would that lead to? Even if he managed to get out of Novazem, then what? All these years he did nothing but look for Severin, grabbed every opportunity, trying to find the bastard who gave the order to kill his family. He did not sleep for days and nights, working out a plan of action, kept himself in impeccable physical shape. Gadmar has nowhere to run. No one is waiting for him, and he has no one to go to. Yes, he has a couple of good friends for whom he would be ready to give his life. But what is the point of all this if he does not avenge the death of his wife and daughter? "If you do as I ask," the mayor continued calmly, "I will tell you everything I know about Severin's current location." Gadmar glanced at the mayor for a second and took the piece of paper. "Why should I trust you?" "Nothing," shrugged Audrain Shanter. "But you have no choice, do you? You have been chasing a shadow for years, searching for Severin. And what have you come up with?" Gadmar gritted his teeth. "I won't deny it," Shanter continued. "The last time I spoke to the mayor of Severin was more than 6 months ago, at the time of the last exchange of goods between our cities. We do this 2 or 3 times a year." Gadmar remained silent, allowing the mayor to continue. "Luckily for you, the next meeting with the mayor of Severin will take place in a month. By that time you will have time to search all the remaining islands and return with the loot. And I, in turn, will do everything possible to arrange a meeting for you with the mayor of Severin." Audrain Shanter took a step forward. "I'll arrange a meeting for you, but from now on you'll be on your own." The mayor of Novazem extended his hand. "What do you say?" Gadmar sighed heavily, rolled up the city map and put it in his pocket. For a second he looked at Shanter's impenetrable face. "I hope we can get along with Dane," said Gadmar Falls, and shook the outstretched hand. Chapter 5. Make yourself comfortable. Sharvinia Soren has put a set of clean underwear on the bed. If you need anything, feel free to stop by my shop. She. "On the 2nd level," smiled Gadmar. "I already saw your shop when Zack came to you for my clothes. Looks like a pretty nice place." The woman smiled good-naturedly. She looked to be in her early 50s, but Sharvinia fluttered around the room like a 15-year-old schoolgirl. Her black hair was braided into 2 thick braids, and although Sharvinia was a little plump, her temples were already gray, and there were wrinkles around her eyes. This did not prevent her from spending the whole day on her feet. Gadmar spent no more than half an hour in her company, but he already had the impression that Sharvinia never got tired. It had been a long time since he had seen such energetic and cheerful people. Sharvinia clearly had fairly clear memories of her life before the incident, but now it seemed that she lived as if no catastrophe had happened at all. By the way, about the shirt. Gadmar tugged at the sleeves and grunted with satisfaction. Excellent material. I'm simply delighted. Do you really sew it yourself? For a moment, Sharvinia even felt a little shy. Apparently, local customers don't compliment her that often. My mother was a seamstress. Charvinia smiled shyly. She started teaching me to sew when I was just in first grade. It always came easy to me. And in the end, there's nothing complicated about it. The main thing is to get the hang of it. And then you do everything automatically. Like with the bicycle. Excuse me? The woman raised an eyebrow questioningly. Well, I mean, once you learn how to ride a bike, you'll never forget how to do it. Oh, you mean Charvinia put on a new wool blanket, changed the pillowcase? Well, I never knew how to ride a bike, so I have nothing to compare it to. That can't be. Gadmar shook his head in surprise. After my dad left me for another woman, my mom and I were always short of money. One day I asked her to buy me a bike for my birthday, but the next day my mom was fired from work for being late again and... The woman sighed heavily and sat down on the bed. There was no trace left of Charvinia's former cheerfulness. At that moment, Gadmar felt like a real idiot. Charvinia, I'm sorry if I... No. Charvinia quickly wiped a tear from her eye and rose to her feet. You are not to blame for anything here. My mother was a constant drinker, so she changed jobs almost every month. Probably this was how she escaped the stress after my dad left. There was a moment of silence. Charvinia looked away, then smiled broadly, as if the conversation had never happened. Well, as I said, when she caught up with Gadmar, she patted him on the shoulder. You can drop by my shop from 8 to 11. Thank you. Gadmar smiled in response. Charvinia nodded and headed towards the exit. Oh, and one more thing. She had already pulled the door towards herself when she suddenly turned over her shoulder. Don't pay attention to Zach. He doesn't always act like that. The boy just wants to seem grown up and confident. Maybe sometimes he really does cross the line, but only to keep peace and order on Novazem. Zach really is a very sympathetic guy at heart. Take a closer look at him and you'll understand what I'm talking about. Gadmar Falls merely nodded silently and watched Charvinia leave. The man collapsed onto the bed like a star and breathed a sigh of relief. Incredible. A bed with a real spring mattress. He had already thought that he would never sleep on one like that in his life. Gadmar had been given a whole room. However, do all Novazemians live in such conditions? As they climbed to the very top tier, the mayor's tier, Gadmar was able to see for himself that there were several layers of society in Novazem, like in any other city of the past. And all these words of Mayor Shanter about utopia, about a society in which no one will need anything, about a better world, were nothing more than the usual bluff and lies. While luxurious paintings for several $1,000s hang in the mayor's reception room, while he drinks expensive whiskey and collects rare copies of books, the rest of the Novazemians walk around in rags and stand in line for half a day for fresh water. Gadmar didn't trust a word the mayor said. It was obvious that he was lying about everything. When had Audrain Shanter left his chambers for the last time? It seemed like he spent all his time in his office, and the lives of the rest of the Novazemians didn't matter to him at all. He gave his orders to Larmio Dane, and Dane followed them without question. The mayor kept Dane on a short leash. Most likely, he put him in luxurious quarters, gave him food and drink beyond the norm, and certainly did not restrict his freedom of action, at least within the limits that were beneficial to Shanter himself. But be that as it may, Gadmar had to fulfill the mayor's request and find that stupid city on one of the islands. What the mayor hoped to find there, Gadmar didn't even want to think about. But even if Gadmar found that city, would Shanter keep his word? Would he tell him about Severin's coordinates? Gadmar had no guarantees, but there was nothing else to do. Gadmar Falls rose from his bed with a heavy sigh and looked around. Surprisingly, the room was quite spacious and cozy. The only window looked directly onto the ocean. Gadmar noted that he felt even calmer this way. Over the decades of wandering the one ocean, he had completely lost the habit of staying in a closed space for a long time. The serene view of the ocean horizon and the sound of the waves had a calming effect on him. Water had become his element, and without it, Gadmar no longer felt alive. On the bedside table stood a pot with an artificial bonsai. Nearby was a desk. On it lay a stack of clean notebooks, a pencil, a pen, and a small canvas bag, next to which lay a note. Unfolding the sheet, Gadmar saw the following. Feel at home in Novazem. Spend this modest amount as you wish. Consider it a small gift for the success of our future partnership. I hope the atmosphere and comfort of Novazem will charm you so much that you will decide to stay here forever. With best wishes, from your new friend, Audrain Shanter. P.S. If you want to go to the cinema sometime, I recommend going to the midnight showings. At that time, all viewers are given free cocoa. Gadmar crumpled the sheet of paper and threw it into the trash can under the table. The canvas bag contained $20 in gold coins. They seemed to be the same coins as before, with an eagle spreading its wings, with George Washington and the Statue of Liberty. But where had the mayor gotten them? Surely from the stores, ATMS, shopping malls on the remaining islands. Was it really so important to him to create a sense of community around the traditions of the past? Not a day had passed, and Shanter was already calling Gadmar his friend and giving him money. No. You had to be on your guard with this man. Gadmar put a couple of coins in his pocket and threw the bag back. The bookshelves were filled with textbooks on geography, biology, and survival guides. Gadmar's attention was drawn to the books, Gardening for Dummies and Construction Basics, From a Barn to a Multi-Story House. Gadmar's father was one of Portland's leading architects, and he always told him that he would follow in his footsteps in the future. Who knew that in that very future people would build floating cities instead of houses? Although, to their credit, the people who designed Novazem and other floating cities deserve praise, it must have taken a lot of effort to design a symbiosis of a multi-story building, a ship, market squares, and a full-fledged city in general. The wallpaper was torn in several places and scratches were visible on the floor. Surely you can get a carpet at the market to cover the cracks. Gadmar immediately burst into loud laughter. Damn it, what am I thinking? What kind of carpet are we even talking about? Was this really what Shanter had wanted? With all this luxury and comfort, he wanted to make Gadmar one of his puppets? Surely all the gods of Novazem lived in the same hothouse conditions. They got away with everything. The frightened looks of the townspeople as Zack and Elrain approached spoke for themselves. Gadmar had no intention of staying here, but their expedition to the islands was scheduled for a week from now. During this time, he must not arouse suspicion and act as if he expected to stay here for a long time. Therefore, buying a carpet, a couple of paintings and other trinkets seemed quite appropriate. Overall, the room looked clean and homey. Charvinia had done it for her. There was another door at the opposite end of the room. Pushing it open, Gadmar was surprised to find a bathroom. There was a sink, a toilet, and a shower stall. Unthinkable. When was the last time he had washed himself in a shower stall? Gadmar pulled up his shirt sleeves and stepped under the shower. He turned the valve to the left and a stream of icy water fell on Gadmar's head. He even screamed in surprise, but the next moment he laughed at his own stupidity. He threw off his clothes, adjusted the water, and took a shower. When Gadmar returned to the living room, he realized that he had not eaten since the previous evening. His stomach was growling from the cramps in his stomach. Gadmar put on a set of clean clothes, a white linen shirt and gray cotton pants. Looking around the room again, he thought casually that this might be the perfect place for his family. Gadmar brushed away a tear that rolled down his cheek, turned the door handle and went outside. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the third tier of Novazem was already jammed. There was an indistinct hubbub everywhere. Crowds of people were scurrying about. Gadmar walked through rows of 1- and 2-story barracks. and here and there were separate houses that resembled Gadmar's home. But most often he came across dilapidated wooden barracks, which were a truly pitiful sight. Perhaps, as Shanter said, most of these people really did live in Novazem voluntarily. For them, this city was the only chance to survive in the terrible new world. Even though they lived here in deplorable conditions, toiling from dawn to dusk for the sake of Shanter's harsh regime, at least they were alive. The Novazemians had a roof over their heads, some food, and protection from outside threats. But was it worth it to endure constant humiliation from their own guards? I don't want to. Gadmar turned around to the little girl's scream. A girl in a dark shirt was pulling a girl by the hand. They were standing near the central staircase leading to the 4th tier. School? I think the mayor said there was a school on the 4th floor? Years go by, humanity is going through an apocalypse, and children still don't like going to school. Smiling at the thought, Gadmar glanced at the candy store. There were chocolate bars, candies, even marshmallows, all sold in small plastic containers. Take the apple jelly, the Sella, a tall, plump man with a curled mustache, placed a container of the viscous red substance on the counter. He had just made it. Do you cook yourself? And then, the man smiled good-naturedly. I don't trust this to anyone else. You know, if it weren't for the sweets, we would have all gone crazy here long ago. The seller laughed loudly and adjusted his mustache. Well, the man crossed his arms over his chest. What do you want? Gadmar's gaze lingered on the tray of gingerbread horses. Give me 2. Gadmar felt for the change in his pocket. Excellent choice, snapped the merchant's fingers. Whistling, he picked up 2 gingerbread horses with his tweezers and folded them into a paper wrapper. Here you go. Gadmar handed the merchant $2. Oh no, what are you saying? The man nodded his head. For new clients, 1 position is free. It's only $1 from you. Are you sure? Gadmar raised his eyebrows in surprise. Well, what are you talking about? The merchant raised his palms up and with a good-natured smile glanced sideways at the girl arguing with her mother. Especially since I know who you are buying this for. Thank you, smiled Gadmar. He handed the $1 coin to the vendor and took the package of gingerbread horses. Welcome to Novazem, the salesman shouted goodbye. I hope you won't be staying with us for long. The man burst into a roaring fit of laughter and began to place lollipops into containers. Gadmar couldn't find what to answer. He nodded silently and approached the mother with the girl. I won't go. The girl pulled her hand away and almost fell to the ground, but Gadmar caught her in time. You have to be careful, Gadmar smiled. Thank you, the girl said emphatically. She immediately tugged the girl's hand, pressing her to herself. Despite her words of gratitude, her gaze showed cold contempt and malice. Looking at Gadmar, the girl blinked in surprise. I've never seen you here before, the girl said, looking around. Have you arrived here recently? Gadmar looked from the girl to her mother and smiled reservedly. The valiant gods of Novazem saved me from the attack of the Ravagers, Gadmar answered, as if he was reciting a speech he had learned in advance, without a single hesitation, and put his hand to his chest. I cannot express in words how grateful I am to Larmy O'Dane and his guys. I will be indebted to them for the rest of my life. Stop it! The girl took a step towards Gadmar. The stranger looked around fearfully. It was obvious how scared she was. How can I? Let's move away. The girl nodded towards the deserted alley. She sat the girl down on a shabby chair, kissed her forehead. The girl frowned, pouted, and turned away. The girl just sighed sadly and went up to Gadmar. Tell me, do you really think what you said? The girl's eyes flashed with anger. Are you really grateful to these scoundrels? Do you want to join them? The girl poked Gadmar in the chest. Answer honestly. Gadmar turned his absent-minded gaze to the girl. Humming a song, the blonde baby swung her legs. No, Gadmar looked the girl straight in the eyes. Sorry, that was stupid sarcasm. Well, if you continue in the same spirit, the stranger laughed hysterically. then you will easily become one of them." For a moment there was silence. The number of people on the street noticeably increased. The contingent of people was rich in diversity. There were men in luxurious classic suits and ladies in expensive satin dresses. "Tell me," Gadmar cleared his throat, "if things are really that bad here, why don't you just leave?" "Where?" The girl laughed. "Even if we could, where should we go?" "I don't know," Gadmar sighed. He ran his hand over his face, glanced sideways at the ocean, and thought about something. "I don't know where you should run, but you could at least try to form some groups and attack the guards. I'm sure they won't expect that. Steal a couple of boats and escape from here. It doesn't matter where. Maybe to another city." "Another city?" The girl rolled her eyes. "Oh my God, are you out of your mind? They're all the same." "I heard that New Madrid has a completely different policy," shrugged Gadmar. "You can at least try. You can hide for a while, for example at the Kervel market. I have friends there. Or you can... There are settlements on the islands," the stranger whispered. "What are you talking about?" Gadmar Falls' eyes widened. The girl glanced fearfully at Gadmar, then glanced back. Passers-by were scurrying from side to side, paying no attention to them. About a year ago, the girl continued in a whisper. A strange vagabond appeared in Novazem. The girl gave Gadmar a contemptuous, appraising look. "He fell out of the blue. Just like you." "And what did he say?" The girl glanced sideways at her daughter. The little girl kept her fearful gaze on Gadmar. However, besides fear, there was something else in her eyes. Admiration, perhaps even respect for the big unfamiliar uncle who did not behave like most of the Novazem guards. Did not shout or beat up ordinary citizens, but simply talked calmly. That tramp said, taking a deep breath, the girl continued, that he came from a place whose inhabitants call themselves Revivers. "Revivers?" Gadmar asked again. The girl nodded affirmatively. He said that their community was made up of several thousand people. They had an elected body that operated on the most basic principles of democracy, freedom, and equality. The stranger paused for a moment. Having collected her thoughts, the girl continued. "The place where they live has suffered minimal damage from the anomalies that meteorites brought to the planet. Do they really have clean air and soil?" "No." The girl shook her head. "I'm telling you, minimal damage. But that doesn't mean there wasn't any. Over the past decades, they've managed to rebuild an entire civilization. I didn't really understand what kind of creatures came to us from space. Probably no one else did, but the Revivers learned to resist them." "Are you sure about this?" Gadmar couldn't hide his surprise. "I think that man had no reason to lie." The girl shrugged. "He said that these aliens, I don't know what else to call them, can't stand water." "Are you serious?" Gadmar couldn't believe his ears. "Absolutely." The stranger nodded. "But if you think about it, in the decades since the incident, Gadmar has never actually met a single alien. Although the anomalies that the meteorites brought with them reminded us of themselves regularly. Bright purple flashes in the sky, abnormal length of the seasons, and of course, the mutations that the underwater inhabitants underwent. But if they really can't exist in water," Gadmar continued, "then why should we go back to land? So water is our life preserver. Personally, I have become unaccustomed to land over the past decades. The one ocean has become my home. How can you not understand?" Gadmar interrupted the girl with a gesture and continued, raising his voice. "And even if the anomalies haven't affected these resurrectors very much yet, it's only a matter of time. Perhaps these creatures will find a way to travel from island to island by air. You don't understand," the girl sighed. "People like Mayor Shanter and the rulers of other cities take advantage of their position. They use their power to intimidate ordinary people, but at the same time, they pose as benefactors and saviors. If you've ever attended a public speech by Odrain Shanter, you'd understand what I'm talking about. He poses as a real hero, the savior of all mankind. Protects us from hunger, the horrors of the one ocean, and of course, The creatures that come from under the lilac glow. After our conversation, I never saw that wanderer again. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. But if life in Novazem is really that terrible, maybe you should try to find these resurrectors and join. No. The stranger shook her head and turned to her daughter. Too dangerous. Maybe I would try if I had nothing to lose. The girl pressed her palm to her face and began to cry. Gadmar froze in place, not knowing what to do. He wanted to move forward and hug the girl to somehow calm her down, but she quickly wiped her tears with her hand and smiled sadly. "Excuse me," she said. "We have to go." The girl took her daughter by the hand and walked back to the stairs. "Wait!" shouted Gadmar, pulling a package of gingerbread horses out of his pocket. "Here, this is for you." The girl, hiding behind her mother, looked at Gadmar with apprehension. "Come on," the man smiled. "Don't be afraid. I'm sure it's damn tasty." "Mommy," the girl whispered, and the uncle said a bad word. After a second's pause, Gadmar and the girl laughed merrily. "Yeah," Gadmar chuckled. "You caught me." "Sorry." Gadmar squatted down and handed the bundle to the girl. "I promise I won't do it again." The girl raised a questioning gaze to her mother, who only responded with a short nod. The little girl stepped forward and took the treat. Unfolding the paper, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. "It's insanely expensive," the girl began, but Gadmar stopped her with a gesture. "It's not my money anyway. I don't think I'll find a better use for it than buying chocolate or gingerbread." The girl smiled with gratitude in her eyes and leaned towards her daughter. "What needs to be said?" The girl, having already bitten off half of the horse's body, licked her fingers and approached Gadmar. "Thank you," said the little girl, and kissed him on the cheek. Gadmar nodded good-naturedly and rose to his feet. "What is your name?" The stranger hesitated for a second, then smiled broadly and said, "I'm Endra, and this little glutton and math opponent is Scylla." "My name is Gadmar Falls," he replied, "and I promise I'll get you out of here." Chapter 6. "Well, have you decided on your order yet?" The waitress, chewing gum, vigorously sighed. Gadmar glanced over the menu once again. Fish soups of various kinds, fried potatoes with cheese sauce and pork ribs, boiled fish, breaded shrimp, vegetable salads. "Tell me, how fresh are the vegetables?" The dark-haired girl narrowed her eyes. The waitress scratched her head in confusion. "What do you have?" "Well, literally," Gadmar smiled encouragingly. "How do you grow vegetables?" The girl looked away in dismay, thought about something, and then answered, "Well, everyone knows that." The waitress smiled stupidly. "On the 7th level there are greenhouses, hothouses, hotbeds, but where do you get the soil from?" Well, from the islands. "But you know it's dangerous." Gadmar gasped with feigned concern. "I hope you've heard that the soil is saturated with radiation." Gadmar immediately burst into loud laughter, and the girl only giggled softly. "Yes, of course." The waitress took out the gum, rolled it up in a handkerchief, and put it in the inside pocket of her shirt. For a moment, Gadmar even thought that this fact was a revelation for the girl. "But our scientists, The waitress paused, looked around. There were only 2 customers in Ron's at the time, not counting Gadmar. A thin, red-haired man with sores all over his face and an old woman of about 70. The man was eating his soup, staring at his plate. The woman was reading The Thorn Birds with a cup of tea in her hands. "As far as I know," the waitress continued, "a few years ago a group of our scientists took soil samples from several islands. After a series of experiments, they managed to develop their own soil, completely healthy. No radiation. Gadmar gave the girl a long, contemptuous look and smiled amiably. Well, in that case, give me the shrimp salad, Gadmar pointed to the menu, and potatoes with cheese sauce. Good choice, the girl rattled off indifferently. The waitress wrote everything down in a notebook, took the menu, and headed to the kitchen. Gadmar pulled out the notes of Shinersaurus from his shoulder bag and opened the first page. Day 1. I saw in the distance the trace of a falling... My God, what was that anyway? A comet? A meteorite? The devil knows. But I'm sure of one thing. That thing caused some kind of shift in the Earth's crust. Everything has been shaking under my feet for a good hour. I hope my island doesn't go underwater. I don't know how long I can hold out here. So I went for a boat ride, damn you. Day 3. Yesterday I had a rather funny thought. Anyway, I took my vacation at the right time. People who get as far away from big cities as possible will have a much better chance of surviving. This morning I managed to get a connection and surf the internet for a couple of minutes. My God, what a nightmare is happening in the world. Seattle was underwater in just a few hours. St. Petersburg is half destroyed. Hundreds of videos on YouTube are more or less the same. People are running away in panic. Someone is trying to get on a plane and fly as far away as possible. God, I still can't get the video of the Amsterdam airport out of my head. An overcrowded Boeing 767 sank completely underground after a horrific earthquake. I don't know what to do now. It seems like our planet's days are numbered. Day 5. I decided to spend the last 15% of my phone's battery life scrolling through the news feed. As if I was interested in anything else. All of Berlin and its suburbs went underwater, half of the countries of South Africa. In dozens of US cities, looters took over the situation. Fools. These vultures emptied entire stores, raped women and children. Do they really expect to become the new masters of the world? If some city has not gone underwater yet, it is only by a lucky chance. The scoundrels don't have much longer to rule. Day 5. 21:30. A huge wave swept past my island a couple dozen kilometers away. So far, I'm lucky. But how long will it last? Sooner or later, fortune will turn its back on me. But where was there to run? Even if someone managed to get away from the big cities, what next? There was nowhere to run. Every day, new meteorite fragments fell to Earth. Terrifying tsunami waves wiped entire cities off the face of the Earth. Brussels was covered by a wave as high as a 30-story skyscraper. An hour later, the city went underwater. Similar things are happening all over the planet. My island has only a dozen palm trees and a couple of banana trees. The water supplies I took with me when I went fishing are almost gone. Even if I economize by eating one banana a day, it will only last for 3 or 4 weeks. And what should I expect? The rescuers won't come. No one will save me. So I have to take matters into my own hands. I only have 5% charge left. There's less and less news on the internet. Perhaps some cities had not yet sunk underwater and still had electricity. But most people were clearly preoccupied with finding possible shelters, not posting news. It had already become clear to everyone that the planet was finished. Now everyone was on their own and trying to survive by any means necessary. And it seems that such a method has appeared. Rumors about the construction of so-called floating fortress cities have been around since early 2020. No one paid much attention to this, believing that it was nothing more than another fantasy of futurists, and that something like this could only be realized in about 100 years. But, as it turned out, the cities were ready by 2030. No one knows exactly how many of them there are. The media of each of the major powers write contradictory information. Just this morning, the US wrote about 10 cities that have been launched. Russia says 15. Japan and China are limited to just 1 each. But no matter how many cities there are, one fact remains certain. They definitely exist. No matter how many, they are real. And I have to get to one of them. Perhaps this is the only way I can save my life. I have no other choice. Any day now, my island will be covered by a huge wave. I cannot afford to do nothing. Perhaps a similar wave will cover me during my journey. It is quite possible that this will happen, but I must at least try. I spent the last of the boat's fuel on lighting a signal fire. What an idiot I was. I'll have to find another means of transport. Day 11. The raft is finally ready. I have stored food supplies for several days, fixed half a coconut near the mast for rainwater. I finished the last bottle from the boat supplies yesterday. I hope it will start raining soon, otherwise my adventure will end very quickly. I'll leave tomorrow at dawn. I hope there are other people left on Earth besides me. Enjoy your meal. The waitress brought a tray with salad and potatoes. If you want anything else, call. I'll be in the kitchen. Thank you, smiled Gadmar. He folded the page and put the notebook back in his bag. Gadmar pulled a plate of salad towards himself and was about to pounce on the food. But at that moment he glanced at the napkin with cutlery. A smile involuntarily played on the man's lips. Whenever the Falls family sat down to eat, Mother never missed an opportunity to point out to Gadmar and his father the importance of using cutlery properly. Fork in the left hand, knife in the right, a towel on your lap. No other way. Gadmar now repeated everything exactly according to his mother's rules and began to eat. It was quite difficult to surprise him with shrimp. From time to time, Gadmar himself caught a couple of kilograms of shrimp, although it must be admitted, he had not tried them for more than a year. Most often, he caught them several kilometers from the shore of one of the remaining islands. But with each year, there were fewer and fewer islands left, and swimming to them was becoming more and more dangerous. And yet, Gadmar had not yet had time to miss shrimp. But the long-lost taste of fresh tomatoes, cucumbers, and fried potatoes with cheese sauce had a truly impressive effect on him. It was a nostalgic taste of something familiar. You could even say, something homemade. Gadmar's mother really did have some kind of potato cult. Baked potatoes with cheese, fried potatoes, potato pancakes, French fries, potato pie with chicken and mushrooms. At some point in his life, Gadmar became so disgusted with potatoes that the mere sight of them made the boy feel sick. However, Gadmar had now eaten both dishes in a matter of minutes and would have gladly asked for more. But it was time to move on. He needed to continue exploring the city. Gadmar needed to be well prepared for the upcoming foray into the islands. Gadmar counted out a few coins and placed them on the table. As he left the diner, the waitress leaning against the bar did not take her eyes off him. "Come visit us again," she said. "Next week there will be squid." "I love squid," smiled Gadmar, and headed towards the exit. But the next moment he almost collided with a girl in the passage. It was that same blue-eyed, black-haired stranger who looked so much like Aaliyah. Almost a copy of his daughter. "Are you following me?" she said defiantly. "What do you want from me? Should I tell the guards?" For a moment, Gadmar simply froze. The man was unable to utter a word. He was so fascinated by the stranger's resemblance to his own daughter that he began to believe that this was Aaliyah. But she must be much older. "How?" Swallowing his saliva, Gadmar muttered, "What is your name?" The girl frowned and turned her puzzled gaze to the waitress. She immediately turned away and walked quickly towards the new client. "What do you care about?" "Just tell me." Hope appeared in Gadmar's eyes, please. The girl tried to pass by, but Gadmar grabbed her hand. "I'll call the guards now." "I doubt they care." "Just tell me your name," Gadmar said pleadingly, "and I'll leave you alone." The stranger stopped kicking and gradually calmed down. "Ilarda," she answered. "Are you satisfied?" Gadmar let go of the girl's hand and stepped back. He felt his whole body break out in a cold sweat. His arms shook. He could barely stand on his feet. "I'm sorry." Gadmar ran his hand through his sweaty hair. "Forgive me. The look of anger on the girl's face gradually gave way to a slight wariness. When Gadmar almost tripped over the threshold of the door, Ilarda rushed forward and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. "Are you okay?" the girl asked. Judging by her pale expression, she was genuinely worried about what was happening. Ilarda helped him sit down on the chair. "Yes," Gadmar took a deep breath. "Everything is fine. A guilty smile appeared on the man's lips. "Forgive me for this." Gadmar looked straight at her. "I confused you with another girl." Gadmar rose to his feet as the waitress approached. "What happened to you?" The girl looked suspiciously from Ilarda to Gadmar. "Maybe I should give you some water." No. Gadmar threw his palms up. "I didn't mean to cause any inconvenience." "Sorry again." Gadmar placed his hand on his chest and bowed. "I'm sorry if I hurt you," Gadmar said to Illard and hurried outside. Gadmar needed something to distract himself. He had almost crossed the line. He could have hurt that girl. He needed to learn to control his emotions. He couldn't ruin the whole thing because of his own stupidity. Having caught his breath a little, he moved on. But Gadmar had not yet walked 10 steps from the diner when he was confronted with a rather curious sight. A wooden sign above the entrance to one of the houses read as follows: "Shooting range. If you can hit it and win, and if you miss, be kind enough to pay." Apparently, Gadmar chuckled, not all of Novazem's inhabitants had lost their zest for life. Some were even still capable of humor. Gadmar pushed his way through a large line into a clothing store. Apparently there was some kind of sale today. At the entrance to the shooting gallery, Gadmar was met by a skinny young man, a little over 20. Delicate features, shifty eyes. He stood with one heel leaning against the wall. His arms were crossed over his chest, and in his mouth was one of the lollipops that Gadmar had seen in the confectioner's shop. The boy looked at Gadmar with disdain and nodded at the sign to his left. "The price of a shot is 1 gold coin." "Hello," Gadmar smiled affably. "I'd like to do some shooting. It's been a while since I've held a real weapon in my hands, and I need to go on a mission for the Honorable Mayor Shanter very soon, so a little practice wouldn't hurt." After these words, the boy suddenly became serious. There was no trace left of his dull, carefree look. The young man stood up to his full height and spat out the lollipop. "Otan Nosser." The dark-haired boy extended his hand. "Welcome to my shooting gallery. For friends of the mayor, the first attempt is free." Gadmar Falls, he shook hands. "Thank you for such a generous gift, but I would like to shoot on a common basis. Here, take it." Gadmar counted out 5 coins and handed them to Otan Nosser. The boy's eyes darted around in fear. "Don't worry about that," smiled Gadmar Falls. "And I can't call myself a friend of Mayor Shanter. More like partners. I'll help him, and he'll help me. And I'll get out of here right away." Nosser hesitated for a few more seconds, then finally took the money. "Okay, Gadmar." The boy breathed a sigh of relief and waved to the front door. "Come inside and choose a weapon to your taste. A traumatic pistol, a Colt, a bow. There are even darts. I prefer the Colt. The inside of the place seemed even narrower than the outside. There was barely enough room for 2 or 3 visitors. My father was once given a Colt by a friend who was a sheriff. He hung the gun over a fish tank." "Quite unusual," Otan Nosser chuckled. "Although, to tell the truth, I have heard about the quirks of people from old Earth. Therefore, I am not particularly surprised by anything." "Whims?" Gadmar raised his eyebrows questioningly. "What kind of whims are these, for example?" "Let's take, for example, the same Iron Tet." "Iron Tet?" Gadmar burst out laughing. "Maybe the internet." "Who the hell knows?" Otan waved his hand. "Maybe it's the internet. Sarvel, the cashier at our cinema, told me all about it. He lived through the times of this Irentet." "And what does Sarvel say?" Gadmar asked with feigned importance. "You're asking?" Otan Nosser shook his head with genuine indignation. "All the children did was climb around in this Irentet from morning until night. Just imagine, they had the opportunity to walk in a real park, enjoy the beauty of the earth, and they spent their whole lives in the Irentet. Crazy. And they also watched all sorts of stupidity and depravity there." Otan shook his fist, drooling. "If I were them, I wouldn't leave the street at all." "Yes, sometimes I myself spent a lot of time on the internet," nodded Gadmar. "Well, that's what I'm talking about. But the internet wasn't limited to just Stupidities and depravities, Gadmar said with an ironic smile. On the internet, you could find a ton of useful information, from the biographies of hundreds of thousands of famous historical figures to the intricacies of plant growing. Otan Nosser's face twisted into a grimace of surprise. What am I even saying? Shrugged Gadmar. You could find literally anything on the internet, and you didn't even need a whole bookcase to find it. It all fit on your computer or phone. I saw a phone in It's a Wonderful Life. Nosser squinted incredulously. You couldn't read a book from it. A good-natured smile appeared on Gadmar's lips. Over time, people learned to make phones that can not only make calls, but also read books, watch movies, and generally search for any information you want. Nosser froze in silent admiration at what he heard. Look at any movie that came out in the last 50 or 60 years. There will definitely be cell phones in it. This will have to wait, Nosser sighed. I don't have enough money. It turns out that I can only watch one film every couple of months. Gadmar looked at the boy with sympathy. He wanted to reach for his wallet and give him a couple of coins, but suddenly stopped himself. Something like that might offend him, and then he definitely wouldn't take the money. I've got a great idea. Gadmar winked and nudged the boy in the side. Forget about the colt. Let's have a competition in archery. Whoever wins takes the prize. Otan glanced doubtfully at Gadmar. But What do you have to be afraid of? Smiled Gadmar. Come on, you have nothing to lose. Moreover, I haven't shot a bow for over 5 years. Of course, I still have the reflexes, but without training, I'm not that good at it. The boy looked away at the rack of weapons and scratched the back of his head. Well, okay. Otan clapped his hands. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. The bow is my element. I took 3rd place in the tournament last year. All the more fun, smiled Gadmar Falls. Otan slammed his fist on the red button and a shooting range appeared. There were only 2 standard targets marked with circles of different colors. Blue, then red, and yellow in the center. Each had 3 attempts. Otan handed Gadmar a bow, then 3 arrows, hitting the blue zone 10 points, the red 50, the yellow 100. The newbie begins. Excellent, answered Gadmar. Gadmar shifted a bit, choosing the most comfortable position. He put his left foot forward and raised the bow up. Gadmar slowly pulled the bowstring and took a deep breath. Gadmar squinted, aiming right at the center. 2nd, 2, 3. Gadmar released the bowstring and hit the wall. Otan laughed loudly. Well, at this rate, I'll definitely go to the movies tomorrow, Otan croaked, laughing his head off. Enough not only for a ticket, but also for some goodies. I'm losing my touch. Gadmar shrugged, embarrassed. Otan Nosser easily grabbed the bow, pulled the string, and released the arrow in the same second. Accurate hit in the yellow circle. Unbelievable, Gadmar whispered admiringly. Where did you learn to shoot? Yes, I learned it right here. Nosser shrugged casually. Chief of police? Dane noticed my shooting ability when I was not even 10 years old. He personally trained me for a whole year. I never thought that Dane would do such a thing. Gadmar took the 2nd arrow. He made a pretty bad impression. Yes, mister. Larmio sometimes crosses the line. Otan took an open bottle of beer from the bar and took a couple of sips. But he is not such a bad person as you might think at first glance. Believe me, Gadmar. I know. Gadmar looked at Otan with interest and smiled. You're not the first person to tell me this. Just because it's true. Gadmar nodded, then pulled the bowstring tighter and fired. Right in the center. Well, well, Otan applauded. You are not so simple. Gadmar curtsied and gestured to Otan to take his place. Otan's 2nd arrow hit the red circle. I shouldn't have drunk beer. Otan shook his head in annoyance. Gadmar took the last arrow and prepared to shoot. Taking his position, he slowly pulled the bowstring. For Otan to win, Gadmar would only need to hit the blue zone, and then the boy would automatically win. For a second, he turned to him. Otan, with a hopeful look in his eyes, was looking only at the tip of Gadmar's arrow. Helping the boy go to the cinema was the least he could do. And Gadmar fired. Right in the blue zone. Yes. Otan Nosser cried out triumphantly, "I have won." Gadmar shook his head with feigned annoyance and put the bow aside. "Yes," he sighed, "I didn't have a chance." Otan looked closely at Gadmar, and for a second he even felt sorry for him. "Okay." Otan Nosser lightly slapped Gadmar on the shoulder. "You're not in the running. I train almost every day. A little practice and you'll get it. I'm sure. You shot really well." "Thank you," smiled Gadmar, and handed Otan 3 gold coins. "Will that be enough for a movie ticket?" "Oh," and Otan is all flushed with excitement, and there will be some left over for snacking. Otan took the money and immediately put it in his pocket. "Well, thank you for the shooting range," said Gadmar. "I really enjoyed it. I'll stop by again sometime." Otan just nodded silently. Gadmar took a few steps towards the exit when Otan stopped him right at the threshold. "Gadmar, if you don't mind," he scratched his head. "And of course, if you have any money left, let's go to the cinema with me. I promised my friend to take her to the cinema if the opportunity arose, and I think she certainly won't mind the company." "You are sure?" 100%, Otan nodded. "In 2 days, the screening of some Batman Begins by Christopher Nolan will begin. The title is strange, of course, but I think it will be interesting. The poster was cool." "Oh yeah," smiled Gadmar. "The film is super. You'll definitely like it. I watched it 10 times as a kid." For a second, their gazes met. The boy looked down at the floor in embarrassment and scratched the back of his head. For some reason, Gadmar felt that Otan sincerely wanted him to go with him. What was that? Ordinary politeness? Apparently, Otan didn't have that many friends, so Gadmar simply couldn't refuse him. "So you don't have to ask me twice," laughed Gadmar Falls. Part 2. Life Goes On. Chapter 7. Spring 2030. Mia slowly opened the door and shone the flashlight around. Silence. No one. But she couldn't let her guard down. She had learned that lesson very well. The girl took her backpack off her shoulder and began rummaging through the shelves in search of food. Rotten cheese and eggs, sour milk, rotten vegetables and fruits. She turned left, stepping over broken tiles. There was a cracking sound and Mia froze in place, holding her breath. The girl looked down. Shards of a broken bottle. The canned food section was in complete disarray. The sagging shelves had been completely dismantled. Mia dropped to all fours, tapped the flashing light, and began rummaging under the shelves. There! Finally! She pulled out a can of peas that had rolled over and stuffed it into her backpack. It wasn't much of a treat, but after 2 days of starvation she had no choice. She had lost all her camping supplies while trying to escape them. As always, they had come unexpectedly. Mia hadn't even had time to pack up camp, but somehow she had managed to grab a backpack with drinking water and a map of the area. Mia still couldn't believe she'd managed to escape. They probably hadn't touched her supplies. She'd never seen the creatures eat dried berries or nuts. But she wouldn't check. It was too dangerous to go back. If they had appeared in an area once, they'd probably have laid eggs in the immediate area. That meant they wouldn't be leaving the area for the next couple of weeks. Rising to her feet, Mia looked around once more and went further into the hall. In half an hour of searching, she managed to find a Mars chocolate bar, a pack of cheese chips, and a liter bottle of water. On the second floor, she picked out jeans that fit her, a summer cotton dress, a few t-shirts, batteries for a flashlight and camera, boxes of nails, a hammer, and a few other little things to furnish her new home. Her eyes were bursting from the abundance of things. but she needed to moderate her appetite and adequately calculate her strength. No matter how much she wanted to take all this stuff home, she needed to pull herself together. Of course, next time it might not be safe to come here, but she had already collected enough supplies, even more than she could have hoped for. The pharmacy display case was smashed, and most of the medicines were taken. It's good that at least some painkillers, a couple of bottles of alcohol, and a pack of bandages remained. Mia glanced at her wristwatch and exhaled. It was already 1:30. A couple of hours had passed unnoticed. It was time to go home soon to make it before dark. But she could take a few minutes to rest and have a snack. The girl leaned her back against the broken fountain in the center of the room. She pulled a player out of the inside pocket of her jacket, inserted an earphone into her left ear, and started the Imagine Dragons playlist. Mia stretched her legs out to her full height, smiled tiredly, and pulled a Mars bar out of her backpack. Opening the wrapper, she broke the chocolate bar in half and took a small bite. Chewing slowly, Mia tried to stretch out the pleasure as long as possible. That same long-lost taste of childhood. How long had it been since she had eaten chocolate? A year? 3? No. Much more has passed. Memories from her distant childhood surfaced before Mia's eyes. On New Year's Eve, she and her brother waited until their parents fell asleep and tiptoed to the tree in the living room. By that time, several boxes of New Year's gifts were already lying under it. Much later, as teenagers, they would remember that prank with smiles on their lips, calling it the sweetest night of my life. Only Mia remembered that it was actually a bittersweet night. In just half an hour, the children ate all the sweets from the huge gift set in the form of a cardboard tower. The next morning, Mia's mother scolded her for letting her younger brother eat the peanut candies. 5-year-old Mia had no idea that someone could have such a thing as an allergy. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a sharp noise in the distance. The girl immediately jumped up from her seat and pulled out a knife. She grabbed her backpack and ducked. After a few seconds of waiting, she peered out from under the concrete barrier and headed toward the supposed source of the noise. She slowly walked up to the bench under the fake ficus tree on bent legs. The sound was coming from there. Mia gripped the knife tighter, and the next moment lunged behind the bench and almost burst out laughing. Mia sighed in relief and took a step back. "Oh my God, Mia, you're such a fool!" The girl scolded herself and smiled. A German Shepherd puppy peeked out from a trash can that had fallen over. Mia slowly squatted down and pointed the flashlight in its direction. There were noticeable bloodstains near the trash can. Oh my God. Mia took out bandages and alcohol from her backpack. "Poor thing, what happened to you?" She mopped the bandage and reached for the puppy, but it didn't seem to be in any hurry to come out. The animal whined softly and crawled back. Mia shook her head and sighed in disappointment. The girl broke off a small piece of chocolate and placed it near the urn. She stepped aside and began to wait. For several minutes there was no sound, but then the guttural whine was heard again, and the puppy slowly crawled out. Limping on one paw, he sniffed the chocolate and swallowed it greedily. Mia reached forward to touch him, but the puppy suddenly raised his head and rushed back to his hiding place. The girl immediately threw down the remaining piece and stepped aside. Come on, Mia whispered. "Don't be afraid." For a while, a barely audible rumbling could be heard from the depths of the urn. Then, an oppressive silence reigned, and Mia began to think that she had found him too late. "Well, please, come on." The next moment, the puppy barked in response and crawled towards the treat. Grabbing the chocolate, he quickly turned around and trotted back. Mia smiled at the corners of her lips and rose to her feet. The girl picked up her backpack and headed for the exit. When she reached the emergency exit door, she heard a muffled snort behind her. Mia turned around slowly, holding the flashlight out in front of her. Sitting on its hind legs, its muzzle tilted to the side, was a German Shepherd puppy. It stood up on its paws, spun around, and wagged its tail gratefully. "Looks like you've made your choice," Mia chuckled, patting her new friend on the head. Bright rays of sunlight penetrated the room through the slightly opened blinds. Mia slowly opened her eyelids, stretched blissfully. She glanced at the clock in the corner. God, 8:30. Now she could not even remember the last time she allowed herself to get up so late. The girl had trained herself to manage to do as much as possible in the first half of the day, and to go to bed as early as possible. But now the 3rd month was approaching without a single incident. They had not come for a very long time. At some point, Mia even began to worry about it. But then she simply decided to believe that maybe they left as unexpectedly as they arrived. The girl really wanted to believe it, and every day without the blinding purple glow in the sky reinforced this confidence in her. But she still tried not to lose her vigilance. Deep down, she knew that it was not over yet. They could come back at any second. But every time she woke up in the soft bed of her own home, and soft sunlight greeted her, and the barking of a hungry gingerbread man came from the kitchen, Mia still had a glimmer of hope that everything could still be fixed. All that was left was to work hard and believe above all in herself. After washing up, Mia decided to treat herself to some peanut butter crackers. She had found these treats last month but had been saving them for a special occasion. So why not now? There might never be a better time. The girl put a cracker, generously smeared with peanut butter, into Gingerbread's bowl and sat down at the table in the living room. The dog, barely catching a whiff of the fragrant smell of the sticky treat, ran into the room with an excited bark. After finishing his meal in a couple of seconds, he wagged his tail and licked Mia's palm in gratitude. Gingerbread's rough tongue pleasantly tickled her skin. Mia laughed, rolling her eyes. "Okay," I convinced him. The girl dipped the knife into the jar of paste, spread it on another cracker, and handed it to the dog. "This is the last one." Gingerbread barked happily, spun around in place, and swallowed the sweet. My God, Mia hugged him around the neck and, stroking his head, kissed him on the cheek. "What a sweet tooth you are, buddy. Soon you will get really fat and won't be able to chase a single hare in the forest." When it was time for her morning reading, Mia stood in front of the bookcase for quite a long time, lost in thought. Last week she had finished reading the gardening guide, Vegetable Gardening for Dummies, Build Your Own House, refreshed her memory of several chapters from the practitioner's handbook, and half-heartedly leafed through a few pages of a damp booklet on fishing. There were no fish left in the local lake anyway, so it was unknown when she would need to use these skills again. Instead, she had been busily studying all the gardening books on the shelves, and she had not gone wrong. The harvest of apples, gooseberries, potatoes, carrots, and garlic was quite decent. As a child, Mia had always watched her grandmother working in the garden with boredom, and she could not even imagine how much her life would depend on this in the future. She could be proud of herself. But today, Mia decided to take a break from boring applied books, and her choice fell on Anthony Burgess's A Clockwork Orange. The worn cover from her favorite series of exclusive classics was a little soft, but the text itself was in perfect order. Reading became an integral part of her life. Mia tried to read as much as possible every day. When she went out into the city, she did not miss the opportunity to replenish her library. Most often she took books from abandoned bookstores, supermarkets, and city libraries. But even when breaking into an abandoned apartment or house, the girl did not see anything reprehensible in taking a favorite novel from the former residence. Can this be considered stealing? Mia took things from people who will never be able to use them. All these books, clothes, cutlery, and household appliances were no longer their property. And in today's reality, everything comes down to a simple formula. Whoever took it first became the new owner. The girl brewed coffee in a Turk, poured the aromatic drink into a cup, and settled down with a book in the veranda. It was a clear, sunny day outside. There was not a single cloud in the sky. A light breeze stirred the fallen leaves and pleasantly cooled the skin. Everything spoke of the imminent approach of summer. After a harsh winter that lasted until the end of March, Mia finally did not have to put on a triple layer of clothing. Somewhere in the distance, birds took flight and disappeared into the dense forest. After reading, Mia weeded the carrot, coriander, and radish beds, watered the potatoes and strawberry beds. Last June, the girl even managed to grow peonies, but now, due to the sudden changes in the weather, she would not risk making any predictions. Of course, she likes to see a bouquet of flowers picked from her own garden, but food always comes first. Mia visited almost all the supermarkets and grocery stores within a radius of several kilometers. At some point, the resources will simply begin to run out. It is quite possible that Mia will be able to live on canned goods and chips for several years, if she is very lucky, then even until old age. But with each passing day, she felt more and more confident in her own abilities. Mia understood that she wanted something more. She wanted constancy and confidence in the strength of her home. At this stage, nothing is more important to her. In the afternoon, the scorching sun became too hot, and the girl decided to take a break for lunch. After rest, about an hour more of reading, and the obligatory diary. Probably Mia herself did not know exactly why she continued to keep these notes every day, but for some reason she was sure that she had to continue doing this. Most likely, no one would ever even take her scribbles in their hands. But still, while there was even the slightest hope that after her death these notes would be found by some people of the new generation, newborns, or saviors, she would tirelessly share all her thoughts, descriptions of her daily routine, and her own observations regarding various natural disasters. Too long and abnormally harsh winter and only 1 month of summer, the rage of herbivores. For example, last week during a walk in the forest, she and Gingerbread were attacked by a hare. It's good that Mia managed to pull out the knife in time. Otherwise, it is unknown what the danger of a bite from a rabid animal from whose mouth a strange dark green mucus flowed would be. And of course, the most disturbing thing is the bright purple flashes in the sky. Mia has still not managed to find any pattern in their appearance. They flashed and disappeared randomly, sometimes during the day, sometimes at night, and sometimes disappeared for several months. The day Mia saw one of these flashes for the first time, she will remember forever. After all, that was the last time she saw her father. As soon as the sun began to set, Mia hurriedly gathered up all the gardening tools and stored them in the shed. Having driven Gingerbread into the house, she locked all the doors and curtained the windows. When everything was done, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. By evening, she was completely exhausted. Mia was not even in a state to cook food. Having stuffed herself with the remains of cheese crackers, the girl took a clockwork orange, opened a carton of peach juice, and sprawled out on a chair in the living room. Gingerbread snored rhythmically, lying on the rug at her feet. When Mia read the synopsis of A Clockwork Orange, she didn't think that the book would captivate her so much. Despite the fact that she was terribly tired and her eyes were already closing, she decided to read to the end. The topic that Burgess touched upon interested her greatly. Who sets the boundaries of good and evil? And does a person have the power to determine such boundaries? Or is it only God who has the power? Is it possible to eradicate a person's desire to commit crimes through violence? However, in today's reality, she will no longer be able to find answers to these questions. By 11:30, the novel was finished and put back on the shelf. Mia finished her juice, stroked the yawning gingerbread man. Having quickly washed herself in the basin in the hallway, she collapsed into bed. Her legs were throbbing from the tension. Her back was in terrible pain. But despite everything, it was a pleasant feeling. The day had gone well. Today she could be pleased with herself. Mia cracked her vertebrae, stretched blissfully, and fell asleep almost immediately. Interview number 1, May 13th, 2030. Mark. How did it all start? I have no idea. No, seriously. When this fucking apocalypse started, I was in bed recovering from a night shift. Before all this shit, I was working as a security guard at a building materials warehouse. The night before the incident day, I came home at 6 in the morning, barely took off my jacket and shoes, and collapsed on my bed. Holy shit. It was like I was hibernating. At first, I thought I slept until noon. Only later did I realize that much more time had passed. As soon as I opened my eyes, I realized that something was wrong. I lay on the bed for a while, staring at a point on the ceiling. My body was still aching from yesterday's workout. Perhaps I really should have been less keen on running on the treadmill. You could drive yourself to the grave that way. At this thought, I couldn't help but smile, and immediately regretted it. A nagging pain echoed in my lower back. I lay in bed for another 10 or 15 minutes before I finally realized that there was a deathly silence outside. I lived on the 3rd floor at the time and the window was wide, open, but there were no sounds of cars or squabbles of pedestrians, absolutely nothing coming from the street. A silence that literally gave me goosebumps. But even stranger, this light. At first I didn't notice it due to lack of sleep. But when I went out onto the balcony and looked at the sky, oh my God, it was both amazing and terrifying. The entire sky was painted a blinding purple color. It was truly an amazing and mesmerizing sight. At that moment, I literally froze in place, unable to look away. When I ran out into the street, then, tears welled up in Mark's eyes. The man covered his face with his hands and fell silent. Mia looked up from her notepad and turned off the camera. If you don't want to continue, I won't insist. Mia handed him a flask of water. Mark nodded gratefully and took a couple of sips. Just tell me. And that's where we'll end the recording. No, sorry. Mark forced a smile, blew his nose, and wiped his tears with the back of his hand. Crazy. Why am I crying in front of you? I'm ready. We can continue. The girl nodded and turned on the camera. You have nothing to apologize for, Mia said. I understand perfectly what you have been through. The man nodded, took a cigarette out of his pocket and offered it to Mia. Thank you, but I don't even want to start. The girl smiled. The man chuckled and shrugged. He struck a match, brought it to the cigarette and took a couple of drags. I myself quit about 5 years ago. Mark blew steam out of his mouth. My wife made me do it. Mia made a note in her notebook. And now, fuck it. He laughed and waved his hand through the air. You know, after all that shit that happened, you don't care about little things like lung cancer or AIDS. I think pleasures are coming to the forefront now. It's all the same. How can you die? It's clear that none of us will last long. So I'd better enjoy the pleasures that are left in this fucking world for a little while longer. God knows there's not much left anyway. So before I die, I'd better have a blast. Mark took a final drag and stubbed out his cigarette. He tore his gaze away from the thrush sitting on the birch branch, sighed, and looked at Mia. There are very few of them left. I think in a few years the living creatures will be completely extinct. He paused and continued in general on that fateful day of the incident. As soon as I found myself on the street, I almost went crazy. You probably don't remember this. I was little, but I will never forget this nightmare for the rest of my days. Over the course of several days, the greatest countries from all over the planet went underwater. Others were incinerated by meteorites. Mia looked at Mark, fascinated. Never before had she come so close to the events of those terrible days. The girl had only fragmentary information from the diaries of survivors found at gas stations or apartments, but she had never spoken about it to anyone in person. There were piles of corpses everywhere, smoldering fires, a sickening stench of corpses in the air, hundreds of overturned cars, broken windows of looted stores. God, I can still see the mutilated body of the boy before my eyes. He was no more than 5 years old. Lord. Mia scribbled a line in her notebook and asked, "And what happened next? What happened next?" The corners of his lips spread into a sardonic smile. Oh, my dear, there was nothing further. From that moment on, there was only one path into the abyss. Africa, North and South America went underwater, as did most of Eurasia. The Earth's crust began to shift. The continental drift began. I don't know exactly what happened to Antarctica. I've met a few lunatics who claim that there are entire cities there. including underground shelters. The man laughed loudly, spat, and put the cigarette in his mouth. Life after the fucking end of the world can hardly be called life. Every day is a constant struggle for survival. You are forced to constantly scurry around like a rat in search of food and water, and you will be incredibly lucky if you can dig in somewhere protected for a long time. For example, I spent a couple of months wandering around various dumps, sleeping in abandoned apartments and in the back rooms of shopping centers, but I quickly realized that this was a damn stupid and dangerous undertaking. Marauders, fucking assholes, are always active in such places. Mark looked away. I still have the image before my eyes, Mark continued in a hoarse voice, of a mob of 6 huge thugs raping a woman and her little daughter, and leaving them to die in the rain on the street. After that, I try to live only in the forest, and only in the most extreme cases do I look into grocery stores in small towns and villages. I only came to you thanks to the dog. Mark nodded at Gingerbread gnawing on a bone and smiled. He looked so much like my boomerang. The same as Mark, spread his arms wide, ran away from me several times, but always came back. So I'm still waiting for him, although I know that he probably died several years ago. Mark paused, took a deep breath, and continued. In general, in fact, it is dangerous to even go into the villages once again. Who knows what kind of creatures might live there? After all, there has been very little wildlife lately, and mushrooms and berries too. So you have to take unnecessary risks. About those cities, Mia said with a tremor in her voice. Is there even the slightest chance that everything will go back to normal? I keep thinking that there must be some kind of government organization working to restore peace, like you said in Antarctica or somewhere else. The man rolled his eyes and shook his head. He shook his finger admonishingly and gave Mia a hard look. My advice to you, forget about your old life once and for all. If you still value your life, then you can consider yourself incredibly lucky to be on this. The man shrugged. I don't even know what to call this place. An island? A continent? Who the hell knows? Last week I met a Swede, I think. He didn't understand a damn thing in English or sign language, so we couldn't talk. You are from Russia, right? Mia asked with interest. Yes, sir, Mark nodded. And you? Estonia. I've been to Tallinn, Mark said dreamily. A most magnificent city. I was in St. Petersburg when I was 6 or 7 years old. Mia smiled. I have never seen a more beautiful city. Yes, Mark sighed. The city was just right. They were silent for a few minutes. But one thing I can tell you for sure is don't have false hopes and just try to live the time you have the way you want to. Mark smiled sadly. Well, provided that you want it. Otherwise, if you don't have the guts to commit suicide, the local cannibals or rapists will gladly do it for you. Mark burst out laughing and began to pack up camp. How quickly will humanity be able to recover from the damage done? And will it be able to find the strength to do so? In my opinion, these are the most important questions that each of us should think about now. If, of course, there is a need for it. What do you mean? He grinned and took a sip from the bottle. Why the hell should anyone bother trying to rebuild society? Do we even need to rebuild it? Maybe we deserve everything that happened to us and it will only be better for everyone? Mark shook his head and fell silent. Mia didn't take her eyes off her interlocutor for a few more seconds, but it was foolish to expect him to tell her anything else. At least, nothing that would interest her. For a first interview, it hadn't gone badly at all. Much better than she had imagined. However, Mark's story about the marauders had once again made her think about the method of finding interviewees. She had acted very carelessly. Next time, she might be much luckier. Mia nodded absently, slammed her notebook shut, and turned off the camera. Thanks for the interview. Mia finished writing the sentence in her notebook, crossed out the last words, and put it aside. Leaning her elbows on the table, she covered her face with her palms and exhaled heavily. Her head was splitting from constant lack of sleep, but there was nothing she could do. The sleeping pills had run out a few days ago, and if she went outside in such a state, Mia would be signing her own death warrant. After sitting like that for a few minutes, the girl glanced at her watch. It was already 10:30. It was crazy. She had spent more than 3 hours writing notes again, but hadn't come up with anything useful. After blowing out the candle, Mia stretched her arms forward and slowly massaged her neck in a circular motion. Her vertebrae cracked. She finished the rest of the coffee in one gulp and stood up from the table. Her numb legs ached terribly. Mia let out a heavy sigh, rubbing her calf muscles. Standing up from the table, the girl went to the window. Mia pulled back the blinds and looked out. Rain was drumming on the windowsill. The steady sound of drops always had a soothing effect on her. Pale moonlight cut through the impenetrable darkness. It was hard to see through the fogged window, but she knew what might be waiting for her there. Closing her eyes, she went back a few years for a second. The light-filled windows of the apartments, the endless stream of cars, the crowds of passers-by. Now it all seemed so far away that Mia no longer believed that it had ever really been like that. The girl stood there for a few more minutes, sighed heavily, and went to bed. She wrote a few notes in her diary and put it aside. Her eyes were inexorably closing, but something was bothering her. She couldn't get the glimmer of light from yesterday behind one of the high-rises out of her head. Apparently, it was a spotlight. Mia had already seen painted messages on billboards about some communities calling for shelter for anyone in need. At times she thought about giving up everything and joining one of these communities. But each time something stopped her. Maybe that's why she's still alive. The cottage village was located right behind the forest. Mia looked at the area through binoculars. No one. Another abandoned village. Mia came out of the bushes and headed towards the first house. The sun was at its zenith. It was stiflingly hot. After a harsh 5-month winter, Mia had already begun to forget what it was like to feel the warmth of the sun's rays. The girl was all sweaty, and by midday the temperature had risen to plus 40 degrees Celsius. It was becoming increasingly difficult to breathe. Feeling dryness in her mouth, Mia took a couple of sips of water, but she had to save it. It was unknown how long the return journey would take. Mia tied her shirt around her waist, leaving herself in just a sleeveless jacket, and moved on. The gate to the first cottage was wide open. Mia pushed the door forward and entered the property. She looked around. Dead silence. Not a single sign of life. The barn was a real mess. Shovels, rakes, and other utensils were scattered across the floor. Apparently, the owners were in too much of a hurry to leave this place. But what was the reason? Unless this area was being terrorized by a gang of marauders, why leave such a good shelter? Wasn't digging in behind the walls of your own house the best idea possible? In the current conditions, it was difficult to find a safer place. Of course, she had heard about the existence of special camps for survivors, whose members were trying to restore the old order of things. But Mia did not really believe in such places. The risk was too great. From her own experience, she already knew that almost no one could be trusted. Trust in these times is an unaffordable luxury. After rummaging around the shed for a while, Mia found a new hatchet, a few rolls of duct tape, and other small items. There was nothing useful on the ground floor of the cottage, except for a couple of forks and knives that had been left behind. There was no food or medicine. As Mia climbed the stairs to the second floor, she noticed that the photographs in the frames on the walls had been pulled out. This meant that the people who had lived here before still had some hope for a brighter future when they left the walls of their home. Otherwise, why would they spend time on such trifles while fleeing from certain death? On the second floor, there were several bedrooms, including children's. The drawers of the dressers and closets were wide open. There was nothing in Mia's size, but she still took a lot for rags. The situation with provisions was no better in the next houses. Only in one of the 6 houses did she manage to find a can of stewed meat. When she crossed the threshold of the last cottage, the sun was already setting. She had to hurry to get home before dark. The living room was in complete disarray. An overturned table and broken chairs, broken doors from kitchen cabinets, shards of broken dishes everywhere. Mia stood there in indecision for a few seconds. A trail of blood led from the stairs to the second floor. She was stunned by what she saw and could not move for some time. The girl felt her heart beat faster. Cold sweat broke out on her back and face. Overcoming her fear, she pulled a knife out of her bosom and went up to the second floor. The trail led from the bedroom. Mia tried to walk as quietly as possible, although she knew for sure that no one could be here now. But the trail was still quite fresh. She licked her dry lips, exhaled slowly, and carefully pushed the slightly open door. The hinges creaked, and Mia entered the room. It was a nursery in soft blue tones. In the middle of the room stood an open suitcase, bulging with the abundance of things. Apparently the owners of the house were trying to leave the house in a hurry, but something had stopped them. On the bedside table stood a photograph of a happy family. A man and a woman were sitting on the grass against the backdrop of a cottage, together with a laughing girl of 3 or 4 years old with a huge saint, Bernard, lying at her feet. For a second, Mia went back in her memories to her family. At that time, when she was exactly the same little carefree girl, and her main problem was the difficulty of choosing a dress for her new doll. Mia put the photo back and was about to go home, but suddenly stopped. She had completely forgotten about the bloody trail. It ended under the child's bed. Mia's knees began to tremble. She tensed up. The girl sat down on all fours and quickly looked under the bed. She couldn't help but gag. When Mia returned home, the day was already drawing to a close. As soon as the girl unlocked the door and crossed the threshold of the house, Gingerbread immediately rushed at her. They had not seen each other for only 1 day. But judging by the dog's boisterous barking, one could think that at least a year had passed. "I'm glad to see you too," Mia smiled, sitting on her knees. Gingerbread stood up on his hind legs and began to lick Mia's face. "Look what I brought you." Mia took her backpack off her shoulder, unzipped it, and took out a bag of crab-flavored chips. Gingerbread immediately sat down on his hind legs and tilted his head to the side with interest, examining the new delicacy. The girl opened the package and poured half into the dog's bowl. Joyfully barking, the gingerbread man spun around in place and buried his muzzle in the bowl. Mia took off her jacket, moved the shutters, locked both doors. The girl quickly rinsed herself in a basin and snacked on the remains of the chips. It was already deep night outside when the girl grabbed the player and lay down on the bed. Putting the earphone in her left ear, Mia chose "So Be It" by the Beatles and closed her eyes. Mia had almost fallen asleep to the soothing vocals of Paul McCartney, when suddenly the whole house shook. A piercing roar was heard outside. Over the years, she had never gotten used to it. Like the howls of a huge flock of wild animals. Mia immediately jumped to her feet and looked around. Oh God, not this. Books fell off the shelves, the sound of a shattered vase could be heard from the living room. Plates and a cup of unfinished coffee were shaking on the kitchen table. Even through the closed shutters, blinding flashes of purple light could be seen. Mia felt her insides tighten. Her hands immediately grew cold and her heartbeat accelerated. Looking at the mesmerizing purple light, Mia seemed to grow into the floor. She was unable to move. Her entire life flashed before the eyes of the 17-year-old girl. The first day of school, bike lessons from her dad, Mia's 10th birthday with her family, and one of her happiest days when she first went on stage at the school theater and played Ophelia in Shakespeare's Hamlet. Tears streamed down Mia's cheeks. At that very moment she realized that she was tired of running. They had found her again. Now they knew where she lived. So what now? Mia had to run away again? What was the point of all this now? What was the point of continuing her daily struggle for survival? What a fool she had been. She had hoped that if she hadn't seen them for months, then they were gone. But Mia knew that they always came back. No matter how much she ran, they always found her. And it was only by some miracle that she had survived until now. Maybe it was time to give up. Maybe it was time to accept her fate. The shrill scream grew closer and closer. The purple light that filled the entire room became unbearably bright. Mia sat on her knees and closed her eyes with a smile on her lips. There was a crash of broken glass. Figurines of Freddie Mercury and John Lennon from the Funko collection that Mia had found in one of the abandoned supermarkets fell from the shelves. The sound of breaking dishes, the shaking of the floor underfoot, and the barking of a dog. Gingerbread. Shielding her eyes with her hand, Mia glanced at the barking dog. Gingerbread was jumping up and down, growling at the broken window from which a blinding purple light was pouring. Mia jumped to her feet and ran to Gingerbread. "It's okay." The girl pulled the dog by the collar. "Everything will be fine." Mia pulled Gingerbread under the bed with her, hugged him, and closed her eyes. In the first seconds after she opened her eyes, Mia couldn't remember what had happened the night before. Dawn was already breaking on the horizon. A faint smell of burning hung in the air. Her entire body was aching with sharp pain. She thought she had dislocated her left wrist. Mia crawled out from under the bed and looked around. All the window panes were broken. Pieces of broken dishes were scattered on the kitchen floor. In the very place where the front door had been yesterday, there was a huge hole. Dark green slime stretched from the front threshold to the kitchen. Oh my God, Mia felt like she was suffocating. Could it be that they... "Gingerbread!" Mia shouted. "Gingerbread, where are you?" There was no answer. No joyful barking, no guttural snorting, absolutely nothing. Mia was running from room to room in panic. She ran into the bedroom, looked at all the closets and chests of drawers. Empty. There was no one in the bathroom. "Gingerbread." Mia's voice broke into tears. "Where are you?" The girl collapsed on the floor from helplessness and covered her face with her hands. She was unable to hold back her tears. She had lost her parents, her brother, and now she had lost the only ray of light in her life. But the next moment, a muffled scraping sound came from the kitchen. Mia jumped to her feet and rushed into the kitchen. The upper shelves were wide open, and oatmeal, cereal, and pasta were scattered across the floor. Mia began to open the lower kitchen shelves one by one. "Gingerbread!" Mia shouted, "Where are you?" The girl looked around, listening to every rustle. For a moment the grinding stopped, and Mia already thought that she had imagined it all. The girl sat right on the table and exhaled heavily, and at that moment her gaze froze on the overturned trash can. The girl's lips spread into a wide smile. Mia slowly approached the moving bucket. The girl squatted down and called the dog Gingerbread. Hearing the voice of his mistress, the dog immediately responded with a loud bark. Tears of happiness flowed down Mia's cheeks. The girl barely had time to touch the bucket when Gingerbread immediately pounced on her. The dog knocked her right onto the floor. Mia felt the oatmeal crunching under her. "Gingerbread." Mia laughed as the dog licked the girl's forehead. But it seemed that Pryanik was not going to stop. Having licked Mia's face, the dog raised his muzzle upwards and howled long and hard. Perhaps Mia herself could not explain the feeling that overwhelmed her. In this howl, she heard notes of happiness and joy, and at that moment she understood why she should continue to fight. After all, somewhere out there, hundreds of kilometers from here, there could be the same little girl that Mia herself had been just a few years ago. There could be a child there who would need help just as much as she did. Otherwise, why else had she lived all this time? Why had fate given her the chance to live for so long? Mia hadn't died in the plane crash with her parents and brother because she had gotten the flu the day before and stayed home with her grandmother. Mia had managed to survive all these years, avoiding the marauding gangs. Mia hadn't died last night either, when they had already entered her house. In all these years, they had never gotten this close to her. But Mia had still managed to survive. What was it? Just luck? Or a blessing from above? It was unlikely that she wanted to know the answer to this question herself. But Mia was absolutely sure of one thing. She had to find a settlement that helps survivors, helps those very people who are ready to rebuild the world. And if such a settlement does not exist, then Mia herself will create it. Mia kissed Gingerbread on the face and hugged him tightly. "Get ready, buddy." The girl smiled. "We have a long journey ahead of us." Mia didn't take too much. She put only the bare necessities in her backpack. A couple of packs of chips and canned goods for the first few days, a bottle of water, and some medicine. Putting on her backpack, Mia looked around her house one last time. No. Or rather, it was not a house. It was just another place she lived in for a couple of months. A place that served as a safe haven and a fortress. But not a home. She still had to find her home. "Let's go, baby." Mia slapped her hand on her leg, and Gingerbread immediately emerged from the basket with dirty laundry. Taking a deep breath, Mia took a step forward towards the blindingly blazing sun. A step towards destiny. Part 3. A New Beginning. Chapter 8. Our Days, 2065. There was a line of about 20 people at the entrance to the cinema, and there was still more than an hour before the show. The day was already drawing to a close. A light sea breeze pleasantly cooled the skin. During his few days in Novazem, Gadmar Falls met a couple of residents who suffered from seasickness. He had already forgotten that such a thing was even possible, although even as a child he himself could not stand sea voyages. Once after school, they went with friends to an amusement park. Ken Zervin, the life of any company, a lover of thrills, and just a crazy show-off, talked all the guys into riding a motor ship. And probably, on any other day, Gadmar would have refused this terrible idea. But among their company was Sendri Bemison, the love of Gadmar Falls' life. He fell in love with her from the very moment he sat down at her desk in the first grade. Of course, Gadmar simply could not lose face in front of Sendri and be known as a coward. A group of 7 boys and girls chipped in 30 cents each and boarded the boat. The trip wasn't that long. The boat only made one full circle around the amusement park. But before they'd been in the boat for 2 minutes, Gadmar threw up just inches from Sendri. This incident was brought up in Gadmar's mind for a couple of months. He even got the nickname Sea Puke. But Gadmar didn't care at all. At the very moment he threw up, everyone laughed at the boy. Even his best friend, the red-haired Kenfil with whom he had been friends since kindergarten. Everyone laughed at Gadmar, everyone that is, except Sendri Bemison. The girl helped Gadmar up, called the captain, and a doctor was called right away. After that incident, Gadmar and Sendri never parted for a single day. They walked together, did their homework, watched cartoons, and drew. And perhaps, if the disaster had not happened, Gadmar would have married Sendri Bemison. However, thanks to this same catastrophe, Gadmar met mania. And no matter how many times he returned to this thought, Gadmar was glad that the catastrophe had happened. Yes, perhaps it was terribly selfish and unfair to others, but he did not care. If Gadmar had the opportunity to refuse to meet mania and instead find himself in a new, non-destructive world, he would have chosen his wife and daughter in any of the possible scenarios. Even if they lived in a destroyed world, the few years spent with Mania and little Aaliyah were the happiest in the life of Gadmar Falls. The cinema building, a 1-story wooden barrack, although not very large and could only accommodate 100 people, was decorated to perfection. True cinephiles and fans of going to the cinemas of the old Earth times would appreciate the local cinema. On either side of the central entrance were posters of Alfred Hitchcock's Gone with the Wind and Psycho. Gadmar had heard about the first film from his Aunt Kira. Gadmar's mother's older sister had achieved quite good success by the age of 42. She worked as a chief physician at one of the largest hospitals in Portland, and spent all her free time watching romantic series and movies, as well as reading books of a similar genre. Gadmar even included Margaret Mitchell's Gone with the Wind on his summer reading list, but never got around to reading either the novel or its film adaptation. But after watching Psycho, 10-year-old Gadmar had trouble sleeping for several nights. For a long time, He couldn't understand what had scared him so much. After all, there were no ghosts, werewolves, bloodthirsty vampires, or terrifying demons in the film. But over the years, Gadmar Falls realized that the most terrible monster in the world is man himself. And after accepting this thought, life became even easier. With each passing minute, more and more people were arriving in the hall. Young and old couples, large noisy groups, and there were also lone wolves, like the guy in glasses sitting 2 rows ahead of Gadmar. The young man took a large bucket of salted peanuts and greedily devoured the delicacy. At the far end of the hall there was a projector screen, a couple of meters long. Apparently Novazemians visit the islands even more often than I thought. 2 or 3 times a month, or even more often. Have the islands really become that safe? You're early. Gadmar turned to Otan Nosser, who had sat down. The guy came with Ilarda. Meet him. This is Ilarda. Gadmar nodded with a slight smile. We know each other. Otan blinked his eyes in surprise. Well, I never, he drawled. When did you manage to do that? You only just arrived in Novazem? Gadmar and Ilarda exchanged silent glances. I see. Otan Nosser coughed into his fist and handed Gadmar a bag of nuts. Help yourself. Thank you. Without taking his gaze off Ilarda, Gadmar threw a couple of nuts into his mouth. It's amazing. Gadmar pursed his lips. It tastes exactly like I remember. Our scientists know their business, Otan said with pride in his voice. Looking at his satisfied smile, one might get the impression that he had some merit in this. Although, to tell the truth, that was the case. Without the hard work of ordinary citizens of Novazem, Mayor Shanter would not have been able to develop the entire city, and he himself knew it very well. There would be no resources for the work of scientists, cultural experts, and other benefits of humanity. Those benefits that Gadmar had already managed to forget about during his decades of wanderings across the United Ocean. Excuse me? A thin, stuttering voice was heard from behind. Gadmar glanced over his shoulder and saw a boy of 11 or 12. Next to him sat a thin, gray-haired man of advanced age. The boy glanced warily at his grandfather. The old man only smiled briefly and nodded. Is it true? The teenager took a deep breath. That you saw a real kraken? No, smiled Gadmar. The kraken is nothing more than a myth. Myth? The teenager frowned in confusion. Fiction, his grandfather whispered in his ear. Ah, the boy drawled. True, nodded Gadmar, a mere fiction. But the stories about whales as long as a whole Novazem or dolphins with 5 fins are the absolute truth. I even managed to catch a few of them. The boy's mouth dropped open in amazement at what he heard. And will I be able to? The teenager began uncertainly. But then he collected his thoughts and continued. Will I also ever be able to see one of these creatures? And not only them, winked Gadmar Falls. The One Ocean holds so many secrets. And we haven't even explored half of it. So who knows who or what might be hiding beyond the uncharted waters? A glimmer of hope flashed in the teenager's eyes. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, causing him to look down. Gadmar looked at the old man and saw true gratitude in his eyes. Not contempt, fear, or hatred like many other Novazemians he met at the market, but gratitude. I see you're our new celebrity. Otan Nosser nudged Gadmar in the side. Gadmar only smiled slightly and shrugged. The next second, all the lights in the room went out. The hum of the projector was heard. The Warner Brothers logo appeared on the screen, and a few seconds later, the story of the Dark Knight began. Now Gadmar would not be able to remember how many times he rewatched Christopher Nolan's Batman trilogy as a child. It was his favorite film series after Harry Potter and The Lord of the Rings, not to mention the dozens of comics he read about the Dark Knight. Gadmar donned the Batman cape, trying on the role of a crime fighter, a fighter for justice, commitment to his views, fortitude, and heroism. Yes, Batman was Gadmar's true inspiration. However, his mother never missed an opportunity to remind him that He's just a fictional character. But for Gadmar it was something more, and his father held the same views. It didn't matter to him whether his son took his example from himself, from a prominent figure in world history, or from a comic book hero. The main thing was that it was for the benefit of Gadmar himself and the whole of society. One day his father told him that in life you should always act according to your conscience no matter what it costs you. After all, if people stop responding to kindness with kindness, this world will not last long. Gadmar glanced at Otan and Ilarda. Both, as if spellbound, watched with admiration as Batman dealt with another gang of criminals. At that moment, Gadmar realized how amazing a person is. No matter what misfortunes befall people, we are able to find the meaning of life even in small things. No matter how many blessings a person is deprived of, comfort, his home, he is still able to adapt to any conditions, even the most unbearable. Each of us decides for himself where his home is. As a child, Gadmar had a hard time understanding the meaning of the phrase, "Home is not a place, but the people who surround you." But after meeting Mania, he understood her perfectly. So is Novazem a true home for most of its inhabitants? But why should Gadmar care? He is in Novazem for his own purposes. Whatever it takes, Gadmar will find Severin and make those responsible pay the price for his family's death. Caring for the people of Novazem will only take him further from his goal. However, if there is still a place in this world where every person can feel free and live the way they want, shouldn't Gadmar find it, and take with him those who refuse to live under the yoke of Mayor Shanter and his gang? At least Gadmar can try, and so be it. Larmio Dane's office was a surprising combination of simplicity and austerity. A wooden table made of red oak, designed for 6 people, was located in the middle of the room. Maps of the most famous battles of the old Earth were hung on the walls. The Battle of Hastings, the fall of Napoleon at Waterloo, the triumph of Alexander the Great at Gaugamela, and other battles. On Larmio Dane's desk stood a 1.5-meter statue of Achilles. In his right hand he held a spear, in his left a shield, on his head a helmet with a crest of horsehair. Apparently, Larmio Dane was a real lover of antiquity, the Middle Ages, and military history in general. But when I first met this man, it was hard to imagine that he could be interested in something like that. It seemed that Dane was not interested in anything except torture and interrogation. It's true what they say, first impressions are often deceiving. Dane let Gadmar into his office without the slightest restrictions. He didn't tell Zack to put him in shackles, didn't ask him to empty his pockets, and even offered him some tea. What was this? Had they really started to trust him? Or was this just another trick? And at the right moment the chief of police would put him in a cage again. Of course it was too early to make any guesses now, but Gadmar knew for sure that he had to be on his guard. "How have you been this week?" Larmio Dane put 2 spoons of sugar in a cup of tea, stirred it and took a couple of sips, feeling like a civilized person again. Gadmar Falls broke into a wicked grin. "Oh yes, certainly," Gadmar replied. "I had lunch at a local diner, went to the cinema, even did some archery." Gadmar paused and leaned forward. "But I must admit," Gadmar pointed a finger at Dane, "what impressed me most was the fear with which you and the mayor control the citizens of Novazem. I've been wanting to ask for a long time. What is it like to be Odrain Shanter's lapdog? To carry out all his orders? To risk your life at the first call? It must be very exciting?" Not a muscle moved on Larmio Dane's face. "Tell me, do you bring him coffee too? And probably to bed too?" "Yes, I will." Zack jumped up from his chair and with clenched fists went at Gadmar. "How dare you?" "It's okay, Zack." Larmio Dane stopped the guard with a gesture. The chief of police had a beaming smile on his face. "Mr. Falls is just a big joker. You shouldn't take his words so seriously." Dane laughed loudly and spread his arms out to the sides. "We all like to joke sometimes. And Mr. Gadmar apparently uses sarcasm and jokes to cope with the nightmares he experienced while traveling the One Ocean. Can we blame him? Zack shook his head and sat back down in his chair, still staring at Gadmar. For example, Dane continued, in the first months after the incident, I tried to escape reality with the help of my uncle's wine cellar. And I must admit that Mr. Gadmar chose the right strategy. You can't ruin your liver with jokes and sarcasm as much as with a bottle of good French wine. Dane laughed loudly, but neither Gadmar nor Zack followed his example. Well, Mr. Falls. Lamio Dane opened his notebook, flipped through a couple of pages. This morning I gave Mayor Shanter a detailed account of your time spent in our glorious city. Dane looked up at Gadmar and smiled broadly. Our honorable mayor is very impressed that you were able to find a common language with the locals so quickly. In these difficult times, the ability to adapt to a new environment is extremely important. Let's get to the point. Gadmar crossed his arms over his chest. I'm all for it, beamed Lamio Dane. He slammed the notebook shut and put it aside. At dawn tomorrow we set out on an expedition. I would like to immediately outline the scope of your authority. I am the group commander. You must obey me unquestioningly in everything and carry out my every order. Well, who would have doubted it? Laughed Gadmar, spreading his arms to the sides. If I tell you to hide, you will hide, regardless of Gadmar's taunts. Lamio Dane continued. If I tell you to run, you will run as you have never run in your life. And if I tell you to abandon Zack, or any other member of the expedition, including me, you will leave him to die without hesitation. A painful silence reigned in the office of the chief of police Novazem. Zack's gaze was absolutely inscrutable. Was he not at all alarmed by such words of Dane? Or would he himself be ready to abandon even an old comrade? Do you understand me? Lamio Dane's eyes were filled with icy confidence. Do I have a choice? Gadmar Falls grinned. Of course there is. Lamio Dane waved his hand. At least for now. You can refuse to participate in this expedition right now. This is your last chance. But after you board my boat at dawn tomorrow, you will obey me without question. Otherwise, the consequences for you will be unfavorable. Zack grinned a hideous grin. Yes, Gadmar glanced at him quickly. Apparently this one will leave me without thinking. Tell me, can I take a book with me? Gadmar asked with a mocking voice. You understand? On the road there is nothing better than a good adventure novel. Take whatever you want, up to 5 kilograms, Dane replied. But I assure you, you won't be bored. Oh, I have no doubt about that, smiled Gadmar. Of all his things, Gadmar decided to take with him only Shinosaurus's diary and an empty notebook. The first one to better understand the catastrophe that had occurred and to glean a couple of useful tips for himself, and the notebook to record the events that occurred during the expedition himself. Of course, Gadmar had no illusions that anyone would ever read his scribblings. First and foremost, he did it for himself. Lamio Dane assured them that they would have enough food and water supplies for the entire expedition, including the return journey. Gadmar put on a clean shirt and trousers and had breakfast of anchovy sandwiches and strong black coffee. When he reached the front door and pulled the handle, he froze for a second. Gadmar glanced over his shoulder and looked around the room. It was a strange feeling. But despite the coziness and comfort of his new home, Gadmar didn't want to come back here at all. Gadmar Falls slammed the door and walked outside. Chapter 9. The blue surface of the serene ocean reflected the crimson light of the rising sun. The cloudless horizon seemed truly boundless. Gadmar took a deep breath of the fresh sea air and smiled happily. Yes, at that very moment he was convinced that there was nothing more important to him than the ocean. Fishing on his boat, he felt truly happy. The ocean had become his home, and the inhabitants of the ocean were his new family. Sitting on a bench on board the Alemannia at the end of the day, he watched the setting sun with rapture. Perhaps even now, Gadmar was overcome with trepidation at the very thought of finding out what might be hidden beyond the uncharted waters, but does it really matter? After spending this week on board Novazem, Gadmar began to yearn for the ocean, and now, at last, he is returning home. Gadmar leaned his elbows on the edge of the iron parapet. Near the lower platform, the compartment from which boats were launched, a crowd of people scurried back and forth. Obeying Larmio Dane's commands, several skinny boys were loading sacks of supplies into the boat. One of the boys accidentally slipped and dropped a sack of medicine right into the ocean. The boy immediately dived into the water after it, fished it out, and climbed back aboard the Novazem. Without losing a minute, Larmio Dane waved to Elrain Steger and another huge, dark-skinned brute. The guards immediately surrounded the unfortunate boy and began to beat him. At best, Otan Nosser's dejected voice was heard. He would spend the rest of his life in the library, signing cards for the issuance of books. And in the worst case, Otan just shook his head sadly. The dark-haired boy was wearing a linen tunic covered in patches, smeared with some black spots in several places. Do you think Gadmar looked at Nosser? Are there still people left on the islands? If there are any left, the boy shrugged. They are not the same as before. When members of our expeditions go to the islands, they always wear gas masks and special protective suits. What happens if you don't wear this suit? Nosser looked at Gadmar with curiosity and smiled sadly. Kessen Adarin, one of our ecologists. Otan coughed into his fist, or rather, one of the former ecologists. Last year caught on some branch, fell to the ground, and broke his gas mask. And it must be said, after this incident, Adarin lasted quite a long time, more than half a year. But can you call it life? Otan Nosser sighed heavily. The changes his body had undergone were simply horrific. Adarin constantly smelled of some disgusting mixture of clay and silt. His entire body was covered in dark blue secreting veins. His speech was completely incoherent. A dark green viscous substance flowed from his mouth, and he was constantly trying to attack someone. Like rabies? Otan tilted his head to the side thoughtfully. Yes, he drawled, exactly. Like rage. After a few seconds of silence, Gadmar asked, Listen, Otan. Is it true that Novazem meets with each of the remaining cities no more than 2 or 3 times a year? Gadmar's question stumped Otan Nosser. The young man's face instantly turned pale. Otan looked around. 2 women in worn robes walked past. They were carrying huge baskets of laundry in their hands, and it seemed they weren't even paying attention to what was going on around them. Listen, Gadmar. Otan looked the man straight in the eyes. The boy's brown eyes showed undisguised fear. If I had known about all the affairs of Mayor Shanter and his henchmen, then I certainly would not have worked at the shooting. Gallery! Nosser smiled sadly and looked down at the ocean. The sun was slowly rising over the horizon. A blinding sun path lined the surface of the water, attracting with its mystery and the unknown. You have nothing to fear. Gadmar put his hand on Nosser's shoulder. Tell me what you know. Otan sighed heavily, running his hand through his greasy hair. It was 3 or 4 weeks ago. I closed the shooting range for the night and went to my hut. It was about 11, and most of the people had already gone home. But even then, one odd thing caught my eye. There were no guards on our tier. Only 2, Shers and Gator, were drinking beer from Ron's. But they don't count since they were off duty at the time. And anyway, they should have been thrown off the Sir. Otan, smiled Gadmar. Let's get to the point. Zack will come for me in a couple of minutes. Well, excuse me? Nosser spread his arms indignantly. You asked me to tell you, so I started. And I've never been a good storyteller. Otan, sighed Gadmar. Well, okay, Nosser replied, almost shouting. So, I walked past Chers and Gader, who were drinking. But the strange feeling of renunciation still didn't leave me. For ordinary residents of Novazem, a curfew has been introduced. No step out of the house after 11. Exceptions. Only the owners of establishments such as snack bars or entertainment venues like my shooting gallery. Otan broke into a smug smile. It was obvious that the young man wanted to tell something else about his shooting gallery. But turning to the angry Gadmar, the smile immediately disappeared from the young man's face. Otan cleared his throat and continued. As I said, what surprised me most was the lack of guards on duty. This had never happened before. Although perhaps... At these words, Otan Nosser fell silent and thought about something. Perhaps Gadmar Falls continued for him. You just didn't notice it? True. Otan nodded absent-mindedly. Maybe so. But the most interesting thing was further. When I'd already reached my hut, inserted the key into the keyhole and heard the roar of an engine. Not even that. It was a thunderous roar of several dozen engines at once. I immediately ran to one of the watchtowers, and even there was no one there. Of course, I was taking a big risk. But at that moment I was overcome by such curiosity that it was simply impossible to restrain myself. And what happened next? Asked Gadmar with a patient smile. And then what? Otan Nosser threw up his hands. Without wasting a minute, I climbed up the watchtower. For the first time in my life, by the way. I climbed to the very top and looked around. The searchlight was turned off at that moment. Apparently, on purpose. Well, I didn't turn it on so as not to attract attention, but I was still able to see something. At the very bottom platform. Otan Nosser waved his hand towards the very platform where Larmio Dane's men were loading supplies. There were dozens of boats. Even from the top of the tower you could hear hundreds of voices. I don't know where so many people came from. As far as I know, we in Novazem have no more than 100 regular guards. Were these people from another city? Apparently so, Otan nodded. But the worst thing was what followed. The young man shook his head sadly. The roar of the crowd's voices gradually died down. But after a couple of seconds one could clearly make out the shrill screams of women, children, and even old people. Otan looked away. After a few minutes of screaming and shouting, Otan Nosser continued in a trembling voice. 2 or 3 boats began to sail away. I don't know what happened next because I got really scared and ran away. The young man covered his face with his hands. It seemed he could burst into tears at any second. Gadmar looked at the boy thoughtfully. He did not interrupt him because he saw that he was already trying to squeeze out these words with all his might. Even if one of the gods had seen Otan that night but decided to remain silent, then now if someone found out that he had told him, Gadmar, about this, it was scary to imagine what they could do to him. But, as Gadmar had guessed, Mayor Odrain Shanter was hiding something. Behind his false mask of a benefactor and good-natured ruler, there was a completely different person. Even though he said that each of the Novazemians was free to leave the city whenever they wanted, Gadmar immediately realized that this was a lie. In the current circumstances, nothing could be more valuable than human strength, and a ruler like Shanter would not part with it for free. If Gadmar's suspicions about Odrain Shanter's slave trade are confirmed, then this thread could lead him to the mayor of Savarin. And the man who buys people as living physical force could certainly have given the order to kill Mania and Aaliyah. And after all the painfully long years of searching for this bastard, Gadmar will finally give him what he deserves. It's all right. Gadmar patted Nosser on the shoulder as he leaned over the parapet. The young man slowly looked up at him. Nosser's cheeks were noticeably flushed, his eyes were wet. Otan sniffed and forced a painful smile. Gadmar turned his gaze to the lower platform. Dane's men had finished loading the boat. Zack and Elrain approached the chief of police. As always, Novazem's guards were dressed in black leather vests and white shirts with cotton pants. Zack leaned over to Larmio Dane and listened attentively. The young man nodded vigorously, shook Dane's hand, and waved to Elrain Stigger. He picked up a heavy bag from the floor, from which light green rubber suits were visible. The same suits that were supposed to protect against the poisonous air of the islands? Gadmar could not get Endra's words out of his head. Could there really still be living people on the islands who had not undergone any changes? What if there was no longer any danger, and people could once again populate the remaining land. But a couple of years ago, when Gadmar came to sell 10 kilograms of trout at the Caravelle market, he saw with his own eyes a man from the islands. He had undergone simply catastrophic changes, and it was even worse than Otan had described. The poor guy's eyes had completely leaked out, his skin was all covered in scabs and, as Otan had said, dark green mucus was flowing from his mouth, and the disgusting stench of death that came from him could be smelled several meters away. For fun, this unfortunate man was put in a cage for everyone to see, and with the help of a hand crane, he was hung over the water. Almost everyone at the market, from traders to ordinary customers and the owner of the market himself, a rosy-cheeked fat man, Keshir Gemis, did not miss the opportunity to mock. The poor guy? They threw rotten food at him, spat and called him names. It is unknown how long he would have hung there until Gadmar reminded him that he could pose a threat of infection. Only then did Keshir Gemis appeal to the voice of reason and give the order to burn the poor fellow. However, what if Endra's words about settlements of completely healthy people are not fiction, but reality? Probably for Gadmar himself, this did not change anything. With each passing day, the memories of his previous life before the incident were increasingly erased from his memory. And to tell the truth, the happiest moments for Gadmar himself were life in a floating house with Mania and Aaliyah. Gadmar could no longer imagine his life without the ocean. But as for the rest, Gadmar turned to Otan and smiled encouragingly. If there is any way to help Endra and her sweet-toothed little girl Sayla, Otan, Ilarda, and any Novazem who wants to escape from the yoke of Odrain Shantar, Gadmar will do everything he can to help. Heavy footsteps were heard from the stairs. A few seconds later, Zack approached Gadmar and Otan, accompanied by 2 guards. Well, Zack crossed his arms over his chest. It was impossible to tell what was going on in the boy's head from his stern, impenetrable gaze. Are you ready to go? Otan Nosser glanced quickly at Zack, then straightened up and stood directly in front of Gadmar. Good luck. Otan extended his hand to Gadmar and smiled sadly. I hope you'll be back in time for the screening of the first part of Terminator. Gadmar laughed merrily and shook the trembling hand. Chapter 10. They had been sailing for about 20 minutes, but Novazem was still in sight. The majestic floating city alone inspired fear and awe in anyone who dared to attack it. Gadmar doubted very much that one of the Ravager gangs would even risk showing up in sight of Novazem's watchtowers. Gadmar still couldn't get the Ravager's attack on his Alemannia out of his head. They simply couldn't help but see Novazem approaching on the horizon. Why would they risk their lives by attacking a run-down fishing boat? After all, any fool from a bandit gang knows that once you get within sight of a floating city, your chances of staying alive are very slim. Of course, you might get lucky if the Novazem captain considers you not worth the effort and does not change course. But that is a rare case. Knowing how much trouble the Ravagers and other bandits bring to the floating cities, they will not use the opportunity to punish the bandits. Plundering caravans, attacking markets owned by the mayors of the floating cities. Yes, they had plenty of reasons for mutual hostility. Ever since the attack, Gadmar had been haunted by the idea that Mayor Shantar had orchestrated it. There was every reason for that. Odrain Shantar wanted to appear a hero for saving Gadmar's life. And perhaps such a plan would have worked if Gadmar had not had his own motives. But how many hunters had Shantar won over to his side? Gadmar had not met a single hunter among the Novazem guards, at least none that he knew. And over the decades of wandering the One Ocean, Gadmar managed to get to know many colleagues in the trade. The Caravelle market, the home of various rabble from all the waters near the Blue Crosses, the gigantic 20-story platform south of Skull Island. Hunters and other mercenaries could be found anywhere. You didn't even have to try hard to find them. Most often, hunters look for customers themselves. After all, they have to live on something. Not everyone became such a fan of fishing as Gadmar. Most hunters do completely different things. Kidnapping people from floating cities, contract attacks by the mayor of one city on the caravan of another. And once Gadmar even heard that the famous hunter, the one-eyed Persian Decavinio, received an order to kidnap the daughter of the mayor of New Madrid. Apparently, the order came from the mayor of Severin or Cazond, whose mayor has already managed to destroy 2 floating cities in the last 5 years. However, having become better acquainted with the mayor of Novazem, Gadmar realized that Odrain Shanta could very well have given the order to kidnap the child. And for this, he does not even necessarily need to have some clear goal. Shanter could have done it simply for fun and pleasure, to amuse his ego, or, more likely, simply because he is bored. What are you thinking about? Gadmar's thoughts were interrupted by Larmio Dane. Gadmar Falls responded with a meaningful silence. He never understood what had prompted Mayor Shanter to send such a valuable watchdog as Larmio Dane to this risky undertaking. Perhaps he knew that no one should handle such an important task better than him. Although, leaving Novazem without the supervision of such an experienced warrior and strategist, which Dane apparently was very reckless. The Novazem chief of police wore a blue coat with gold buttons. He wore aviator sunglasses. As always, Dane had a smug smirk on his face. Larmio was sitting in the back of the boat with Gadmar and Zack. Elrain Steger was in the front at the helm. An odd choice for a helmsman, since he was always twitchy and unstable and could pull off some crazy stunt at any moment. Next to Elrain stood a tall, broad-shouldered brute, Denaric Othios, the same dark-skinned brute who had beaten up a kid this morning for dropping a bag of medicine into the water. Othios was a terrifying mixture of muscle and a man who would do anything Larmio Dane ordered. Gadmar didn't know what Denaric Othios owed the chief of police, but apparently the big guy would even give his life for him. Othios took out a pair of binoculars from the dashboard and began to examine the horizon. Dane dangled his right arm over the side of the ship and closed his eyes in bliss. "I love this feeling," Larmio said with feigned pleasure. "The sun is shining high in the sky. The cool water is tickling the skin. The mesmerizing hum of the engine. In these seconds you feel like a real master of the world. It seems that more is not needed for happiness. Just you, your boat, and the endless ocean. All this is of course good," answered Gadmar. "But for complete happiness we would also need an endless supply of fuel and food." Larmio Dane looked at Gadmar and broke into a wide smile. "I like this guy." Dane threw his head back and laughed loudly, clapping his hands. Zack sat stone-faced, not reacting to his boss's boisterous mirth. Dane pushed his glasses up onto his forehead and moved closer to Zack. "Oh, come on," Larmio slapped the boy on the shoulder. "Don't be so gloomy. Just imagine, while the rest of the Novazemians continue to toil as usual, we are heading out to meet adventures again. You can't even dream of more. Yes, we are risking our lives again, of course. But as for me, without risk, life has no meaning at all." Zack looked at Gadmar questioningly, then turned his gaze to Dane and smiled slightly. You had to give Dane his due, Gadmar thought, despite his arrogance and egotism. The man really knew how to surprise. He was not one of those who always sat back, like Odrain Shanter. No, this one was always pushing forward. Whatever the case, such people deserved respect to one degree or another. "Yes, sir," Zack Ferrodin nodded. "You're absolutely right. There's no getting around it. I just don't like it when we have to share a boat with scum like this." Now, Zack," Larmio Dane clucked. "You shouldn't insult Mr. Falls. I'm sure you wouldn't want to run into him in an alley late at night coming home from duty." Dane glanced quickly at Gadmar. The chief of police had a smug grin on his face. "I've been wanting to ask for a long time." Gadmar stared at Zack, who was flushed with anger. "Where did you get that scar under your left eye?" Gadmar tapped his finger under his eye and leaned forward. "Got a scar when you tried to shave for the first time?" Gadmar grinned sarcastically. Zack clenched his fists until they hurt, and jumping up from the bench, he went straight for Gadmar. The hunter immediately rose to his feet, but then Larmio Dane stood between them. "What have you done?" Dane's voice rose to a scream. His eyes were blazing with rage. "Sir, Zack muttered. But Larmio Dane immediately pushed him away. "Shut your mouth," Dane said icily. He shook his finger at Zack and turned to Gadmar. "Mr. Falls, I understand that you are accustomed to this kind of behavior among your—" Larmio Dane gave Gadmar a contemptuous look. "Among your acquaintances," Dane smiled. "But that's not the custom here. I'd like to ask you, isn't that the custom with you?" Gadmar laughed. "This is being said to me by a man who gives orders to put the first person he meets in chains? A man who obeys a tyrant who has made an entire city his slaves?" Gadmar's attack had no effect on Dane. The same icy steadfastness and completely calm expression. Yes, this man definitely knows how to control himself, especially when the result of an important mission is at stake. That's why Mayor Shanter sent Dane to lead the group. Any problems? Danarikotheos loomed over Gadmar, like a giant mountain that had grown out of nowhere. No, Dan. Larmio Dane smiled and ran his hand through his oiled hair. "We're all right. You can go back to your post." "Sir, here's the thing." Oteos cleared his throat. The bull's voice sounded confused. Gadmar turned to face him and realized that he was not mistaken. Sweat was pouring down the bull's forehead. The 2-meter-tall Danarikotheos, who inspired fear with his appearance alone, was now himself frightened by something. "Speak," sighed Larmio Dane, waving his hand impatiently. "Look for yourself." Oteos handed Dane the binoculars. Larmio grabbed the binoculars and walked a few steps to the instrument panel. He glanced at the radar. Several white dots were pulsating on the screen. Every few seconds more of them appeared. "Shut down the engine," he ordered Elrain Stiger. When the boat came to a complete stop, Larmio Dane climbed up the side ladder to the bow of the vessel. He leaned on the railing, raised his binoculars to his eyes, and peered at the horizon. The sun was shining directly into his face. Dane looked away and rubbed his eyes. Larmio could feel the scorching heat of the yellow dwarf on him. "Damn you," Dane cursed, and put the binoculars aside. Larmio Dane quickly unbuttoned his coat and threw it aside. The white linen shirt was soaked through. Dane picked up his binoculars again and began scanning the horizon. Meanwhile, Gadmar, Zack, and Daenerys positioned themselves directly behind Elrain and watched Dane's actions. At that moment, Gadmar clearly noticed that there was no trace left of the chief of police's former determination and calm. What could frighten a man like Larmio Dane? Gadmar put his hand to his forehead and tried to see what had attracted Danarikotheos' attention. But it was all useless. Without binoculars, there was no point in even trying to see anything. "What did you see there?" Gadmar turned to Oteos, but he didn't even pay attention to him. Gadmar wanted to climb after Dane, but the chief of police was already climbing back up himself. "What's the matter, sir?" Zack asked in an agitated tone. Dane thrust the binoculars into Danarikotheos' chest and shouted to Elrain, "Start the engine and set a course west. Let's try to use our speed advantage. With luck, the Ravager troughs will lag behind by a few knots." Well. Elrain Steger whistled and turned the ignition key. "Zack and Dan, follow me," Larmio commanded, descending the ladder into the hold. Zack immediately set off after Dane. Danarikotheos was stunned for a few seconds. "Dan! Damn you!" Larmio Dane shouted from the hold. "Get your fat ass here." Danarik immediately came to his senses, handed the binoculars to Gadmar, and went down into the hold. When the engine started again, Elrain jerked the wheel to the left so hard that Gadmar almost flew overboard. "Be careful there," shouted Gadmar, shaking out the bottom of his trousers. But Elrain didn't even turn around. Amazingly, he was able to squeeze 20 knots out of the boat in just a few seconds. Gadmar's Alemannia needed at least a minute to do this. While Dane and company were busy in the hold, Gadmar sat down on a bench and peered through binoculars. Yes, things are really bad. There were at least a dozen Ravager boats heading their way. He could see the skulls and bones hanging from the bows of their vessels from dozens of kilometers away. Or maybe it was just Gadmar's imagination. After all, he had encountered the Ravagers dozens of times in his life, and had even been a prisoner aboard the Cranium, the boat of their leader, Yanir Skullcrusher. The Ravagers were famous for their penchant for total destruction of everything that stood in their way. Having plundered the boat of their victim, they would prefer to burn it to the ground in front of its former owners. And only after the ship exploded would they execute them. Absolutely reckless and unbalanced savages who would not spare either children or the elderly. The Ravagers have no principles or rules except for one, to destroy everything in their path. Sometimes Gadmar was even surprised how they had not yet killed each other. After all, they obeyed Yanir Skullcrusher only out of fear. The leader of the Ravagers loved to practice various methods of punishing guilty members of the gang. Yanir personally cut off limbs, threw prisoners to be torn apart by sharks. But the most terrible thing for any Ravager is to be chained to the bow of the Cranium. You could lie there for days on end, languishing from the scorching heat, hunger, and thirst. Any Ravager will tell you with unshakable certainty that there is no worse death. Meanwhile, Elrain had already squeezed 40 knots out of the boat, and in its best years this vessel would have been able to show even better results. But definitely not today. The boat was designed for a maximum of 4, and given the dimensions of Daenerys Oteos, there were at least 6 on board now. And there were also provisions and weapons worth several dozen kilograms. Gadmar peered through his binoculars and froze. The Ravagers were only a few kilometers away. Step up. Larmy O'Dane emerged from the hold, Zack and Daenerys right behind him. They each held an automatic rifle in their hands, and Dane had a bow and quiver of forked arrows slung over his shoulder. "I'm getting the most out of her, sir," Elrain Steger replied, his voice shaking. The blond boy looked completely lost. Elrain's gray-green eyes darted feverishly around the entire dashboard of the boat. "Go to hell." Larmy O'Dane grabbed Elrain by the collar of his shirt and threw him to the floor. "You brainless idiot." Daenerys helped Elrain up, but he didn't dare approach Dane anymore. Steger took the machine gun, a box of ammunition, and went to the back of the boat. "There's nothing you can do." Gadmar sat down next to Dane, taking the passenger seat. "We're overloaded. You shouldn't have brought so many weapons, and it would have been better to leave Daenerys in Novazem. Mr. Falls, keep your advice to yourself." Larmy O'Dane waved his hand and jerked the wheel sharply to the right. Now their boat was heading straight for the Ravagers' boats. "What are you doing?" "Saving our lives," laughed Larmy O'Dane. "Which is what I advise you to do. Take a weapon and ammo, and get ready for battle." Gadmar stared at Larmio for a few seconds, his eyes wide with amazement. No, he was definitely not joking. Dane had taken the boat straight into the clutches of death. He went crazy. Gadmar spread his arms to the side and approached Zack for the rifle. Without taking his contemptuous gaze off Gadmar, Zack turned to Dane. "Sir, are you sure you can trust him? What if he tries to—" "Damn it, Zack." Dane slammed his palm down on the dashboard. "Leave those things. There's no time for this. Just give him the damn rifle and get ready to defend yourself." "Yes, sir." Zack handed Gadmar a rifle with a small box of ammunition. "And that's all?" Gadmar grinned. "Excuse me, Your Majesty," Zack drawled, bowing as if greeting a king. "That's all that's left. If you find it more convenient to fight with oars, you can go down into the hold for them." Gadmar did not react to his taunt. Taking the weapon, he silently turned around and walked away a couple of steps. Dropping to one knee, Gadmar began inserting cartridges into the magazine. "They're circling us. Take up positions." Dane's voice was drowned out by the engine roaring at full blast, but the Novazem guards understood him even without words. Elrain and Daenerys moved to the back of the boat, the former taking up position with his rifle near the left side, the latter near the right. By the time Gadmar had finally emptied a full clip into his rifle, Zack had taken up a position in the middle of the starboard side, already aiming at the oncoming enemy. 3 or 4 Ravager boats were racing toward them from each side. Yeah, we're in deep shit. Gadmar chuckled to himself and took the rifle off safety. Falls, take the port side. Larmy O'Dane shouted over his shoulder. Gadmar jumped into position, sat down on his left knee, and cocked the trigger. The Ravager's boats surrounding the ship from all sides stopped at once. Wild shrieking cries were heard. A Ravager climbed onto the bow of one of the enemy boats from the direction of Gadmar. He was still a very young boy, no older than Otan Nosser, thin, with a red goatee and a tattoo of a green snake across his chest. "Don't shoot," Larmy O'Dane muttered through his teeth. The tattooed Ravager laughed cheerfully and raised his arms to the sides. "We thought we'd never find you again," he rasped in a hoarse voice. "Skull Crusher wants to talk to you." Chapter 11. The day was drawing to a close. Crimson sunbeams danced across the water's surface. For a moment, a bright purple flash flashed in the east. It lingered for just a few seconds and then disappeared. Over the years of sailing the one ocean, Gadmar had seen these flashes hundreds of times, but he still hadn't figured out what they represented. Wanderers from the Kervel market claimed that these were portals through which terrible creatures from other worlds came to us. Others claimed that this was a symbol of God's punishment for all human sins, but no one knew for sure. Not even scientists from Novazem. A few days ago, Gadmar had approached Serinda Palran, a 36-year-old doctor of biological sciences, with this question. But she only shrugged her shoulders and said that, most likely these flashes are a consequence of anomalies brought by meteorites. That's all. No specifics. They'd been sailing for over an hour, surrounded by Ravagers. Elrain and Othios had gone over to one of the bandits' boats. In their place, 2 Ravagers had boarded Dane's boat, including a skinny eccentric with a goatee and a snake tattoo. He called himself Regran the Heartstealer. For a second, Gadmar even thought that he had gotten the nickname because of his courtship of women. However, if you remember what merits Ravagers get their nicknames for, and looking at the huge machete in Regran's hands, it became obvious that women had nothing to do with it. Regran's partner, Sidric the Stammerer, a corpulent, rosy-cheeked fellow, had not said a word the entire time. He merely smiled stupidly, staring off into the distance. He seemed to be admiring the horizon. Regran Heartstealer sat at the wheel, whistling a cheerful tune. Zack, arms folded, glared at him. Larmy O'Dane remained icy calm. The Novazem chief of police sat with a slight smile on his lips, scraping the side of the boat with his fingernail. The Ravagers didn't even tie them up. What was the point? Gadmar and company were surrounded by a dozen Ravager boats, and every 10 to 20 minutes their numbers only increased. The Ravagers launched red and blue fireworks into the air, some kind of identification marks. Of course, they were running a high risk of attracting the attention of strangers. But apparently the people in these waters had already learned who was launching these fireworks, and they preferred not to get into trouble. Did Yanir Skullcrusher know their route in advance? Or was there an informer among Novazem's guards? Perhaps the trust and loyalty within Audrain Shanter's ranks were not as rosy as he thought. "How are things in Navare?" Regran Heartstealer suddenly lisped. "In Novazem," Zack answered with emphasis. The reddened face of the young man showed that he was holding back with all his might from attacking Regran. "Well, in Novazem," Regran wiped his nose, blew his nose, all the same, Novazem, Shmazem, or New Madrid. "As for me, they all look the same. Huge and unsightly sheds on the water, nothing more. How do you even live in these anthills? Look, soon you'll devour each other there." Regran burst into a hoarse, barking laugh. Sidric the Stammerer, echoing his friend, broke into a good-natured, silly smile. At that moment, Gadmar thought that this curly-haired giant was simply incapable of causing harm to anyone. But he knew too well that the Ravagers did not take people into the ranks just like that. Appearances can be very deceptive. We live, in general, not bad. Larmy O'Dane took the floor. We have breakfast, lunch, dinner with several coffee breaks. We play cards, chess, watch movies, read books, study, have fun, and of course, work. You know yourself. Without diligence and hard work in the present time, nowhere. You are right, sniffed Regran the Heart Stealer, and my father was of the same opinion. May the earth rest in peace. He worked from morning till night, caught fish, robbed caravans, even took part in the storming of Immerse. It was one of the biggest towns. More than 10 levels. Regran broke into a haughty smile. And my father personally took the local mayor prisoner. He seemed to be a brave man, said Gadmar Falls. Regran glanced over his shoulder, staring straight at Gadmar. I've seen you somewhere before? The Heart Stealer shook his finger. I've been to many places, Gadmar shrugged. Yes, that's right. You'll never forget that grim face, Regran laughed. You were on board the Cranium about 5 years ago. I don't know why Skullcrusher let you go, but apparently he has business with you. So he sent you for him? Larmy O'Dane couldn't hide his surprise. Who knows? Shrugged the Heart Thief. They told us to intercept the boat with the red letter H on its flag, so we intercepted it. And which of you exactly Skullcrusher is after? You'll soon find out for yourself. It seems, Zack whispered, leaning towards Larmy O'Dane. These savages are all crazy. Dane just shrugged casually. Gadmar turned his gaze to the flag fluttering in the wind, attached to the bollard. How had he not noticed it before? Not even a red one, but a fiery letter H on a black field. This symbol seemed to personify the mythical phoenix rising from the ashes. Whoever the author of this sign was, he clearly had Novazem in mind, like Noah's Ark, saving the lives of the people left on the planet. Gadmar would not be at all surprised if the designer of the flag was Audrain Shanter himself. It was in his spirit. Throughout the journey, the Ravager's boats constantly echoed with cries, songs, and laughter. Whatever anyone might say about these savages, they behaved much more freely than the inhabitants of Novazem. The Ravagers are free to do whatever they want. Yes, they may obey Yanir Skullcrusher's orders to some extent, but without a clearly defined leader, they would not have lasted so long. In the current circumstances, a person is simply needed to lead the rest. And in the end, the Ravagers themselves choose their leader, and if they see that he is not as strong as before, they will overthrow him. This already happened with Dren Bonecrusher. The Ravagers are all about mutual respect for each other. The main thing is to show that you can be useful to the entire clan. Even decrepit old men can sit in their ranks all day, fishing or helping with something in the kitchen. And when it's time for you to go to your forefathers, you're seen off with all the honors. And such a way of life could suit even Gadmar himself, if he were in a different situation. But the main reason why he would despise the Ravagers for the rest of his life was their ferocious attitude towards everyone who was not a member of their clan. Of course, if they did not plunder trade caravans, markets, and attack cities, the Ravagers would not have lived very long. And it is unlikely that such freedom-loving people could be reproached for not wanting to become a slave of one of the floating cities. However, they did not even try to act differently. They did not try to become some kind of trading corporation, surviving on the sale of fish or other goods. After all, their clan has several hundred people. They could at least try to lead a peaceful life. But for them, it is much easier to live by stealing and robbery. Gadmar had no business dealing with people like that. He had no idea what Yanir Skullcrusher might want from him. 5 years ago, he had refused to help Gadmar when he asked for a few men to search for his wife and daughter. "Forgive me, Gadmar," Yanir said then, "but my men will die only in the interests of the Ravagers. What do you think I will tell their wives when they return home?" "What will they die for? For the wife and daughter of some unknown scoundrel?" "It is an honor for a Ravager to die defending his family and his comrades, and nothing else." and perhaps Gadmar could not accuse Yanir of cowardice or unwillingness to help. He acted in the interests of his people. They trusted him with their lives, and Yanir was responsible for them. Gadmar would have done the same. Another question would be if Yanir Skullcrusher had an offer for Larmio Dane himself. Gadmar still couldn't get his last conversation with Otan Nosser out of his head. Who were those people on the boats? Was Audrain Shanter really trading in its own people? Gadmar wouldn't be surprised at all. And maybe the Ravagers were involved somehow, although that wasn't exactly their style. If someone was captured by them, then either Death or Yanir Skullcrusher, for some reason of his own, would let the prisoner go his way. And with a boat to boot, let's make a stop here. Regran the Heart Stealer interrupted Gadmar's thoughts. Meanwhile, the rest of the Ravager boats circled Dane's boat, forming something like a kind of camp fortress. The night sky, strewn with 1,000 stars, enchanted with its beauty and serenity. In several places, comets with forked tails shone. Fires were lit on the Ravagers' boats, and the songs only became more cheerful and louder. On one of the boats, a Ravager dressed in a leather loincloth invited a dark-haired girl to dance. Still very young, no older than Ilarda from Novazem, her confident gaze presented the appearance of a true warrior. The girl wore a baggy linen dress and a shell necklace. She gave him a long, flirtatious look, then grabbed his hand and jumped to her feet. The young men began to dance to the applause and wild hoots of the Ravagers gathered in the area. In that moment, they were truly free. Zack watched them dance, mesmerized. What was in his gaze? Sadness, homesickness. But did he even have a home? Did he know the true meaning of the word? Children born after the incident could only guess at the warmth and comfort of a home. They never knew what it was like to live in safety. No matter how much Audrain Shanter and the mayors of other cities assured them of the safety of their fortresses, it was obvious that the world would never be the same again. The Heart Stealer ran his hand over the back of his head and stretched languidly. There was a crunch of vertebrae. Regran rose to his feet and looked around at those gathered on board. Dane looked him straight in the eye with a slight smile on his lips. Zack looked at his feet, and Gadmar kept his eyes on the big man Sidric the Stutterer, who was smiling a childish smile. "I haven't slept for 2 days." Regran yawned and waved his hand towards the hold. "Zeka and I will spend the night there today." Of course, that was a statement, not a question. Ravagers don't ask permission from anyone, except perhaps Yanir Skullcrusher. "You're welcome." Larmio Dane smiled broadly. The Novazem police chief rose to his feet and curtsied. Even Zack burst out laughing at the sight. "Well, well," Gadmar was amazed. "It's not often you see a smile on the face of this eternally gloomy and angry youth." "That's good," the Heart Stealer croaked, and patted Dane on the shoulder. Even though Larmio continued to smile amiably, Gadmar could not help but notice the disgust that had appeared on his face. A stately lawyer or banker from old Earth might have had the same expression if he'd been touched by an unwashed drunkard from the street. "Zeka, follow me." Regran waved to the big guy and began to descend the stairs into the hold. But Sidric didn't even move. The big guy turned purple and was covered in sweat. The Heart Stealer froze and cast a puzzled look at his friend. "Zeka, what the hell are you standing there for?" "But damn you," Regran sighed, slamming his forehead against the stairs. "Sid, not now! Skullcrusher handpicked us for this mission, and you want to screw it up?" Cedric the Stammerer glanced quickly and fearfully at Dane, Gadmar, and Zack, then looked back at the Heart Stealer. "I wait to have a tea with them," Cedric said, gasping for air. "Sid!" Regran slammed his fist on the stairs and almost fell down. "Go to bed now. You'll have time to talk to them. Tomorrow, in Dead Waters. I'm sure Skullcrusher will let you make many new friends. But today we must get a good night's sleep because tomorrow is an important day, damn you, you brainless idiot. Or do you want to let Skullcrusher down?" The Stutterer, cracking his knuckles, cast an embarrassed glance at Regran. "Do you want it?" the Heart Stealer repeated with emphasis. "No, oh," Cedric drawled. That's great, Sid, Ragran nodded. Now quickly climb into this damn hold and go to bed. Cedric immediately jumped up from his seat and in a few mighty steps found himself at the hatch to the hold. After Cedric had apparently found his corner in the hold, Ragran looked out again. I hope you realize you have nowhere to run, he chuckled. Running away from new friends, Larmio Dane broke into a sly smile. What are you? Never in my life. That's great, sniffed the Heart Stealer and slammed the hatch cover. For a couple of seconds, Ragran and Zeka's bickering could still be heard from the hold. Then a loud slap was heard, and everything went quiet. I'm gonna bed too, Dane said, standing up and stretching. Wait a minute. Gadmar stood up after him. Don't you want to discuss what happened? How did we... Well, what's there to discuss? Larmio chuckled. In my opinion, it's all quite simple. Our new friends will accompany us to the great and mighty Yanar Skullcrusher. I don't know why he's so Call a spade, Gadmar interrupted, raising his voice. We've been captured. And judging by your reaction during the chase, you were as surprised by this as everyone else. It seems the Honorable Mayor of Novazem has secrets even from his favorite dog. Gadmar didn't even have time to understand what had happened, as the next moment a powerful blow to the face knocked him to the floor. How long have I dreamed of doing this? Zack grinned and spat right at Gadmar. The right side of Gadmar's face literally went numb. He immediately tried to get up, but immediately realized that it was a bad idea. Everything swam before his eyes. His head began to spin. Gadmar spat a clot of blood to the side and spread out on the floor, laughed loudly. Great hit. Gadmar gave me a thumbs up. I thought you only knew how to talk. Want more? Zack flared up, but Larmio Dane blocked his way. He's had enough, Dane replied icily. Zack looked at Larmio carefully. After catching his breath a little, the young man took a step back. Yes, sir. The young man nodded and sat down on the bench. Larmio Dane squatted next to Gadmar. I can't help but admit that it gave me some pleasure to see you in such a position. Dane's lips spread into his usual radiant smile. You know yourself that you have been asking for this for a long time. It even seemed to me, Mr. Falls, that you were eager to get a punch in the face. Perhaps I am wrong, but... That's right, nodded Gadmar and cleared his throat. Well, in that case, Dane stood up to his full height. You should be grateful to Zack for the service rendered. Larmio turned to Zack, then back to Gadmar. You won't mind if I take a nap for a couple of hours on that lovely bench, will you? Larmio Dane waved his hand toward the back of the boat. I hope you don't kill each other before dawn. Dane shrugged. The mayor will be extremely upset if Mr. Falls doesn't help us with this task. Larmio glanced at Zack. He just nodded briefly. That's good. Dane smiled and walked to the back of the boat. With a long sigh, Gadmar somehow managed to rise and lean his back against the side. Zack glared at him, a menacing, challenging look. Well, how was it? The young man grinned. Did you like it? Gadmar stuck out his lower lip and nodded affirmatively. Your blow was really well placed. Gadmar spat blood again, wiped his lips with the back of his hand. But you simply took advantage of the element of surprise. In a fair fight, I would have easily dodged it. Seriously? Zack threw his head back and laughed. Do you think there's still any concept of fairness in this world? The main thing is to survive, and it doesn't matter at all by what means. If someone put a gun to your head and you had the opportunity to stab your enemy in the liver, you wouldn't take it just because it would be sneaky. So it would be unfair. And because of such stupid moral principles, you would be willing to die. Gadmar looked at him attentively. Yes, as he thought. This guy is not as simple as he seems. Zack laughed and scratched the back of his head. I thought that a man like you had forgotten all about honesty and other moral principles of old Earth. Complete nonsense. All that is in the past. There's nothing more important than survival. A man like me? Gadmar folded his arms across his chest and tilted his head slightly, looking at Zack with interest. Hunter, Zack replied. Don't tell me you don't know what rumors are going around about you. No, smiled Gadmar. I am well aware of these rumors. Gadmar theatrically scratched the back of his head as if remembering something. What is it like there? Heartless killers, greedy bastards who only think about money, fucking cannibals, Zack added with a smile on his lips. Right, Gadmar snapped his fingers. Oh, and of course, my favorite, traffickers of children and women. Well, that's complete nonsense. At least I certainly didn't do that. After all. After these words, Gadmar immediately darkened and looked away towards the dancing Ravagers. He felt how everything inside him began to boil again. What's wrong with you? Zack leaned forward. Gadmar turned to Larmio Dane. The Novazem chief of police lay with his back to them. It was impossible to tell whether he was awake or asleep. It didn't matter anyway. Surely Mayor Shanter had told Dane everything that had happened to his family. Do you want to know why I really ended up in Novazem? Gadmar looked up at Zack. What do you know? Zack chuckled. We saved your old ass from the desolation. No. Gadmar Falls shook his head. That's only part of the truth that Audrain Shanter allowed Dane to tell you. Zack smiled for a few more seconds, looking at Gadmar's completely inscrutable face, but very soon he realized that he was not joking, and stopped smiling. Zack looked at Dane, then back at Gadmar. If this is one of your tricks, why do I need this? Gadmar asked bluntly. What's the point of me lying? Zack narrowed his eyes and cleared his throat. Well, okay, he said, and walked over to the boat's dashboard. A good story always needs the appropriate booze and food. Zack waved his hand towards the hatch. And the two idiots in the hold are probably already asleep. I don't want to start a conversation with this bastard again. So Hunter Gadmar Falls is not your spawn? Gadmar laughed hoarsely. Zack remained silent and began to rummage through the bag under the dashboard. Aha! Zack waved a pack of cheese crackers over his head in triumph. In his other hand, a half-empty bottle of red wine, just what he needed. The young man approached Gadmar. Here you go. Zack handed him the bottle and opened the package of crackers. After some hesitation, Zack sat down next to Gadmar. Having uncorked the bottle, Gadmar took a couple of sips and placed it between himself and Zack. So, what did you want to tell? Zack washed down the crackers with wine and immediately winced. My God, what a sour taste. A few years ago, I made a deal with the wrong people, Gadmar began icily, and Zack immediately stopped chewing, turning his attention to him, with the Severins. They offered me a large order for my catch. I was over the moon. It was the largest order of my life. In exchange for the fish, they offered many valuable resources, including baby food, diapers. Gadmar sighed heavily and took another swig from the bottle. Wait a minute. Zack's eyes are wide. You had kids? Girl Gadmar ate a cracker Aliyah. And the wife. Gadmar felt tears welling up in his eyes. Her name was Mania. Listen, Zack swallowed. I don't even know what I'm saying. What? You didn't expect that the hunter could have children? Gadmar laughed. No. Zack hastened to object. That's not what I meant. It's just that somehow it all doesn't fit in my head. Yeah, it's all fine. Gadmar nodded, looking Zack straight in the eye. I wasn't always a mercenary. When I lived with Aliyah and Mania, I was just a fisherman. Gadmar looked away to the laughing Ravagers on the boat next to him. The young people, having finished their dance, kissed each other to thunderous applause. When I made the deal with the Severins, Gadmar continued in a trembling voice. I thought that with the goods I would be able to feed my family for many months. I behaved like a real fool. Gadmar drank the rest of the wine in one gulp. Zack didn't even object. If it were up to him, he would go down into the hold right now and give him a bottle of vodka. But having woken up these idiot devastators, there is a chance that he wouldn't hear the end of this story. The devil knows what these savages might be thinking. Look, if this is so hard for you, you don't have to continue. No. Gadmar cut him off with a gesture. It's all right. I've been keeping this inside for years. I have to speak out. Zack nodded silently. When I swam up to the exchange site to Savarin, Gadmar continued, and unloaded all the cargo. Before I could look back, dozens of harpoons were already aimed at me. What a fool I was. Gadmar ran his hand over his sweaty forehead. I should have known something was fishy here. I should have known it back then when we made the deal, but I was so intoxicated with the lust for all these fucking trinkets. Gadmar. Zack called him by name for the first time. What did they do? Gadmar Falls wiped away the tears that had rolled down his cheeks with a quick wave of his hand. I don't know how I escaped from there. Gadmar took a deep breath. Maybe it would have been better if I had died and never learned anything. Although no, not even that. I'm sure if the Savarins had pierced me with harpoons right there on the spot, I wouldn't have suffered all these years. But in those seconds I immediately remembered that I had told them where I lived. I squeezed 40 knots out of my boat, but it was all in vain. Gadmar clenched his fists until they hurt. When I returned, my house was already in full flames. The silence that hung there was broken only by the discordant hubbub of the merry Ravagers. Gadmar looked at the comet with a forked tail, sniffed and smiled. Oh shit. I didn't even notice how I finished my wine. You asked me where I got the scar from? Zack looked Gadmar straight in the eyes. A good story would require another bottle of wine, Gadmar beamed. No, Zack burst out laughing. My story is much simpler. You remember Sharvinia? We picked out clothes for you from her. You won't forget her, smiled Gadmar. She spent a whole hour tidying up my room. Oh yeah, Zack pouted. That's just like her. In fact, I'll never forget what she did for me. I won't go into detail about what happened to my parents. I think that's enough of that for today. I understand, nodded Gadmar. For as long as I can remember, Sharvinia has always taken care of me. She was like my parents. I will be indebted to her for the rest of my life. I remember it now. As an 8-year-old boy, I dreamed of growing up quickly and protecting Sharvinia. Dissatisfied customers often came to her shop. Either she picked the wrong size shirt or didn't wash my damn pants well. And that day, 6 or 7 years ago, I found a few free minutes and decided to drop by her place for lunch. I got coffee and sandwiches at Ron's. Great place. If you tried the local cutlet, you would immediately change your mind. They both burst out laughing, and then Zack continued his story. I heard screams from Sharvinia's shop a few steps away from the exit. Bursting inside, I saw Sharvinia lying sobbing on the floor, with a couple of thugs with knives looming over her. I rushed at them, beside myself with rage. I took out one of them, the younger one, with one blow. But the other one... Zack touched the scar under his left eye. This bastard managed to cut me. Zack grinned and immediately ran away. Who were these two? Asked Gadmar. Who the hell knows? Zack shrugged. While I was lifting Sharvinia to her feet, the second freak was already gone. I didn't see them again. For several minutes they sat in complete silence, watching the beauty of the night sky. Listen, Falls. Zack broke the silence. I'm sorry you had to go through that nightmare. No one deserves that. Thank you. Gadmar nodded and smiled slightly. I would never have thought that a Novazem guard would actually protect someone. I thought you were only capable of beating up residents. Go to hell, Falls. They exchanged chuckles. After a short pause, Zack added, And I'm sorry I hit you. I just lost my temper. Don't apologize. Gadmar raised his palm. I've been asking for this for a long time. I've never been able to keep my mouth shut. I wouldn't have been able to keep my mouth shut myself. I thought you lovebirds would become friends, said Larmio Dane and burst out laughing. Chapter 12. Gadmar woke up with a sharp pain in his side. He opened his eyes to see the grinning face of Regran Heartstealer. And you like to sleep, am I right? The Ravager burst out laughing. Gadmar looked away. Cedric the Stammerer loomed over Dane and Zack with his massive, powerful body. They each held a piece of Novazem bread in their hands. Hey, look at me! Regran snapped his fingers right in front of Gadmar's face. Do that again. Gadmar slowly rose to his feet and poked Regran in the chest with his finger. And I will break your arm. Dane and Zack exchanged wary glances. Gradually, an admiring smile appeared on the face of the Novazem police chief. Gadmar and Heartstealer glared at each other for several agonizingly long seconds. From the side, they looked like two angry elks, antlers locked, fighting over territory or the right to possess a female. Gradually, Heartstealer's stern face softened, and he lightly clapped Gadmar on the shoulder. Despite the carefree and uninhibited appearance that the Ravager wanted to give himself, his concern became noticeable. He realized that it would be better to be careful with Gadmar. Regran himself did not fully understand the meaning of Skullcrusher's order to bring these people to him. Perhaps it was Gadmar that he wanted, and if Regran Heartstealer harmed him or even killed him, he would spend the rest of his days chained to the bow of the cranium. But the Heartstealer didn't want this at all. It's obvious, Regran laughed hoarsely. You're no slouch. The Ravager leaned over to the canvas sack containing the provisions and handed a decent slice of bread to Gadmar. Here you go. You must be hungry. Gadmar took the bread and ate it in a couple of bites. What was the point of refusing? To stage some kind of protest just because you were taken hostage? What for? In any case, by the end of the day they would reach the Ravager's base anyway, and Gadmar would definitely not have time to die of hunger. And he didn't need that. At least not now. It was too early. He hadn't found Mayor Severin yet, and Yanir Skullcrusher's interest in them was indeed curious. What could the leader of the Ravagers want from them? A man who takes people captive only to prolong their deaths, torturing them in the most perverted ways. I have to admit, as Regran chewed another piece of bread, he turned to Larmio Dane. This thing is damn tasty. I would suggest Skullcrusher gather all his men to storm Noser just to seize the supply of this delicacy. The Heartstealer burst into barking laughter. Novazem, Dane corrected him with an icy smile. Regran frowned. City, Dane replied. Our city is called Novazem, and the dog be with him. Crumbs and drool flew from the Devastator's mouth. The sun was mercilessly beating down. Gadmar felt beads of sweat trickling down his back. Everything indicated that summer was approaching. Fortunately, this year's winter had been one of the calmest in the last decade. But the winter of the early 2050s, it was a nightmare. The entire United Ocean was covered in a thick crust of ice for half a year. In order to catch fish, Gadmar had to chip away at about 15 centimeters of ice to reach the surface of the water. His income from selling fish was cut threefold. In those days, the main thing was to feed himself and his family. And there were periods when they went hungry for several days. Gadmar gave his portions to his wife and daughter, but even that was not always enough to feed his growing little Aliyah. For the sake of his family, Gadmar went to the most desperate lengths. He attacked other boats, whose inhabitants he had once considered his friends. He even had to kill a few of them. He would never forget that cold, contemptuous look on Mania's face when she found out the whole truth. It was a terrible time. A time that, just thinking about, made you shudder. While Regran and the others were finishing their breakfast, Gadmar looked around. The Ravagers' boats were bustling with activity. To Gadmar's surprise, the behavior of these savages had changed dramatically. There was no trace left of the night's fun and drinking. Now they were extremely focused and serious people. Each of the Ravagers was busy with his own business. Someone was pouring the remaining fuel into the tank, Others were sharpening the tips of harpoons. Several people, standing in a kind of watchtower, were looking out for signs of the slightest danger on the horizon. Who would have thought that the Ravagers were capable of such things? No matter how many times Gadmar encountered them, they always acted instinctively, attacked indiscriminately, and did not adhere to any rules of military order. But perhaps it all depended on the importance and scale of the task at hand. In previous times, only 3 or 4 Ravager boats had attacked Gadmar. Now, it seemed, almost all of their available forces were here. The realization of this fact made the matter even more interesting. The sounds of Regran Heartstealer's chomping brought Gadmar back to reality. Whatever the case, the Ravagers could use a lesson in manners. Although, does anyone need that in today's reality? Unlikely. We'll be heading out in a couple of minutes. Regran the Heartstealer took a sip of water from his wineskin and burped loudly. He stood up and stretched blissfully. Then he began to scratch his goatee, looking around. Regran exchanged some gestures with the Ravagers from the neighboring boat on the starboard side. Most likely he was urging them to maintain the previous formation, taking Larmio, Dane's boat, into the circle. Their conversation lasted about a minute, after which Regran took his place at the helm. "Keep an eye on them." Heartstealer winked slyly at Cedric the Stutterer. Bugai just broke into a wide, good-natured smile and nodded his head vigorously. 15 or 20 minutes later, they were moving again, under the escort of the Ravagers. By midday, the sun had become so hot that Gadmar's head began to ache. He had already drunk the portion of water Regran had given him, only half a wineskin, and was dying of thirst. Zack, sitting with Dane under Stutter's watch at the far end of the boat, gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Larmio was making some notes in a notebook. Was this a report for Audrain Shanter? Well, judging by the mayor's unhealthy tendency to always be in control, that was not surprising. I wonder what he'll write about surrendering to the Ravagers without a fight. Gadmar's thoughts were interrupted by a deep, piercing sound that seemed to come from somewhere under the water. Gadmar's lips spread into a satisfied smile. "It's been so long since I've seen you." The next moment, a few meters from the farthest line of Ravager boats, a splash of water was heard. A huge blue whale jumped out of the depths of the one ocean. Zack's enchanted gaze did not escape Gadmar. The boy watched with genuine admiration as the whale jumped out of the water several times in a row. Then the blue giant exhaled streams of warm air. It was a truly impressive sight. Zack burst out laughing at the sight of the fountain. However, when he noticed Gadmar's grinning gaze, he immediately became serious and looked away. Gadmar immediately remembered his recent conversation with the boy in the cinema. Of course, this whale was not as long as Novazem. However, Gadmar was not lying that such whales really exist. About 3 years ago, a whale so huge that the wave caused by the blow of its tail almost covered the entire boat had jumped out a few meters from his Alamania. To the lulling singing of whales, little Aaliyah would fall asleep in just a few minutes. And putting this capricious little one to bed was quite a challenge. Over all these years, whale singing had become something truly special for Gadmar. Perhaps he was an optimist. But for some reason it seemed to him that if such ancient and powerful creatures as whales had not yet become extinct and remained here on Earth, then the planet and people themselves still had a chance to be saved. The floating fortress of the Ravagers appeared on the horizon several kilometers away. At first glance, it seemed that its size was not inferior even to Novazem. The only difference was that the fortress was always in place. It was one of the oil platforms from old Earth. At one glance at this gigantic structure, an ancient legend immediately flashed through Gadmar's mind. The Earth lying on 3 elephants, which stood on a turtle swimming in the world's oceans. It's ironic, but it's actually the most perfect analogy of all. However, if you leave aside the flat Earth nuances, this oil platform and floating cities were these elephants standing on a turtle. And why didn't he think about this before? Dusk fell, and the Ravager oil platform gradually became lit by hundreds of flickering lights. I wonder how many survivors thought of occupying the oil platforms. Larmio Dane chuckled as he approached. "This platform is an exception," the hot thief answered in a serious tone. "It remained intact only by the will of the Punisher." Dane and Gadmar exchanged glances. "A local deity," Dane whispered with obvious mockery. According to the remaining summary stored in one of the cabins, Regran Heartstealer continued, "Most of the oil platforms went underwater during the 2-week tsunami waves of the mid-2030s. "Do other gangs attack you?" Zack asked. "No one has dared yet," the Heartstealer grinned. "Dozens of mines have been installed around the entire perimeter of the platform. Every Ravager already knows by heart where they are, but uninvited guests will immediately go to their forefathers." Regran burst into barking laughter. Sidric the Stammerer, looking at his comrade, laughed merrily and said, "To the 4E Arthurs." "That's right, Sid," shouted Regran. "You're absolutely right." Sidric, pleased with Regran's praise, turned very red. He shrank from embarrassment and sat down on the bench. Over the next 10 minutes, the Ravager's boats formed a double column, with Lamio Dane's boat at the head. It seemed that the Heartstealer had been telling the truth when he said that every member of their gang knew the location of the mines. Yes, the Ravagers were certainly capable of surprises. With each passing minute, Gadmar realized more and more clearly that they were not as simple as he had previously thought. Perhaps they simply wanted to appear unfriendly and evil savages. Perhaps such a lifestyle really was the ideal option for protection from other gangs in floating cities. Although, judging by what Gadmar had seen last night, the Ravagers were just as ordinary people as the inhabitants of Novazem. The only difference was that some chose how to live, while others were deprived of this opportunity. The closer they got to the oil platform, the more breathtaking the sight of this giant became. The flag of the Ravagers fluttered on top of the drilling rig, a white human skull on a black field, without unnecessary twists but short and clear. It should immediately become obvious to an uninvited guest that it would be better not to meddle here. "Now I understand where you get fuel for your boats," Lamio Dane said thoughtfully. "Seriously?" Zack glanced from Dane to Regran. Was the platform still fit for oil production? "We had to try really hard," Heartstealer laughed hoarsely. "For a long time we couldn't get the coolant right. The drill bit kept getting stuck and the rig itself was overheating. But then one smart guy, Krenvin the Butcher, suggested that our rig needed a crushing chipping type chisel, not a cutting chipping type." Regran Heartstealer laughed loudly. "But just a little bit more, and the whole drilling rig was in danger of overheating to hell and back. And we would have to look for another place to live." The Devastator scratched his beard, looked around the platform in fascination and slowed the boat down a bit, but thanks to Butcher, everything worked out well. He's been our chief driller for 10 years now. Now we have enough fuel for years to come. At that moment, Gadmar did not miss the mischievous glint in Lamio Dane's eyes. It was reckless of the Ravagers to reveal the location of something as priceless as an oil platform. Ynir Skullcrusher was putting his men at obvious risk. Of course, if he had no intention of letting Gadmar and company leave alive, that would explain a lot. But then, what was all the trouble? If Skullcrusher had simply wanted to kill them, he would have sent 3 or 4 Ravager boats and been done with it. And as for bringing strangers to the oil platform, the more details emerged about this case, the stranger and more interesting it became. The Ravager's boats, as if by the will of an invisible conductor, lined up in several rows around the oil platform. It was something like a parking lot, one might say. Probably, not all Ravagers like to live in the platform itself. Many of them, like Gadmar himself, preferred to live on board their boats. Regran Heartstealer turned the boat sideways, approaching the metal stairs that led straight to the platform. The Ravager's launch, carrying Elrain Stiger and Denaric Othios, followed. The valiant Novazem gods looked pretty battered. One could only guess what the Ravagers had done to them last night. Elrain's smirk was gone. He looked incredibly exhausted, dark blue circles under his eyes, a twitching face. And the eternally gloomy Denaric Othios kept looking off to the side. It seemed like he was afraid to look them in the eye, and both of their wrists were bandaged. Had the Ravagers converted them to the faith of their scourge last night? Gadmar had heard some of the tales of the traveling merchants in the Carewell market. Anyone who converted to the faith of the Ravagers must drink half a cup of their own blood. There was nothing wrong with their hands when they had sailed out of Novazem. Now both had bandaged wrists. Coincidence? Unlikely. The only catch is that you cannot be forcibly converted. Without voluntary consent, no Ravager would risk converting an outsider to the Punisher's faith. Such desecration of his grace is simply unacceptable. If Elrain and Deneric had truly voluntarily agreed to accept the Ravager's faith, they could no longer leave their clan. The punishment for betraying the Punisher is immediate death. There was just one thing that didn't fit in my head. Why did such hardened minions of Larmio Dane as Elrain and Deneric agree to join the Ravagers? What did they promise them? And did they really do it voluntarily? Or was the freedom of choice of the Ravagers another lie? The same lie as the freedom of choice in Novazem? You first, Stealer of Hearts approached Gadmar and nodded towards the stairs. Well, do you need a special invitation? Climb up, I say. Gadmar smiled slightly and nodded affirmatively. Most of it, he said with a noticeable dose of sarcasm, and stood up. The boat rocked considerably. Dark gray clouds covered the sky. It seemed that another storm was approaching. The waves crashing against the reinforced concrete foundations of the platform grew ever more violent. Gadmar did not doubt the words of the Stealer of Hearts that even these giants could be destroyed by tsunami waves. He had already managed to see that nothing could compare to the destructive power of the elements. It could destroy anything created by human hands. Gadmar and company were escorted by 10 Ravagers. Each member of the clan had long, sharp spears and a necklace of human teeth around their neck. The latter was a mandatory attribute of each Ravager. Clothing was a completely different matter. Each member of the gang wore whatever was comfortable for him. Cedric the Stammerer wore a gray, loose robe that reached to his knees. Regran the Heart Stealer wore a bare torso, wearing only brown pants. 3 more Ravagers wore leather loincloths. The women wore either loose linen dresses or t-shirts and pants. Nothing restrictive. Complete freedom of movement. It is understandable. When you go out into the One Ocean, you have no right to waste an extra second because of tight pants. Every second can cost you your life. Gadmar Falls and Larmio Dane with Zack led the way, then the 4 Ravagers, and Elrain Steger with Deneric Othios behind. The 6 Ravagers brought up the rear. A few seconds later, they entered the auxiliary module, which the Ravagers had turned into a sort of checkpoint. 2 tall, muscular men, bare-chested, stood with spears at the ready. Gadmar wanted to go further, but they immediately crossed spears, blocking his path. At Skullcrusher's behest, Regran elbowed aside Dane and Gadmar, stepping forward. "The very same ones?" boomed one of the guards, with gray hair at his temples. "The very same ones?" The Heart Stealer grinned crookedly. The guards looked at Gadmar and company with undisguised contempt and cleared the way. "Thank you very much." Larmio Dane bowed theatrically and broke into his signature sly smile. Gadmar nudged him in the back and they continued up the stairs. The next room turned out to be one of the 4 living quarters of the oil platform. As soon as Gadmar turned the valve on the door and crossed the threshold, dozens of sullen faces immediately stared at him. The beds in this room were arranged haphazardly, or rather, as the Ravagers themselves wanted. The clan members had long practiced polygamy. Perhaps that was why they had managed to stay afloat all this time. Gerlia Orenzer, a traveling peddler of all sorts of trinkets, from shell necklaces to a real, according to her, megaladen fang, told many interesting things about the intimate life of the Ravagers. In short, they did not hesitate to change partners several times a week. In addition to the importance of procreation, they did not forget about pleasure and fun. Drunkenness and debauchery were in the blood of the Ravagers. As a result, at the end of each week they organized orgies. Actually, in today's reality, it is difficult to accuse people of depravity, recalling the moral standards of the old Earth. Moreover, almost half of the Ravagers were born after the incident. So why should they adhere to some dubious moral principles of the past, created by the ghosts of the old Earth? Ravagers live for today, getting maximum pleasure from the process. And perhaps this is the best option. After all, now no one will give you a guarantee that tomorrow you will not be washed away by another 30-meter tsunami wave, or fried by a meteorite falling from the sky. Well, what are you standing there for? Regran the Heartstealer nudged Gadmar, who had frozen in place. Skullcrusher is already waiting for us, get moving. Gadmar didn't even try to argue. He stepped over someone's trousers. They seemed to belong to a naked guy on a bunk in the corner. He was snoring peacefully, holding a skinny black-haired girl with both arms. On the walls were posters of white skulls on a black field and a figure of the Punisher himself, the deity of the Ravagers. Not even his face was visible in the image, just the silhouette of a man in a dark coat raising his sword above the head of a kneeling wretch. Children of all ages, from infants to 18-year-olds, also spent the night with the adult Ravagers. Most children under the age of 10 or 11, including girls, wore only loincloths. Apparently, this was how the Ravagers began to teach children not to be ashamed of their own bodies. Well, in today's reality, maybe it was justified. One boy, no older than 10, blocked Gadmar's way and extended his clenched hand, fist down. The blond youth's face was smeared with either soot or chocolate, or perhaps it was the most ordinary dirt. What is it? Gadmar smiled good-naturedly. He tried to speak in a calm, friendly tone so as not to frighten the boy. A gift, the boy said emphatically. It was obvious how hard it was for him to say these words. The youth glanced over his shoulder, and the next second a cackle of laughter was heard. A group of 2 girls and 3 boys of the same age as the dirty blonde boy were standing a few meters away. As soon as Gadmar turned in their direction, they immediately grabbed each other by the shoulders, forming a circle, and began whispering about something. A gift, repeated the gloomy blonde boy and opened his hand. It was a small, light beige shell. Thank you, smiled Gadmar, and took his gift. Very beautiful. The boy didn't even look at Gadmar. However, judging by his flushed cheeks, he liked the compliment. Gadmar exchanged a quick glance with Larmio. Dane's mocking expression seemed to say, "And me?" Gadmar just shook his head and pulled out the Notes of Shinersaurus from his shoulder bag. "Can you read?" smiled Gadmar, handing the tattered leather diary to the boy. The boy looked down at the laughing group, then back at the diary. "Don't pay attention to them," Gadmar whispered, "if you don't mind." "I can," the boy muttered through his teeth, grabbed the diary, and ran. Passing a couple of bunks, he climbed the wooden ladder of a bunk bed and disappeared under a wool blanket. "What's his name?" Gadmar turned to the Heartstealer. "This blonde little devil?" Regran laughed hoarsely. "Hammer. Hammer." Gadmar was surprised, raising his eyebrows slightly. "Just Hammer. That's what they always called him, and that's it." Heartstealer waved it off. His mother died in childbirth, and a year later his father was eaten by a great white shark. He was such a huge bastard. His mouth was exactly like Pig Snout's mother's ass. Regran poked the plump, rosy-cheeked Ravager in the side, but he only rolled his eyes. "Why the hammer?" asked Larmio Dane, his gaze expressing genuine interest. "What's so hard to understand?" Regran shrugged. The boy is unusually skilled with the hammer for his age. He can hammer any nail in anywhere. He's a bit of a weird guy, too unsociable, but he's got golden hands. "And why?" began Gadmar, but the Heartstealer pushed him in the shoulder. "Well, that's it!" he shouted. "Enough questions! If you're not sitting in Skullcrusher's cabin in 5 minutes, he'll crush my skull." Regran threw back his head and laughed loudly. Only Sidric the Stammerer followed his example. Already at the very exit from the living compartment number 1, Gadmar turned for a second to Hammer's bed. The boy, clutching the diary with both hands, was silently repeating every word he read. For a moment he was distracted and turned to Gadmar. The boy's cheeks turned red. Smiling, he nodded gratefully. It seems that this was the first gift in his life. Chapter 13. Ynir Skullcrusher's cabin was the complete opposite of Audrain Shanter's office. There were papers, clothes, leftover chips, empty whiskey and beer bottles scattered everywhere. An unmade double bed piled high with boxes. The room smelled strongly of fish. Unlike Mayor Shanter, Skullcrusher was himself. He was not a poser and did not try to please anyone in anything or to adapt to someone. Of course, to a certain extent, this commanded respect. The only window in the room overlooked one of the cranes equipped for catching fish. The principle of operation is the same as the Novazem crane. The only difference is that Novazem had only one crane and the Ravagers had 4. Consequently, the volume of fish caught was several times greater. And frankly speaking, Gadmar did not quite understand why the Ravagers continued to engage in robberies. They had a virtually unlimited supply of food, but still regularly attacked trade caravans, markets, single boats, and even cities. The only answer was that robberies brought them true pleasure. There simply could not be another answer. It was something like the effect of drugs. Over the decades of robberies, they had become so addicted to violence that they could no longer give it up. Violence became the meaning of life. What is surprising is that they chose a certain Punisher as their deity. For his mercy, each Ravager simply had to sacrifice several people every month. Probably, even Ynir Skullcrusher could not answer why they began to worship the Punisher so blindly. Most likely, he simply needed to create additional leverage over his people, and he came up with a certain Punisher for them. That's all. The leader of the Ravagers sat at a small metal table at the far end of the cabin. He was flushed and as fat as a beer keg, no more than 80 years old. Ynir looked extremely lean and energetic for his age. You got the feeling that he could run an Olympic marathon even with his beer belly. He wore a white shirt with yellow greasy stains and black sweatpants. Ynir's gray hair was pulled back into a thick braid. Skullcrusher sat with his feet up on the table, greedily sucking on another bottle of beer. He even closed his eyes from pleasure. As soon as he finished the beer, he threw the bottle aside. There was a crack of breaking glass and Ynir laughed merrily. "Skullcrusher," Regran cleared his throat. "We brought them." Ynir immediately opened his eyes, looking at the newcomers. Larmio Dane, Gadmar Falls, and half a dozen Ravagers led by the Heartstealer. Oh yes. Ynir wiped his lips with the back of his hand and burped loudly. Then he took his feet off the table and stood up. "Come in. Come in. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Gadmar and Dane exchanged glances, after which the Novazem police chief took a step towards Ynir Skullcrusher. The leader of the Ravagers did not even notice the hand that Dane extended, but immediately hugged him tightly. He did the same with Gadmar. For a moment, being in the clutches of this fat-bellied giant, Gadmar found it difficult to breathe. But the next moment, Ynir Skullcrusher released him from his embrace and clapped him on the shoulder. All this time, a good-natured, radiant smile did not leave his lips. "Leave us." Ynir waved casually at Regran. The Heartstealer bowed low and led the rest of the Ravagers away. The door creaked shut, and the trio were left alone. "Please, come in, don't be shy." Skullcrusher gestured for Larmio and Gadmar to take their places in front of his desk. Skullcrusher, although he knew English well, spoke with a noticeable accent. Apparently he was from Eastern Europe or the Baltics. "Thank you." Dane smiled and sat down on a low, battered stool. One leg was wobbly and was about to break. Gadmar sat down to Larmio's left, on exactly the same stool. He probably would have preferred to sit cross-legged on the floor, but in that case, Skullcrusher might consider his behavior as disrespectful. And now Gadmar was in no position to incur the wrath of the leader of the Ravagers. First, he needed to find out what he wanted from them. Having sat down at the table, Ynir immediately uncorked a new bottle of beer and handed it to Gadmar and Dane. Gadmar nodded gratefully and took the bottle. After taking a couple of sips, he realized that it wasn't beer at all. Or rather, there was hop in this drink, of course. However, it was basically pure alcohol. "Thank you." Larmio smiled and waved Yanir's offer away. "But I've been sober for several years." An awkward silence reigned. Yanir Skullcrusher fixed his gaze on Dana, studying her with a keen eye. The Ravager chieftain narrowed his small pig eyes and glanced at the beer bottle, then back at Larmio. Dane shouldn't have behaved like that, Gadmar thought. You never know what to expect from a man who would chain you to the bow of his boat just for fun. But to Gadmar's surprise, the next second Yanir's gloomy face softened and Skullcrusher laughed loudly. That's right. Yanir slammed his fist on the table, because last week Stan Pridira went out to the ocean to hunt after half a keg of beer. He didn't even have time to swim 5 kilometers before a wave immediately covered him. And if he had been sober, you see, he would have had time to change course. Yanir took a sip from the bottle and smacked his lips. But he died happy, laughed Skullcrusher, spilling beer across the table. Dare I ask, Dane began, where do you get your beer and other alcohol from? Why not dare? Skullcrusher laughed, slapping his stomach. A couple of weeks ago, they robbed another caravan of New Madrid. These swindlers are famous for their brewery. Yanir Skullcrusher leaned forward. I'll tell you a secret, the fat man whispered conspiratorially. By the end of the year, I plan to take over all of New Madrid, and I think I'll spend the rest of my life in this wonderful brewery. The flushed leader of the Ravagers burst into loud laughter and clapped his hands. Gadmar saluted with his beer bottle and took another sip. The stuff was disgusting, burning his throat and chest. The pungent, intoxicating smell of the stuff could only be used to revive a fainted person. You've started quite a risky venture. Larmio Dane crossed his arms over his chest. A beaming smile never left his face. The New Madrid people have noticeably grown stronger in recent years. They say that after visiting the Black Gulf Islands, they have started producing real grenades. I have experience in capturing cities. Skullcrusher waved off. His eyes flashed with barely contained rage. And you can leave all these tricks about grenades and other nonsense for your boss Sterner. Shanter, Yanira Dane corrected. Even the devil himself with horns, Skullcrusher grinned. Even though Yanir continued to grin, it was clear that Dane's mocking tone was starting to get on his nerves. They stared at each other for a long, tense moment. Larmio Dane and Yanir Skullcrusher. You couldn't find 2 more stubborn and arrogant people. Well, maybe you could wedge or drain Shanter between them. Things were starting to get hot. It was time for Gadmar to take matters into his own hands. Otherwise, the entire visit to the Ravagers was going to end on the bow of Yanir Skullcrusher's cranium. All this is, of course, very wonderful. Gadmar's raised voice made Yanir and Dane turn in his direction, and I am sure that you will still have time to discuss both the brewery and the capture of New Madrid. But now I'm interested in only one thing. Why are we here? Why are you here? Skullcrusher chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Yes, Gadmar nodded. His voice was full of seriousness. I'm sorry, but you've distracted us from an important task. Gadmar cleared his throat and lowered his tone a little. Yanir Skullcrusher blinked in surprise, dumbfounded. He clearly hadn't expected that someone would dare to speak to him in such a tone in his home, within the walls of his fortress. I don't mean to sound impolite. The corners of Gadmar's lips twitched upward. But if you brought us here just to discuss You must find my daughter, Yanir interrupted him in an icy voice. There was no trace of the previous lightness and joy. Skullcrusher exhaled languidly and leaned back in his chair. Running his palm over his forehead, he cringed and shook his head. I lost her before the disaster, Yanir continued. My whole family, my wife and son with daughter were supposed to fly on holiday to Crete. But my Mia got sick. My wife and I wanted to cancel everything. We insisted that we would not go anywhere without her. But Mia... Yanir finished the bottle in one gulp and smashed it against the wall. My Mia was always very stubborn. Yanir smiled sadly. Said that she would never forgive herself if we missed such a long-awaited vacation because of her. I worked as a criminal lawyer, and at that moment we had not gone anywhere for more than 3 years. A lawyer? Gadmar was amazed. I would never have thought. We left her at home in Tallinn with her grandmother. Skullcrusher burst into a violent coughing fit, blew his nose into a handkerchief, and our flight was cancelled at the airport due to bad weather. It was rescheduled for the next day. Just a couple of hours later, while in a nearby hotel room, I saw a report on TV about our plane crash. My God, it's scary to even think what happened to my little Mia when she saw it. The damn journalist got the flight number wrong. Ynir covered his face with his palms and sniffled. At that moment, my wife and I decided to cancel this damn trip. We'd been hailing a taxi for 2 hours. There was such a terrible panic and crush due to the news about the tsunami and meteorites that there were simply no free cars. The subway was suspended, but the underground itself was open. We decided to hide there. Ynir pushed open the top drawer of his desk, took out some yellow pills and swallowed 3 at once. We sat there for at least 3 hours. More and more people arrived with each passing hour. By the time it was announced that Sweden was completely underwater and a tsunami 30 to 40 meters high was approaching Tallinn from the Baltic Sea, there were already 2,000 people sitting at our station. I couldn't stay in the dark any longer. I couldn't get through to my mother, Mia's grandmother, or to Mia herself. Ynir's hands began to shake. God. The man wiped away the tears that rolled down his cheeks. I couldn't even imagine that the subway could be in any danger. I decided to leave my wife and son there and rushed home to my daughter. I had to take her and my mother. By the time I got outside, the sky was painted with that same purple glow that we now see almost every month. I gave more than 1,000 euros to the taxi driver who agreed to take me home. But he immediately said that he would only take me one way and then stop at the nearest subway station. I didn't care about anything, as long as I got to my daughter faster. We were already halfway there when a meteorite crashed just a few meters away from us. Damn it. I immediately passed out. And when I woke up, the whole city was in ruins. Ynir slammed his fist on the table. That day I lost my wife and son. The entire Tallinn metro was flooded in a couple of minutes. It would have been better if I had died with them. At these words, Gadmar's heart sank. After all, only yesterday evening he had said exactly the same thing to Zach. I thought I had lost Mia too. But half a year ago I heard a story from one of the traveling merchants about an island with a large settlement of people. He said that he had met one of the founders of this community. Her name was Mia. According to the description, the color of her eyes, a small mole on the bridge of her nose, her age, and now she should be a little over 50. It all fits. Ynir looked up at Gadmar, then at Dain, his reddened eyes filled with hope. I'm sure this is my little Mia. An oppressive silence fell over the room. Gadmar Falls and Larmio Dane exchanged glances. At that moment, even the Novazem chief of police stopped smiling. Looking at Ynir's skullcrusher, Gadmar could feel all his pain. He, like no one else, knew what it was like to lose family. What? For a moment, Gadmar was at a loss. He didn't know how to continue the conversation correctly. What do you want from us? Ynir jumped to his feet, went to a 5-year-old bottle of water with a manual faucet. He poured himself half a glass of water and drank it down in one gulp. He hobbled to the window, opened the ventilator, and breathed in the fresh air with pleasure. Skullcrusher stood in complete silence for several minutes. A clap of thunder was heard. A bright flash of lightning cut through the sky. A downpour began. The one ocean raged. Waves crashed against the base of the oil platform. "I know you're going to that island," Skullcrusher said monotonously, still looking out the window. "I have no idea why your mayor wants that island. And I don't care. He has his quirks, and I have mine." Ynir turned his head towards Gadmar and Larmio. "But I beg you." There was a plea in his voice and eyes. "Find my daughter and bring her to me. I feel that she is still alive. But for..." Skullcrusher stopped Dane with a gesture. "Ask for whatever you want," said Ynir. "If you need fish, take as much as you need. Supplies of medicine. I will do everything in my power. Just bring my Mia home." Larmio Dane sighed heavily and rose to his feet, a smile appearing on his lips again. "Even if we imagine he spread his arms to the side, that we would want to help you, I still can't make such a decision on my own. Any deviation from the plan set by your drained Shanter and I will bear responsibility. And the consequences for me will be serious." Larmio Dane stared at Ynir with a cold, piercing gaze. "And finally, I keep a record of my every action. If Shanter ooze." "But how will he know if you don't include our conversation in the report?" Ynir waved his hand impatiently and nodded at Gadmar. "Will you tell him?" "I won't say," Gadmar answered bluntly, and at that very moment he felt Larmio Dane's menacing gaze on him. "I don't think any of your people will blab." Skullcrusher stepped forward. "Each member of your group and you personally can ask for anything. Need help in a war with some city? I'll provide half of my combat-ready men. 300 men. Look, Ynir." Larmio Dane shook his head. 500 men? Skullcrusher stopped a step away from Dane. "I'm telling you, I don't make decisions like that." Larmio shrugged indifferently. "I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do to help." Dane turned to Gadmar, seeking support in his eyes. But the impenetrable face of the father who had lost his daughter was fixed on the framed photograph on the table of Ynir Skullcrusher. At the dining table, against the backdrop of a small 2-story cottage somewhere in the outskirts of Tallinn, sat Ynir Und's family. Each of them, including the blue-eyed beauty Mia, had happy smiles on their faces. The table was groaning under an abundance of salads and steaks, but the most important thing these people had was love. Gadmar looked at the pale, haggard face of Ynir Und and realized how similar they were. They had been through the kind of suffering that left you wishing only for death. There was only one difference between them. Gadmar had lost hope and wanted only revenge. Ynir had never lost hope and had searched for his daughter all his life. And Gadmar will help find her. Perhaps it's time for us to return to the boat. Dane smiled briefly at Ynir and grabbing Gadmar by the elbow pulled him along. "Thanks for the vis." "Wait." Ynir cut him off in an icy tone and placed his powerful, sweaty hand on Dane's shoulder. "Since you couldn't help me, I'll help you." Gadmar pushed Dane away from him and took a step back. Larmio Dane frowned as he stopped between Gadmar and Ynir. "What do you mean?" Larmio Dane looked straight into Ynir Und's eyes and was stunned. At that moment, Gadmar saw real fear in the eyes of Police Chief Novazem for the first time. Ynir Skullcrusher raised his head back slightly and at the same moment slammed his forehead into Larmio Dane's face. The Novazem police chief gave a short cry and staggered back. Larmio's vision blurred. His ears began to buzz, as if someone was hammering an anvil from within. Dane tried to stay on his feet, clawing at the air with his hands, but Ynir Und delivered a crushing blow to his jaw with his fist. The light gray wool carpet was drenched in blood, and Larmio Dane fell down dead. Chapter 14. "Do you understand that Shanter will not let this go so easily?" Zack's voice broke into a scream. "For the death of Larmio Dane, he will deal with both of us." Zack paced back and forth, unable to calm down. They were sitting in a small windowless room. 2 tables, a couple of chairs, and 1 empty chest of drawers. A couple of kerosene lamps on the floor and table. It was something like a waiting room, or more accurately, an interrogation room. Yes, that's exactly it. But what did Skullcrusher have in store for them? After Larmio Dane's dead body was carried out of Ynir's cabin, a smug grin never left his face. Had he been planning to kill Dane from the moment they met, and was just waiting for the right moment? We can always say that Dane was killed by one of the creatures on the island. Gadmar Falls answered in a calm, measured tone. Besides, Elrain and Denaric joined the Ravagers, and they will not be able to tell Shanter their version. Zack loomed over Gadmar, who was sitting on the floor. We have nothing to worry about in that regard, said Gadmar. You'd better think about landing on the island. Nothing to worry about, Zack drawled, mimicking Gadmar's calm tone. Well, you don't know Shanter very well. He's got eyes and ears everywhere. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a few agents among the Ravagers too. Their conversation was interrupted by the clanking of doors. A young girl in a gray linen dress entered the room. In her hand she held 2 metal trays with dinner. Without saying a single word, she placed them on the table and left. Gadmar greedily ate his portion of fried salmon. Zack didn't even touch his food. How can you eat when we could get killed at any second? Zack winced. No, Gadmar Falls shook his head. Skullcrusher has no interest in killing us. In fact, he is interested in keeping us safe until we find his daughter. He will give us 20 men, not too many, so as not to attract unnecessary attention, but enough to fight off an attack in case of danger. Do you really think that this whole story with the daughter is true? Zack spread his hands indignantly. I will never believe that such a monster and cannibal as Skullcrusher ever had a family. I've done a lot of bad things in my life too, shrugged Gadmar. I think in today's reality everyone has done terrible things. But that doesn't take away our right to have a family. After all, we do most of these bad things for their sake. Zack just sighed heavily and sat down on a chair. He picked up a fork and slid salmon around the plate. You should eat, said Gadmar. You never know when the next time will be normal. Gadmar was interrupted by the clanking of doors opening. Led by Ynir Skullcrusher, 6 Ravagers, including the Heartstealer, entered the room. Ready to sail? Ynir looked at Gadmar and Zack with a searching glance. A strong storm was brewing. We must cast off right now, otherwise you will not sail far alive. Gadmar rose to his feet and walked over to Zack. Are you with me? Asked Gadmar Falls. Zack looked up at him and let out a long breath. Do I have a choice? Well noted, laughed Regran. You don't have a choice. Ynir turned to the Heartstealer and gave him a long, withering look. Excuse me. Regran cleared his throat and looked away. Leave us. Ynir waved, and the Ravagers immediately went out into the corridor. Skullcrusher took the empty chair and, folding his fingers on his stomach, said, If the mayor of Novazem somehow learns of the death of his watchdog Dane, he will declare war on us. I will do everything in my power to hold him back. He must not prevent you from finding my daughter. Why don't you come with us? Zack asked. If that woman really is your daughter, I cannot abandon my people, Ynir replied. If the Novazem attack us, I must fight alongside the rest of the Ravagers. Ynir looked at Zack's frowning face. You are clearly unhappy about something, grinned Ynir Unt. Tell me right now. There may not be another chance. Let's say we couldn't find your daughter. Zack scratched his head. Maybe she's long dead. Or that woman isn't your daughter at all. Skullcrusher's face didn't move a muscle as he listened patiently to Zack. If we can't bring your, you, Gadmar suggested. Right, Zack nodded. You're Mia. Will you kill us just like you did Larmio Dana? The corners of Ynir's lips curled upward. He looked at Gadmar and stuck out his lower lip. And I like this guy, laughed Ynir, pointing a finger at Zack, right in the forehead. That's right, but I can assure you both that I have no reason to kill you. At least not yet. If you at least try to bring my Mia back, and believe me, my people will tell whether you tried or not, then you will stay alive. Skullcrusher leaned forward. Your friend Larmio Dane laughed in my face after the story about my daughter, and didn't even try to help. Ynir flashed his eyes red with rage, and I don't forgive that. Gadmar and Zack exchanged brief glances. Everything was clear without words. It's time to move. Zack sighed and stood up from his seat. It was already about midday, but all visible space was plunged into darkness. Pitch black clouds covered the entire sky. Over the past hour, the storm had only intensified. Deafening peals of thunder, bright flashes of lightning. The rain had not stopped since the previous evening. Icy gusts of strong wind pierced to the bone. Gadmar sat at the helm of Larmio Dane's boat. On his left was Zack. Behind him were Regran and Cedric the Stammerer. 4 Ravager boats on either side and 2 behind. Each of them carried 3 or 4 men. Yeren Skullcrusher ordered that Gadmar and Zack be given hooded windbreakers, food, and water. However, according to the compass and Audrain Shanter's map of the island's location, they only had a couple of hours to sail. The most important thing they had to worry about now was the riot of nature. "Look at this!" Zack shouted over the howling wind and the crashing waves. He pointed at the map and handed it to Gadmar. "There are fucking rocks a few kilometers from the island. We need to go around them and approach from the north." "Too long," shouted Gadmar, shaking his head. "This detour could cost us up to 5 hours of extra travel time." Gadmar traced his finger along the purple wavy lines near the bay on the north side of the island. "It's not safe from this side either." "What do these stripes mean?" Zack frowned. The first cartographers who appeared after the incident used them to mark zones saturated with anomalies. The devil knows what we might encounter in these waters. I'd rather go over the rocks than through this devilry. Nonsense. Zack waved it off. I don't believe in this nonsense. The most we've encountered over the years are infected islanders. But that's just another epidemic. How many of them were there during the old Earth? So I don't see any reason to worry. We need to take a shortcut to the... Nonsense, smirked Gadmar. Apparently Shanter never sent you into the uncharted waters, am I right? Zack fixed his gaze on Gadmar with concentration. Well, maybe he didn't send it. The young man closed his eyes, and then what? Several times when I was hanging on Saverin's tail, I had to swim to the edge of the unknown waters. A powerful gust of rain hit Gadmar in the face. The man cleared his throat and continued. Hallucinations, strange guttural sounds from the bottom of the ocean. Just whales, Zack snorted. I know what whales sound like, Gadmar said emphatically. And that was definitely not it. Zack paused for a moment, looking into Gadmar Falls' wary eyes. No, he didn't seem to be joking. Gadmar was dead serious. Okay, Zack exhaled, you win. Let's swim over the rocks. The young man shook his finger at Gadmar. But keep in mind, if we crash on these fucking rocks, I'll come back from the other side and kill you over and over again. Agreed, laughed Gadmar. What are you whispering about? Despite the cold and the rain, the Heart Stealer didn't even have a shirt on. He was bare-chested and wearing only canvas pants. Regran's example was followed by all the other Ravagers. Apparently they knew that their chances of returning home alive were very small. Just before sailing, Ynir told them that the Ravagers had a superstition according to which, before dying, they must appear before the Punisher with their torsos bare. Another fanatical whim, nothing more. In such weather conditions, the Ravagers would rather die of pneumonia than at the hands of another clan or crash into the rocks. But Gadmar wasn't about to lecture. Let them do what they wanted. As long as it didn't affect his own life, Gadmar didn't care. We're discussing the plan for entering the island, Zack shouted. So what's our plan? Regran grinned. To crash to hell on the rocks? That's right, Zack nodded with a smile on his lips. To hell with crashing into the damn rocks. Well, in that case, Regran slapped Gadmar on the back. Don't slow down. Go straight to those damn rocks. The Punisher likes the brave. You never know. He might even leave someone alive. The Heart Stealer looked up to the sky, to a bright purple flash of lightning. Well, if not, then at least we will die like human beings, and not like your friend. Regran burst into a hoarse fit of laughter. Dane wasn't my friend, Zack snapped, looking at Gadmar. None of us. Yeah, Gadmar definitely wasn't wrong about this guy. Oh! Regran threw his palms up. How hot-tempered we are. Look! Cedric's worried voice was heard from behind. Wait a minute, Sid. Regran waved him off, hanging over Zack. I'm surprised that a softy like you didn't run back to your mommy in your Novazem. Zack turned purple and clenched his fists at what he heard. It was all he could do not to rush at Regran and strangle him right there. But even if Zack had been able to beat him, the rest of the Ravagers would hardly have left him alive after that. Re-ee-ee-ee. Cedric the Stutterer lightly tapped the Heart Stealer on the back. Well, what else? Regran turned sharply to Cedric. He was about to push him away. But when he saw what the big guy was pointing at, he froze. What the hell? Regran's words were drowned out by a thunderous, animal-like roar. Gadmar slowed slightly and glanced over his shoulder. To the right of the boat, only a few hundred meters away, a wave as tall as a skyscraper was bearing down on them. My God, whispered the stunned Regran. I think I saw a huge fin. What are you talking about? Zack whispered in a shaky voice. What other play? Before Zack could finish speaking, the deafening animal roar was repeated, much louder this time. A blinding bolt of purple lightning pierced the sky. It felt like the heavens themselves were about to fall on them. Go left, shouted the Heart Stealer. The steering wheel is jammed. Gadmar shouted back. They must have caught on something. Damn you, get out of my way, Regran muttered through his teeth, and grabbing Gadmar by the sleeve of his shirt, pulled him to the side, but Gadmar immediately pulled his hand back and struck the Ravager in the jaw. Oh, you bastard, Regran screamed and slipping fell to the floor. You broke my jaw. He spat out blood and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. There was a fierce rage in Regran's eyes. Raising himself on his elbows, he was about to rush at Gadmar. But at that very moment, Zack dealt him a crushing blow to the head with the shaft of his spear. The Stealer of Hearts fell face down on the floor and lost consciousness. The floor of the boat was stained with blood. Drag him into the hold, Zack shouted to Cedric Zeka, but he didn't even move. The brute stared at the bright purple glow that filled the entire sky, as if enchanted. The amazed Cedric opened his mouth wide and, raising his hands to the sky, strode forward. Stop, idiot! Zack jerked forward, reaching out for Sid, but it was too late. He flew overboard, disappearing into the black ocean depths. Zack exhaled heavily, covered his face with his hand, and lowered his head. Bloody idiot. Zack! Gadmar shouted, I need your help. Make room in the hold. Throw out everything you see. We need to push it to 40 knots. Maybe then we can elude. A gigantic wave was approaching inexorably from the east. Gadmar saw one of the Ravager boats occupying the extreme right flank jump on the wave, capsize, throwing out all the crew members, and disappear into the black abyss. The eerie screams of the drowning Ravagers were still ringing in his ears until Gadmar saw a huge rock right in front of him. Hold on, shouted Gadmar to Zack, and clutching the steering wheel tried to turn it to the left. It didn't work. The steering wheel wouldn't budge. The boat's engine roared furiously, matching the distant rumble of thunder. We're done for. Zack laughed hysterically, grabbing the back of the passenger seat. There was a deafening roar. A sheaf of flame shot up. Gadmar saw out of the corner of his eye how the Ravager's boat, sailing on the port side, crashed right into the rocks. The shrill screams of the burning Ravagers died down almost immediately. Rolling thunder and blinding purple flashes of lightning, guttural cries of something unseen, and a gigantic 30-meter wave just a couple dozen meters away. Gadmar, clutching the wheel, tried with all his might to steer the boat away from a collision with death, but it was no use. The wheel was jammed. Overboard, quickly, shouted Zack Gadmar, and jumped into the abyss. Chapter 15. Darkness. There was only pitch darkness everywhere. He didn't remember his name or how he had ended up here. There was only all-encompassing darkness around him and nothing else. He tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids were so heavy that nothing worked. He tried to move, but he couldn't feel his legs or arms. He couldn't hear sounds or smell anything. There was only darkness before him, and nothing more. And then the next moment, what is it? Everything suddenly sparkled before his eyes. Blinding white flashes drove him crazy. The images changed so quickly that he simply did not have time to concentrate on one thing. And everything suddenly became quiet, and he saw a dark-haired girl with a baby in her arms. They were his wife and daughter. He took a step towards them. The girl turned her head towards him and smiled. God. It seemed like he was ready to move mountains for that smile alone. When he approached them, he sat down on his knees and kissed the giggling girl on the forehead. The little girl put her palm to her cheek, and he couldn't hold back his tears. He hugged his wife and daughter so tightly that no one could ever take them away from him. But gradually they began to melt. He tried to press them to himself, but it was useless. He tried to grab his wife's hand, but his palm passed through it. He stretched out his arms to her, but with each passing second he moved further and further away, as if some invisible force was carrying him further and further away. A second before he could finally shout out the names of his wife and daughter, they completely dissolved. Getting to his feet, he decided to find them at any cost. He kept running and running, but all around there was only pitch darkness. The next moment he slipped on something and fell down. Gadmar opened his eyes and screamed hysterically. Sweat was pouring off him. His right leg was buzzing with pain. He seemed to have sprained his ankle. Gadmar looked around, breathing heavily. A completely ordinary room. Log walls, a bookcase, a dining table, at which sat a slender, black-haired woman. And although her temples were already noticeably gray, she looked no more than 50. She was wearing denim overalls. Her hair was pulled back into a thick braid. A welcoming smile was frozen on the stranger's good-natured face. Looking at her face, you got the feeling that you had known this woman for a very long time, like a long-lost member of the family. However, Gadmar was seeing her for the first time. Or, oh my God, that girl from the photo in Yenir Unt's office. This can't be. Blue eyes, a mole on the bridge of the nose, and age. Yes, it was Mia. He found her. How are you feeling? The woman asked in a gentle voice. She picked up a tray of food from the table. Steam rose from a bowl of meat broth, and Gadmar almost laughed at the sight of the potato salad. This potato again? He smirked to himself. The woman spoke with the same accent as Yenir Unt. The last doubts were finally gone. Gadmar raised himself up on the pillows and leaned his head against the headboard of the bed. Thank you, the man smiled. Everything is fine. Only my head hurts a little, but otherwise. How's your leg? Mia placed the tray on the bedside table and touched his forehead with the back of her hand. The fever had gone down. Great. Leg. Gadmar cleared his throat. Everything seems fine. Mia lifted the edge of her dress and looked at her leg. You sprained your ankle during the crash. Doctor, Sarah bandaged it and said you'd be running in a couple of days. The woman smiled slightly and sat down on the edge of the bed. You are very lucky. There was a noticeable concern on her face, but your friend... Zach? Gadmar's eyes widened. What's wrong with him? Mia sighed sadly and looked away. Gathering her thoughts, she said, Zach had to have his left arm amputated. Mia shook her head sadly, all the way to the shoulder. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It was the only way to save his life. We found you only on the second day after the crash, and the infection was threatening to spread. No, don't, Gadmar forced a smile. You have nothing to apologize for. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be sitting here now. You saved my life, and my friends. We owe you an unpayable debt. Mia blushed and smiled shyly. Well, to go into detail, you were saved by Gren and Oswald. They were doing their rounds that night, and they spotted the wreckage of your boat. I'll have to thank them, smiled Gadmar, and leaned forward a little. Did anyone else survive besides Zack and me? Mia took a deep breath. No. I'm very sorry. No, everything is fine, answered Gadmar. I practically didn't know any of them. Mia narrowed her eyes with interest. Her face, covered with many wrinkles, looked incredibly tired. And it wasn't even her age that was the issue. No. Physically, she looked quite energetic and still full of strength. It was something else entirely. Gadmar could only guess what kind of torment she had to go through to get to this place. Sorry, Mia smiled, breaking the silence. How awkward of me. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zoe. Mia, Gadmar smiled broadly. I know who you are. My name is Gadmar Falls. For a few seconds, Mia couldn't utter a word. The woman blinked her eyes in shock, looking straight at Gadmar. It seemed like she could sit like that for an eternity. Where are you from? Your father, Yanir, sent me. Gadmar continued in a confident tone. Or rather, I was supposed to sail to your island anyway, but for a different purpose. How do you know my father's name? Mia couldn't believe what was happening. Her cheeks turned pale, her whole body was shaking slightly. Just a little more, and she would have fainted. Don't worry. A good-natured smile played on Gadmar's lips. He leaned forward a little, trying to take Mia's hand. This impulse was immediately reflected by a sharp pain in his ankle, but Gadmar didn't even show it. The man took her hand and said, I think we have something to discuss. Idat. The sun was shining brightly. Birds were chirping in the garden. It was crazy. Gadmar had forgotten the last time he had heard something like that. Several people were trimming the hydrangea bushes in the garden. Others were weeding the beds. An elderly couple walking hand in hand approached a small pond. They began throwing pebbles, laughing merrily. A couple of 4 or 5-year-old children were playing in the sandbox. Laughing happily, the little ones were using shaped buckets to build houses, castles, and various animals. It seemed that the faces of these children were completely unaware of pain and suffering. Carefree and truly happy children, absorbed in games. An absolutely normal childhood which all children born after the incident should have had. But unfortunately, most of them were deprived of this childhood. A couple of other boys and girls, a couple of years older, were playing tag. A red-haired boy of about 12 tripped over a stone, running away from a girl in a green cotton dress, and fell to the ground. The girl immediately stopped, looking closely at her friend. The boy rolled over on his back, writhing in pain, clutching his knee. But catching the sympathetic look of his friend, he immediately smiled. The girl waved to the other boys and shouted that she was leaving the game. She went up to the fallen boy, and not sparing her dress, fell to her knees next to him. At the same moment, she abruptly pulled his hand away from her knee and gasped. Her knee was cut and bleeding. For a moment, the girl and boy's gazes met. They both blushed. The girl helped him to his feet, took him by the arm, and led him, apparently, to the doctor. The other boys, admiring the action of the black-haired beauty in the green dress, stopped playing tag and hurried to help her. No matter what people like Audrain Shanter say, humanity still has a chance to be saved. How many days have I slept? Gadmar stood leaning on crutches. After the painkillers, his ankle barely hurt. 2 days, answered Mia Unt. She handed a glass of freshly squeezed juice to Gadmar, who politely declined. After taking a couple of sips, Mia smacked her lips with pleasure and continued, You woke up briefly, whispered some names, convulsed. Mia went quiet for a while. It was obvious that it was quite difficult for her to talk about it. And then you fell asleep again for a few hours. And so, It went on in a circle for 2 days. "Thank you again," smiled Gadmar Falls. "I will try to arrange a meeting with your father as soon as possible." "No need," Mia replied. "I appreciate your desire, but to tell you the truth, I'm not sure I want to date him." Gadmar couldn't believe his ears. "But how?" "Yes, you can accuse me of selfishness," Mia laughed. "And perhaps you would be right. But now, almost 40 years after my last meeting with my father." Mia sighed and ran her hand over her face. "Now it seems to me that those memories of my parents, my brother, all of this seems to be not from my life. I can't abandon my people. This place has become a real home for me. They need me as much as I need them." Mia turned to look at Gadmar. "Do you know why we are called revivers?" Gadmar shrugged. "I dare to suggest that here you are reviving civilization." "True," Mia nodded. "But more precisely, we give each person a second chance. Here, everyone can be reborn, forget the horrors of the past, and start life anew. We give people a chance to live their lives the way they want to." Mia was silent for a moment, looking for the person near the high wire mesh that served as a fence for the settlement from uninvited guests. "Look," Mia pointed her finger at the thin man in the straw hat. "That's Gren." He wore a simple white shirt and jeans. Gren skillfully wielded a shovel, hilling up potatoes. "Gren is from Manchester," Mia continued. "And just a few days before the city was flooded, he robbed a bank, killing 6 hostages, including 2 children, and boarded a ship to Norway. Halfway there, their ship was covered by a huge wave. How Gren survived he still does not understand. But he truly believes that God gave him a second chance for a reason. Gren was one of the first people to help me build this place. I will never forget how he single-handedly fought off an attack of 5 marauders, protecting me and Gingerbread. Since then, for 30 years now, Gren has been working day after day for the benefit of our community. He will never refuse to help anyone, even if a 5-year-old child asks him to get a football from the nettle bushes." "A beautiful story," smiled Gadmar. "And it becomes even more beautiful from the realization that this is the pure truth. Each resident of our community who survived the incident has their own story. Each of them lived through a nightmare in reality. But it does not matter at all what they did before. We all did terrible things for the sake of survival. But all this is in the past. The most important thing is the present. Only our own actions predetermine the future. It does not matter who we were before the incident. Much more important is who we are now. We are all united by one thing. We were able to find this place and be reborn. We were able to love life again. Someone found a family, others made best friends, and just people they can always rely on." Mia looked around the settlement with a long, searching glance. A joyful smile froze on the woman's lips. "We are all equal to each other. When I first found this place more than 30 years ago, I was still a teenager. I don't remember exactly how old I was. 16 or 18, no more. I had only a backpack with canned food and a bottle of water, and my most loyal friend, who kept my faith in life alive all this time. My dog Priyanik." At these words, Mia suddenly darkened and wiped away a tear dripping down her cheek. "When I first started creating this place," Mia continued with a sad smile on her lips, "I never even hoped to create something like this. But I couldn't do it alone. Day after day, week after week, I wandered the island looking for survivors, looking for people who needed help, just like me. I knew that in the new world, I couldn't last too long alone. Sure, I could find some abandoned bunker or dig in a house by the river, but that wouldn't be living. It would just be surviving." Mia Unt's gaze lingered on the eagle soaring in the sky. Loneliness is alien to man. Normal life activity of society is possible only when everyone contributes to its development and acts together. At the moment, the total number of our community is 4,000 people. But where do you all live? Gadmar was surprised. During my morning walk, I saw only 24 houses. This settlement is one of many, Mia Unt answered. There are 7 of our settlements on the entire island. and by the end of the year the 8th will be finished. We send small groups out of the island every month. If we find people who need help, we bring them to the island and they become part of our family. But isn't it dangerous? Asked Gadmar. Because you might run into very dangerous people. Everything is built on trust. Mia's tone was extremely serious. At one time, taking this or that person under our wing, we were imbued with their story and gave them the opportunity to start life anew. Of course, I won't lie, there were cases when newcomers, having spent a couple of days on the island, robbed us and ran away, but otherwise it would have been impossible to build what we have achieved here. I understand, nodded Gadmar. So now you must share your story with me. Mia took a step towards Gadmar and placed her hand on his shoulder. Her kind eyes were full of mercy. Trust me, Gadmar. Your cries at night. Mia sighed heavily and shook her head. Believe me, each of us has lost loved ones. But we can help you. The doors of our community are always open to those who need help. I have to be honest with you, Gadmar pulled away from Mia. A few weeks ago I was captured by the floating city of Novazem. Now I don't want to say why I agreed to the terms of the mayor there, Eldraine Shanter, but he gave me a map of the settlement. Your settlement. Mia continued to listen to him attentively. I didn't even want to think about why he sent us here, Gadmar Falls said with a trembling voice. One of the residents of Novazem said that she met a resident from the Revivalists community. She told me that there was an island that people were able to arrange for themselves. For a long time I refused to believe it, or rather, I didn't care. Gadmar looked away towards the girl jumping rope and smiled sadly. But just before sailing, another Novazemian told how one night several boats sailed up to the city. The screams of women and children. Slave trade, Mia breathed out. Right. Gadmar swallowed the lump in his throat. In that second I understood why Eldraine Shanter sends his people to the islands. In addition to extracting resources like leftover fuel from gas stations or cutting down trees, he kidnaps people. Thank you for sharing, Mia said with sincere gratitude. We guessed that most of the floating city managers were doing something like this. Now you understand why what we do here is so important. Rebuilding a civilization with violence and whips is impossible. Gadmar nodded affirmatively. I understand what you're saying, Gadmar replied, but I'm not sure I'm the right person to help you with that. But why? A shadow of surprise flashed across the woman's eyes. What's bothering you? Tell me. I can help you. Gadmar felt his insides tighten. His vision blurred, his hands suddenly grew cold, and the pain in his ankle surged back with renewed force. Sorry, Gadmar closed his eyes. I don't feel well. Let's continue the conversation tomorrow. Of course. Mia nodded, breaking into a slight smile. Do you need help getting to your room? Thanks for your help, but first I would like to visit my friend. Chapter 16. Gadmar knocked on the door. Silence. He waited a few more seconds and knocked again. No sound. He's probably sleeping. Gadmar was about to turn around and leave when he heard a hoarse, "Come in," from the depths of the house. When Gadmar walked inside, Zack had already gotten out of bed trying to throw his shirt on. It's a bit difficult to do this with one arm now. Zack grinned, trying to push his stump through the sleeve. I'll help. Zack still tried to refuse, but Gadmar was relentless. He hobbled to the bed, leaning on one crutch and putting the other aside. Holding Zack by the torso, Gadmar helped him through and fastened the bottom couple of buttons. Thank you. Looking somewhere at the floor? Zack answered in a whisper. The young man was uncomfortable. He was covered in a blush and tried not to look Gadmar in the eyes. On the bedside table there was a bowl of meat broth which Zack did not even touch. The room was terribly stuffy. All the windows were closed, and the branches in the fireplace were burning out. You'll get used to it. Gadmar smiled slightly. Not right away, but I think you'll learn to live with it. He tried to cheer Zack up, even though he knew how stupid it sounded. Things would never be the same for him again. Zack's face was chalk white, his forehead was covered in sweat, and there were dark blue circles under his eyes. His entire body was shaking. Mia said the amputation had gone without any complications, but it must have been a huge psychological blow to Zack. He still hadn't been able to come to his senses and process what had happened. Zack, who had always been self-confident and goal-oriented, now looked completely depressed. The life stream inside him had always been bubbling, but now it was as if something had broken inside him irrevocably. Get used to it? Zack flared up and, pushing Gadmar away, paced around the room. It's easy for you to say. It wasn't your hand that was cut off. Zack. Gadmar sighed and sat down on the bed. These people saved your life. We knew what we were getting into. This could have happened to any of us. None of the Ravagers, I don't give a damn about the Ravagers! Zack burst out screaming. Breathing heavily, he paced from side to side and waved his arms angrily. How can you not understand? Zack lingered his gaze on Gadmar and shook his head. I am useless now. I am no longer useful. I can neither hunt nor serve as a Novazem guard. Zack ruffled his hair with his right hand and exhaled sadly. When I return to Novazem, even if Shanter doesn't order me executed, he'll definitely kick me out of the guards. Zack's lips stretched into an ironic grin. His eyes, filled with pain and suffering, seemed completely insane. And who will I be now? A fucking cleaner? They won't even hire me to wash the floors with one arm. Or cut up fish. That's also hard with one arm. Zack burst into hysterical laughter. And who needs me like this now? Zack tapped his bandaged stump with his good hand and immediately winced in pain. Zack, Gadmar Falls said calmly, what if I tell you? No, no way. Zack waved it off. I've already heard enough of your nonsense. I'll tell you that you don't have to return to Novazem. Gadmar finished his sentence. Their gazes intertwined. Zack's dumbfounded expression suggested that he hadn't even considered the possibility. I understand how much Shanter and Dane have been. You don't understand anything, Zack snapped. True, Gadmar nodded. You are right. I can only guess what kind of things he made you do. But it is all in the past now. You do not have to go back there. Gadmar was silent for a moment, allowing Zack to process what was happening. In this place, Gadmar gestured around the room. You can start life anew. Good people live here, who are ready to. Good people, Zack repeated, mockingly mimicking Gadmar's calm tone. Who do you think good people are? Zack? You? No. Enough talk. Zack shouted, spitting. You should have listened to Dane. He must have had a plan. And I, like a fool, let him get killed. Larmio Dane was a vile bastard, Gadmar replied icily. And you of all people knew it. Gadmar rose to his feet, leaned on his crutches, and hobbled over to Zack. Stop whining right now, Gadmar shouted with complete confidence in his voice. You should be grateful to these people. They saved your ass and gave you a chance to start living anew? Without the supervision and orders of Audrain Shanter and Larmio Dane, you have the opportunity to live the rest of your allotted time the way only you want. Prove that I was not wrong about you. You have no business in a place like Novazem. You deserve better. Zack's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't even imagine that Gadmar could be so hot-tempered. Don't screw up, Gadmar said through his teeth, and take advantage of this opportunity. You may not get another chance. They stood there, looking at each other, for several minutes. After Gadmar's attack, Zack was speechless. Listen. Gadmar cleared his throat. I'm sorry I yelled at you. No, Zack exhaled. You're absolutely right. Zack looked around and spotted 2 rocking chairs near the fireplace. Let's sit down. Sitting down by the fireplace, Gadmar put his crutches on the floor and stretched out his legs with pleasure. He heard the crunch of his joints, but it was a pleasant pain. The muscles ached from the tension, and the foot of his right leg was completely numb. "Does it hurt?" Zack smiled, nodding at Gadmar's ankle. "Nonsense," Gadmar waved it off. "In a couple of days I'll be as good as new." Zack picked up a pitcher of milk from the wooden coffee table, poured it into mugs, and handed one to Gadmar. "They brought it this morning." Squinting, Zack sniffed and looked doubtfully at the contents of the mug. "Crazy. They even have cows." "I heard," smiled Gadmar, "that they have vineyards here too. They make their own wine." Gadmar sipped his drink and broke into an enthusiastic smile. Just like in childhood, Gadmar licked his lips and drank the milk in one gulp. "I don't know," Zack shrugged. He's never tried milk before. Taking a sip of the drink, Zack immediately winced and almost spat the milk back into the mug. God, what disgusting stuff. The young man wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and put the mug aside. "How can you drink this?" Gadmar laughed loudly, leaned over to pick up the decanter of milk, and drank it down to the very bottom with feigned pleasure. "What a nightmare," Zack shuddered. "You're definitely crazy." "And I never hid it," smiled Gadmar, licking his lips. "As a child I could drink 2 liters of milk a day, and it was never enough for me. Once my mother deliberately poured sour milk into my cereal to beat off this crazy craving, but nothing worked." Gadmar smiled, put the decanter back on the table, and put his hands behind his head. "Do you really believe that in this place we have a chance to start over?" Zack asked with complete seriousness in his voice. "If not here," sighed Gadmar, "then such a place does not exist at all." More and more people were arriving in the dining room with each passing minute. The table in the center of the room was designed for 20 people at most, but there were already at least 30 in the room. 3 stocky, broad-shouldered young men brought in several more tables and chairs and filled the empty space around the main table with them. It was already getting dark outside. The chirping of grasshoppers and the singing of a nightjar could be clearly heard. Sounds as if from a past life. Although with each passing year it seemed to Gadmar that life before the incident had been a dream. The revivalists' banner fluttered on a flagpole in the courtyard, a rising sun against a backdrop of ruined skyscrapers. Gadmar pondered the meaning of this symbol for a long time. Was it some kind of personification of the rebirth of human civilization? The right to a second chance? The dining room table was laden with food. Crab salad, fried and boiled potatoes, tuna salad, fried shrimp and breadcrumbs. And then a man walked in from the backyard with a plate full of flavorful seared steaks. Those gathered in the hall immediately greeted him with joyful laughter and enthusiastic applause. Gadmar had not felt such unity and true home comfort for a long time. While more and more treats were being brought to the table, a man in a white dress shirt and formal trousers sat down at the piano in the far corner of the room. He began with some solemn jazz composition, then began playing Mozart and Beethoven, which Gadmar knew well from his time at music school. Gradually, more and more people gathered around the playing man. They listened to his playing with reverent awe and did not dare interrupt him even with applause. He ended his performance with a true masterpiece by Johann Pachelbel, the Canon in D major. Although Gadmar had not yet learned the composition himself, he could listen to it for days on end while reading or walking in the park. The living room itself impressed with its atmosphere of home comfort and hospitality. The floor under the dining table was covered with a red woolen carpet, which perfectly matched the red sofa upholstered in flock located opposite. 2 young girls, no older than 18, were sitting on the sofa and were vigorously discussing some book. It seemed they were talking about George Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire. Unfortunately, the author never managed to finish the ending of his epical saga, so the girls had to think up the ending themselves. This is probably why the argument occurred. At their age, I love to read too. Gadmar didn't even notice how Mia came up to him. Then my passion for literature died down a bit. But even now there are times when I can sit by the fireplace with a book all evening. Her dark hair, streaked with gray, fell straight down to her shoulders. Mia was wearing a blue cotton dress, which emphasized the beauty of her blue eyes. For a moment, Gadmar was literally taken aback, staring at Mia. I knew I dressed too provocatively. Mia laughed embarrassedly at my age. No, what are you saying? Gadmar blushed and felt like a real fool. You look simply amazing. Damn, it's time to shut up. Gadmar picked up a decanter of water from the table, poured half a glass, and emptied it in one gulp. Have you met anyone yet? Mia tilted her head to the side with interest. Yes. I expressed my gratitude to Gren and Oswald. And Jenna, Oswald's wife, even treated me to a cottage cheese casserole with blueberries, smiled Gadmar. Very nice people. I'm very glad you could find a common language with them, Mia answered, and nodded at Gadmar's ankle. Wasn't it too early for you to give up crutches? You're still limping? Well, I'll be limping for a long time, Gadmar shrugged. But I couldn't move around with these things anymore. Besides, Oswald invited me to go hunting with him tomorrow. I understand, Mia smiled. It's hard to blame you for wanting a normal life. And what about your friend? Gadmar studied her face for several long seconds. Judging by her worried eyes, Mia really did care about Zach's fate. Maybe all those big words about second chances and starting over were true. I think Zach will be fine. Gadmar smiled with just the corners of his lips. He just needs time. But he promised to come to dinner tonight. Gadmar turned over his shoulder and smiled broadly. And here he is. The man nodded towards Zach, who had approached. The young man looked around timidly. He was afraid of how those around him would react to the misfortune that had happened to him. Zach was wearing a brown tweed jacket, a white shirt and beige trousers. He was even able to tie the laces on his sneakers, although, apparently, that was why he was late. Good evening, Mia smiled, extending her hand to Zach. My name is Mia. Zach. Zach smiled shyly and shook the outstretched hand. Sorry for not visiting you all these days. I thought you wanted to be alone and get used to the new environment. Right, Zach nodded. Thanks for... Zach fell silent and looked at Gadmar, who just nodded silently as if to say, Relax, you have nothing to be afraid of. Thank you for everything. Zach smiled, and to his own surprise hugged Mia, but after a couple of seconds he immediately pulled away. Forgive me. The young man turned red and looked away at the floor. I shouldn't have. It's okay, Mia smiled, touching Zach's left shoulder. You have nothing to thank me for. Mutual aid is the foundation of our community. Only by protecting and supporting each other in difficult times have we been able to not only survive this long, but also build a civilized society. Which, in my opinion, is the most important thing. Mia laughed sheepishly. Forgive me. I have probably tired you with my chatter. The woman pointed with her palm at the empty seats at the table. Please, sit down. It's time for dinner. Gadmar sat down next to a stocky man with a noticeable bald spot on his head. The stranger smiled amiably. Gadmar smiled back. To Gadmar's right was Zach. Viktor Dravinsky, the man who wiped his sweaty forehead with a handkerchief and shook Gadmar's hand, was originally from Prague. If that made any difference now. Viktor burst into a loud, heart-rending laugh and turned completely red. Gadmar Falls? Gadmar replied with a restrained smile. I'm from Portland, and I think our roots still matter, even in today's reality. It's important to remember where you came from, even if your old home has been wiped off the face of the earth. The girl in the apron placed a large baked chicken in the middle of the table. Portland? Victor's lips bulged stupidly. It's somewhere in England. In the northern United States, Gadmar could hardly contain his laughter. Ah, well, you almost guessed. Viktor Dravinsky winked slyly. Quite a strange place, in fact, Gadmar continued. One establishment even sold ice cream that tasted like pear and blue cheese. With blue cheese? Viktor raised his eyebrows in surprise. Zach put in a word, moldy and not taking his eyes off the basket of apple pie. That's right. Gadmar nodded admiringly. Zach surprised me more and more every day. Apparently he knows the culture and peculiarities of Old Earth much more than I could have imagined. Sorry, I forgot to introduce you. Gadmar slapped Zach on the back. This is Zach, originally from Novazem. There was a silence. The people at the table looked at Gadmar and Zach. Gadmar felt the looks on him, filled with contempt, anger, and fear. At the far end of the table, a woman in a gray sweater leaned toward her husband, a portly man in a yellow t-shirt with a curled mustache, and whispered something in his ear. But at the same time, Gadmar felt the good-natured looks of old Gren, Oswald and his wife Jenna, and of course Mia. One black-haired girl of about 5, looking at Gadmar, immediately reached out to her mother, pointing her finger at Gadmar. The girl whispered something in her mother's ear, and suddenly began to sob. The woman only smiled, shook her head, and began to calm the little one down. Gadmar understood the fears of the resurrectionists about the inhabitants within the island, especially the children born right here and never leaving the walls of their settlement. One could only guess how they imagined the people who had been sailing the expanses of the one ocean for decades. With fins, gills, like ichthyander. Perhaps people with fins like sharks or mermaid tails. Of course, people have always been afraid of the unknown. And as we know, the strongest fear is precisely the fear of the unknown. Please have my attention. Mia stood at the head of the table and tapped her glass with a teaspoon. The whispering at the table immediately stopped and all eyes turned to Mia. I'm grateful to everyone who was able to put aside their plans tonight and find time to come to dinner. Mia looked at the assembled with a stern look. The lady in the gray sweater whispering in her husband's ear immediately became flustered under Mia's attentive gaze and buried her face in her plate. But today, I have gathered you for a special reason. Mia pointed her hand towards Zach and Gadmar. As many of you have heard, a few days ago, while approaching the southern coast of the island, several ships were wrecked, crashing into the rocks, Mia said in a concentrated voice. Fortunately, Zach and Gadmar, our dear guests, managed to survive. There was a quiet round of applause from Gren, Oswald and his wife, and even the rather tipsy pianist. The latter clapped more for the sake of company. And I can proudly call Gadmar and Zach our new friends. Mia filled the glass with wine. I hope that in time, you can do the same. Those gathered at the table exchanged uncertain glances. One man in a sweatshirt picked up a piece of steak with his fork, put it on his plate, and began to chew with a demonstrative smacking sound. I understand your concerns, Mia continued with a smile on her lips. We haven't accepted people beyond for over half a year. But put yourself in their shoes. After all, literally every one of you has been in this very place. You've all come to the island looking for help and shelter. Many of you arrived here on the brink of starvation, and each of you was given a second chance. Exactly! Viktor Dravinsky cried out and stood up. He held a glass of wine in his right hand. She's right. Why do you all have such sour faces? What did those guys do to you? Victor slapped Gadmar on the back with all his might, causing him to almost fall face first into a plate of crab salad. I can tell you my story. Victor drained his glass of wine, burped loudly, then poured himself another. 6 years ago I decided to leave New Madrid. What a place, I must say. I stocked up on a bottle of water and some fucking crackers, and floated like that for about 2 weeks. Constantly afraid of being chased by New Madrid residents or meeting any other scum that inhabits the one ocean. You don't need me to tell you how rotten this place is. Victor laughed loudly. A murmur of support went around the table. When the outlines of this island loomed on the horizon, my boat already had a huge hole. I ran into a damn reef. I don't know how I managed to reach the shore, but if Dag and Oswald hadn't picked me up that day, I would have definitely died of hunger or scurvy. Victor raised his glass up. We all deserve to start this fucking life over again, Viktor Dravinsky shouted, spitting. And if anyone thinks otherwise, he glanced at the man unceremoniously eating a steak. Then let them say it to my face, and we'll continue the conversation in the yard. That's right, shouted the man 2 seats away from Zack, jumping to his feet with his glass of wine raised. He said it right. His wife supported him. Everyone deserves a second chance. To new friends. One by one, those gathered at the table jumped to their feet and raised their glasses in honor of Gadmar and Zack. To new friends, Mia smiled, saluting Gadmar with her glass. "And you still have doubts about whether it is possible to start a new life in this place?" smiled Gadmar, looking at Zack's stunned face. Chapter 17. A pre-dawn mist hung over the forest. Somewhere in the branches of an ash tree, a thrush began to sing. Fallen tree branches crunched underfoot. Somewhere in the depths of the forest, the murmur of a brook could even be heard. The forest, like the one ocean, lived its own life. The land dwellers fought for territory and food just like the underwater ones. The only difference was man. He was deprived of his usual habitat, forced to adapt to life in the one ocean. "How long have you lived here?" Gadmar turned to Oswald. Well, as he was approaching his second decade, Oswald, a tall, lean man, was dressed in a light green camouflage suit. He gave Gadmar exactly the same one. A rifle hung over his left shoulder and a small bag of provisions on his right. "And you never thought about leaving the island?" "Why?" Oswald shrugged. His eyes showed genuine bewilderment. "This is my home now. The people I care about. My family." "I understand," nodded Gadmar, and looked away towards the hare running past. Gadmar was about to take the rifle off his shoulder, but Oswald stopped him. "Wait, don't waste your ammo," he whispered. "Not this time. We're going after bigger game today." The hare tilted his muzzle down and nibbled the grass. Gadmar took a step forward and the branches cracked. The hare immediately turned his head in his direction and froze. Breathing heavily, he looked at the newcomers for a couple of long seconds. Then he suddenly took off, crossed the entire edge of the forest in a few leaps, and disappeared into the bushes. "It's been a long time since I've seen them," Gadmar grinned. "It's okay. You'll get used to it." Oswald slapped Gadmar on the back. "I can say the same about the great white shark, and I hope I never see those creatures again for the rest of my life." Oswald laughed hoarsely and pulled up the sleeve of his jacket. A deep scar ran across his forearm. "It happened more than 20 years ago. She attacked me when I was pulling in the net with the catch. God knows what clicked in that creature's head. But she jumped out of the ocean depths like an enraged bull at a matador and almost capsized the boat. But that was enough to make me fall overboard. Before I could even come to my senses, she was already rushing at me with her mouth wide open. It's a good thing I always carry a knife in my belt." Oswald chuckled, tapping the large carving knife in the holster on his belt. "I immediately punched this creature right in the eye. That's what saved my life. But where then?" "She touched him with her fin when she was swimming away." "You could say she got out of the water dry." Oswald laughed and motioned for Gadmar to follow him. "Let's go. It's not far left." Bright sunlight began to slowly seep through the treetops. The thick fog slowly dissipated. The sun began to bake. In the bushes, nightingales sang for all to hear. A few hundred meters further, Gadmar and Oswald even came across a wasp nest on a spruce branch. There was a barely audible hum inside. "It's better not to disturb them." Oswald's tone was extremely serious. "A couple of months ago, such a swarm attacked 2 of our hunters." Oswald sighed dejectedly and shook his head. Both died at the scene. Gadmar and Oswald walked for about 20 minutes in complete silence. Rolling up their trousers to their knees, they waded through a small stream. Somewhere in the distance, a woodpecker was tapping. Squirrels were running along the tree branches. To Gadmar's left was a solid spruce forest. To the right were boggy swamps. "I'll go ahead," Oswald said in a commanding voice. "Walk right behind me." And don't take a single step to the side. Step in the wrong direction, and you'll get stuck in the swamp. Even I won't be able to pull you out." "Understood," nodded Gadmar, walking right behind Oswald. Impassable swamps, disgusting stench of silt, rot, and dampness. "One question just won't leave my head," Gadmar finally dispelled the silence. "We, the inhabitants of the One Ocean, have heard that the islands are unsuitable for human life. Supposedly the air here is poisonous to humans. They said that some unknown creatures live on the remains of the land, brought by meteorites or something else. And in general, some anomalous things are happening everywhere." Gadmar paused, watching Oswald's reaction. Oswald only listened silently, allowing him to continue. "And I was ready to believe all these tales, because I myself had experienced abnormally long and harsh winters and incredibly hot summers, lasting half a year, when the heat was so unbearable that you were literally afraid to leave the shade. After spending just a couple of minutes in the sun, you immediately got severe burns. And there's no need to even talk about those purple flashes, fish mutations, and all sorts of hallucinations that I had the chance to observe on the border of the uncharted waters. It was all real. So tell me, how did you manage to achieve all this? Agriculture? Livestock breeding?" "Yes, Gadmar, you are absolutely right," Oswald interrupted him in a calm tone. "When I first arrived on the island and met Mia, strange things really did happen in this place." Oswald smiled crookedly, "Just like anywhere else." "True, but how? I can't even say that we somehow fought with these aliens, whoever they were. As far as I understand, they did not have a corporeal shell." "Didn't have? What does he mean by that?" "They were the same purple flashes you often see in the sky. The dark ones, as Mia herself called them, polluted the environment with their mere presence. As soon as one of the purple storms swept through the forest, it left behind only dead animals, scorched grass, and poisoned streams. Those animals that managed to survive were subjected to terrible mutations. The same thing happened to people. I happened to see a mutated man." Gadmar nodded. "It was a terrible sight," Oswald sighed. "Not a day passed that I didn't ask myself, why did they leave? Gone?" Gadmar frowned, "But I think we were just luckier than the others," Oswald said. "About 15 years ago, a huge funnel appeared in the sky above the island, sparkling with the same violet light. We thought that the end had come for us, but the next second everything suddenly fell silent and the funnel disappeared. Since then we have not seen the comers from the dark. But the rest of the islands are still saturated with these anomalies." Gadmar almost burst into a scream, and in the United Ocean, God knows what is still going on. "I think everything will return to normal in time." Oswald stopped and smiled kindly, looking straight at Gadmar. "This is just a residual effect. I am sure that the Earth will return to its previous state before the incident. Everything will happen exactly according to the same scenario as on our island. It just takes time. 10 years, 20, maybe even 100. I don't know. I'm not sure that humanity is even capable of understanding and explaining what happened. Perhaps everything happened as it was supposed to, and there's nothing we can do about it. Someone managed to survive the Holocaust, and now we are responsible for the revival of human civilization. Oswald, tell me honestly, do you really think you can keep up this success? What if those creatures come back? I think it's not these creatures we should be afraid of." Oswald followed the hare running past with his gaze and smiled. "There is no beast in the world more terrible than man. You know it yourself no worse than anyone else. That story with your family." Oswald took a step toward Gadmar and placed his hand on his shoulder. The man's brown eyes were filled with grief and sympathy. "If you are truly willing to help us and continue to work for the good of humanity," Oswald said in a strangled voice, "give up this mad plan for revenge. It will bring you nothing but pain and suffering. Stop chasing the ghosts of the past and live in the present. We need people like you here, more than you can imagine." Oswald continued to advance through the forest while Gadmar stood there for a few more seconds, unable to speak. 2 spotted deer stood deep in the forest, their muzzles bowed down, drinking water from a small stream. Oswald slowly lowered his rifle from his shoulder and sank down on his stomach. Gadmar did the same. Oswald put his index finger to his lips and took the rifle off safety. There was a short click. One of the deer, the one standing closer to the hunters, suddenly threw its head up. Breathing heavily, the animal lingered on the hillock behind which Gadmar and Oswald were hiding. The hunters lay in wait. It seemed that at that moment only they and a couple of deer existed and the rest of the world lay in wait. A second, 2, and the deer buried its muzzle in the stream again. "Can you kill them both with one shot?" Oswald whispered. "I think so," answered Gadmar, and cocked the trigger. Gadmar held his breath, took aim. A second, 2, 3. The deafening shot caused the birds to immediately fly up from the branches. Both deer fell down dead. "Good shot," Oswald smiled sadly, clapping Gadmar on the shoulder. Rising to his feet, Oswald looked at the dead animals and shook his head. "As I said, there is no beast more terrible than man." The streets of the abandoned city were covered with greenery. Mushrooms, grass, and even a couple of daisies grew from the cracks in the asphalt. It was surprising that such a fragile creature had such a thirst for life. The stork reached for the sun, breaking through the thickness of the asphalt. A truly impressive sight. Whatever the case, it seemed that for the moment man had lost the battle for dominance on the planet to nature. The rain, which had not stopped for several decades, had done its job. Literally every building in the city was covered in rust. There were holes in the domes of the church. The roof of the supermarket was red with rust. Rusty cars overgrown with grass and bushes. Broken windows of houses, looted shops and pharmacies. The abandoned city was silent. Sometimes you could only hear the distant cawing of a crow from the forest and the creaking of rusty swings rocked by a light breeze. The man of the 21st century considered himself the most intelligent creature on the planet. Oswald grinned, but lost the battle with nature without the slightest resistance. Oswald brought the joint to the fire, then pulled his hand away and took a couple of drags. He exhaled a few rings of smoke in relief and handed the joint to Gadmar. "Thank you," he smiled. "But I don't even want to start." "That's right," Oswald nodded and laughed heartily. The day was drawing to a close. The sky above the horizon was covered with a crimson glow. They had been sitting around the fire for an hour, but Gadmar could not get Oswald's phrase out of his head. There is no beast more terrible than man. What if Audrain Shanta was right after all? Maybe humans never learn from their mistakes because they can't. Or rather, don't want to. Maybe that's just the way the world works. Humans must kill to survive, causing harm to the environment and its inhabitants. What if this vicious cycle is simply impossible to break? People will always adapt nature for their own survival. But does this mean that a person is not capable of working on mistakes? Of course, there are no ideal places. It is simply impossible. There will always be dissatisfied people. It is impossible to please everyone. That is human nature. People will never be able to give up wars because human hunger is truly insatiable. But ultimately, the future depends only on ourselves. A person must seize every opportunity to correct the mistakes of the past and try not to make them again. And who will win in the eternal battle? Human egoism and pride, or common sense and human reason, the very thing that distinguishes us from animals? The answer to this question would not be found out anytime soon. Perhaps several centuries would have to pass for this to happen. But looking at what the Revivers had managed to achieve in this place, Gadmar somehow believed that humanity would still be able to take advantage of the last opportunity on the path to restoring the world. Gadmar looked into the scarlet strip of sunset and smiled. Chapter 18. Look. Are you really sure this is a good idea? The walks in the woods have definitely done Zack some good. His cheeks are flushed, there are no bags under his eyes. I'm afraid to imagine what Shantar will do to you when he finds out about Dane. I've already thought of everything. Gadmar threw a couple of logs into the fireplace. I just have to get Nosser, Ilarda, and Endra with her daughter out of Novazem if they want to. At least I'm sure Endra definitely wants to get out of there. She and her daughter deserve better. Gadmar took a sip of mead, watching the fire in the fireplace. The measured crackle of the wood lulled him to sleep. The alcohol went to his head. But first, Gadmar lowered his voice, as if someone could overhear his conversation with Zek. I'll beat all the information about Severin's location out of Shantar. That's right, Zek hiccuped, finished his mead in one gulp, and had a cucumber as a snack. It was already deep night outside, but cheerful, discordant cries could still be heard from the yard. Today, the revivers celebrated the 35th anniversary of the moment when Mia Unt found this place and laid the foundations for the construction of the future settlement. Perhaps for them now, this date is even more significant than their own birthdays. And after, Zach put his hand to his mouth as if holding back vomit and soon continued, after you find that fucking Saverin mayor and those bastards who killed your family, what are you going to do next? Gadmar stared at the dying flames in the fireplace. I will bring those who wish to escape from Novazem here, Gadmar answered coldly. And then I will go look for Saverin. Zach's face was filled with complete bewilderment. Are you sure about this? Zach looked really depressed. Maybe you should give up on this crazy idea. Remember your own words. At this point, each of us can start all over again. Not me, the flames reflected in Gadmar's pupils. My life is long over. I have nothing to start over. I have only one unfinished business left, after which I will retire. This is crazy. Zach let out a frustrated sigh. If you had told me a couple of weeks ago that I would be talking the hunter of Gadmar Falls out of going to his death, I would have considered the man insane. That's true, Gadmar chuckled. I see there's no point in trying to persuade you. Zach poured the rest of the mead into glasses and stood up. What are you up to? If you do go back there, please. Zach's eyes were pleading. Bring Charvinia here. She needs to live the rest of her life the way she deserves. Promise me you'll do it. I promise. Gadmar nodded and clapped Zach on the shoulder encouragingly. Don't worry. She'll be okay. Zach nodded gratefully. The young man raised his glass to the new world. Gadmar rose from his chair with a sigh and repeated, For a new world. The sound of glasses clinking was heard. I hope you find what you are so desperately looking for. The dawn was breaking. Dim rays of the sun were dispersing the disappearing fog. A light pre-dawn breeze was swaying the leaves of the trees. After yesterday's celebration, the streets of the settlement seemed deserted. Gadmar went down to the pier. Since yesterday, at his request, a boat had already been prepared. Having climbed aboard, he immediately heard a voice behind him. I want you to know, Mia was wearing a blue shirt. You are always welcome. You can come back any second. Bring as many people as you think necessary. We are ready to accept every Novazem. Thank you. Gadmar nodded and couldn't help but smile. For everything you've done. No, it is you and Zach who I should thank. As always, Mia's voice expressed unperturbed calm and peace. You gave us hope for the unification of all the surviving people of the planet, showed all the resurrectors that the people of the One Ocean are no different from them. Perhaps they always knew this, but over the years of isolation on the island they simply forgot. They were silent for a few seconds. The silence was broken only by the rustling of leaves and the whisper of the surf. I hope that next time I see you, you will stay here forever. I'm sorry, Gadmar shook his head, but I can't promise you that. Mia nodded silently and looked down at the metal pendant with the elephant. The pendant was already quite rusty, but the outline of the animal was clearly visible. A gift from my father. Tears streamed down Mia's cheeks. He told me to wear it every time I felt scared. If I meet your father again, what should I tell him? Mia looked up at Gadmar with reddened eyes and smiled widely. But I am not afraid anymore. The woman stepped forward and placed the pendant in Gadmar's palm. I hope that my father lived a happy life and did not suffer in endless attempts to find me. If he wants to meet me again, tell him that the doors of our community are always open to him and all Ravagers. But I will never leave this place. Mia fixed her gaze on Gadmar Falls. Chasing ghosts from the past can be very dangerous. It's funny, Gadmar grinned. You're already the second person who's told me this. Surprisingly, only a few weeks had passed, but Novazem had barely moved. As soon as Gadmar's boat was in sight of the southern towers of the floating city, a couple of Novazem boats were immediately dispatched to him. Apparently, the lookout's attention was drawn to the fluttering flag on the stern of the vessel, the rising sun against the backdrop of ruined skyscrapers. The banner of the Resurrectors, previously unknown to the Novazemians. Although Gadmar very much doubted that Audrain Shanter had not seen this banner before. On the way back from the island to Novazem, Gadmar saw several anchors to which flagpoles with the banners of the Resurrectors were attached, and signs showing how to sail to the island. Of course, it was very risky. By doing this, Mia endangered all the inhabitants of the island. But without the risk, she would never have created this settlement. The revivers tried to help every person who was ready to change for the common good and the further prosperity of humanity. Without this, they would not have become who they are now. Gadmar slowed as 4 Novazem boats circled him. Guards, wearing the familiar leather vests, spread out along the sides of the boats, rifles trained on Gadmar. "Put your hands up," one of them shouted. It seemed to be Sirana Reliccio, one of the 5 or 6 female guardians of Novazem. Gadmar threw his hands up and rose to his feet. The dark-haired girl made a sign to the man sitting at the helm of the boat, and the vessel pressed itself against the starboard side of the Hope, Gadmar's boat. "Sirana, I see you're not in the mood today." Gadmar grinned, looking at the girl's concentrated face. "Did Ron oversalt the onion soup again?" The girl jumped aboard the Hope and hit Gadmar in the jaw with the butt of her rifle. Gadmar staggered but remained on his feet. 3 more guards rushed after Sirana. "Good hit," grinned Gadmar. He cracked his jaw and spat blood onto the floor holding the bar. "Where is Chief Dane?" Sirana gritted her teeth and pointed the barrel of her rifle at Gadmar's chest. "Where are the rest of the guards? What did you do to them?" The Novazemians surrounded Gadmar from all sides, aiming their rifles straight at his head. They were ready to kill him at any second. Gadmar had only to make one wrong move, and he was dead. "I think I'd better continue this conversation with Mayor Shanter alone," Gadmar whispered, slightly tilting his head towards Sirana and winking. "But if that's what you want, before that you and I can..." Gadmar winced from a strong blow to the solar plexus and fell to the floor. "Mayor Shanter is already waiting for you in his office, bastard." Sirana Reliccio smirked and spat in Gadmar's face. When Gadmar opened his eyes, there was a metallic taste of blood in his mouth. He was sitting on a chair, his hands and feet in shackles again. "I've seen this somewhere before," Gadmar chuckled. There was an unbearable buzzing in my ears and everything was double before my eyes. "Yeah, Sirana gave him a good beating. She doesn't get the joke at all." Half an hour later, when his head had cleared a little, Gadmar looked around. To his surprise, this time he was not in a prison cell. There was even a small window in the room and a couple of kerosene lamps. There was a cot, a nightstand, a round metal table and several chairs. Now one could only guess what was going through Audrain Shanter's mind. How did he react to the news of Dane's death? Shanter didn't give a damn about Zack, much less Elrain Steger and Danerico Theos. But the loss of his faithful guard dog, Larmy O'Dane, must have sent him into an indescribable rage. Chanter most likely sent them to the Resurrectors only as a reconnaissance group. They were supposed to find out everything about the exact location of the island, its settlements, and the number of people. Of course, the latter interested Chanter most of all. It was thanks to the slave trade that he was able to build his empire. Audrain Chante turned out to be a much more dangerous person than Gadmar could have imagined during their conversation. His speeches about the deserved death of humanity already spoke eloquently about his intentions. Now Gadmar would be absolutely sure that people like Chanter only benefited from the end of the world. Surely in life, he was an unsuccessful clerk, vegetating in the office from morning to night. He constantly complained, blamed everyone around him, his superiors, his parents, his colleagues, but not himself. And then the apocalypse happened, and Audrain Chanter got a chance to start his life anew. There was nothing to hold him back anymore. In the new world, there were no governments, no police, no moral boundaries. Now Audrain could do whatever he wanted. In the new world, Chanter felt like a real god, and no one dared to stand in his way. How he had managed to capture a floating city at all in his time remained a mystery, since according to Shinosaurus's diary, they were in the exclusive possession of the governments of the countries that were building them. But one thing was certain. Audrain Chanter was a threat not only to the people of Novazem and the other floating cities, but also to the Resurrectors and even the Ravagers, a threat that needed to be eliminated, immediately after Gadmar had knocked Severin's location out of him. But until then, he had to be extremely careful. The doors clanged and Otan Nosser walked into the room. The dark-haired boy had no face. He was completely pale. His eyes were frightened and darting. There were bruises under his eyes, and there was a deep cut on his left cheek. The boy could barely stand on his feet. What did those bastards do to him? The guard pushed Nosser forward and slammed the door shut. Well, hello, Otan forced a sad smile. Long time no see. How are you? Gadmar asked. Otan's battered, haggard appearance made Gadmar feel uneasy. Even worse was the knowledge that it was his fault. It's all right, Nosser lisped. I think he had a couple of teeth knocked out, you know. I was only allowed to come in for a few minutes, so... Sit down. Gadmar nodded towards the chair. There's not a single, undamaged spot on you. No, I'm fine, smiled Otan Nosser, sitting down on a chair. You better tell me how your expedition went. Did you manage to find anything? That can wait, Gadmar replied. We will still have time to discuss the expedition. Gadmar lowered his voice and leaned towards Nosser. Listen to me carefully, said Gadmar in a serious tone. After you leave here, the first thing you do is go to Elarda and Endra. Take only the most necessary things with you. Gadmar, what are you talking about? Don't interrupt me, Gadmar hissed angrily. Ask around in circles of people who also want to leave Novazem, but only those you can trust. Do you understand me? No. Otan Nosser flared up, jumping to his feet. I don't understand. What are you even talking about? Do you want us to run away? Do you really believe that this is possible? Speak more quietly, hissed Gadmar. Sit down. Otan's breathing became noticeably faster. The young man was sweating all over and began to crack his knuckles. Sitting back down on the chair, he looked away. The place we were looking for really does exist, Gadmar continued much more calmly. Even Zack stayed to live there. Zack? Nosser's eyes widened in surprise. He stayed? That can't be. That's right, smiled Gadmar Falls. Even Zack didn't give a damn about Chanter. He's not such a bastard as you thought, by the way. They sat in complete silence for a few seconds. It seemed that Otan Nosser could not digest what he had heard. But how can we leave Novazem? Otan rested his chin on his fists. It seemed that the idea of escape no longer seemed so unrealistic to him. The men on the watchtowers were changed every few hours. The sentries were constantly on duty. How could we sneak in unnoticed? Leave the watchmen to me, answered Gadmar. I have already told you everything that is required of you. Gather everyone you can trust. Do it as quickly as possible. You must be ready to escape at any moment." Otan sighed heavily, scratched the back of his head, and threw his head back. "Do you really believe that we can succeed?" A spark of hope flashed in the young man's eyes. "You can leave everything as is?" Gadmar shrugged. "The resurrectionists, by the way, also have cassettes in a separate building for a cinema. But the difference is that you can watch a film at any time convenient for you, and you don't need to spend half a year's earnings to do so." Otan couldn't help but laugh quietly. A weighty argument, the young man nodded his head theatrically. "It is because of such seemingly trifles that the life of society is built," Gadmar hastened to add. "With the resurrectors you can be whoever you want, and you will no longer have to be afraid of being beaten for a sideways glance at a Novazem guard or an unnecessary word. But if you want to continue living the same way as now..." Gadmar clicked his tongue. "Well, I won't bother you. My job is to suggest, and then do as you please." Otan Nosser looked at Gadmar with admiration and smiled innocently. "I don't know about you, but if this place gave me the opportunity to watch all the Avengers movies in one go, I would never leave the theater again." They burst out laughing. "Well, maybe they have a vacancy at the bar," Gadmar said. "You'll be handing out nuts and other goodies. It's better than handing arrows and cartridges to drunken Novazem guards at a shooting range." Otan pretended to wince, feigning disgust. "Once you join the Revivers, no one will dare to treat you like that again." "Well, in the worst case," Otan spread his hands to the side, "I can always join the Ravagers." "Oh yes," Gadmar grinned. "You will follow the path of Elrain and Daneric." "Seriously?" Nosser almost fell off his chair. "These two are now Ravagers? But how are they?" No, laughed Gadmar, shaking his head. "That's a story for next time. Otherwise you won't see." Before Gadmar could finish speaking, the door opened with a piercing clang. Odrain Shanter stood on the threshold. "Glad to see you safe and sound, Mr. Falls." The mayor of Novazem grinned sarcastically. "I think we have something to discuss." Part 4. Humanity's Last Stand. Chapter 19. As always, Odrain Shanter was wearing a smart blue jacket, a burgundy satin vest, and a perfectly ironed white shirt. He was wearing wire-rimmed glasses and his bald head was shining. Looking at this man, you would think that he would be walking the red carpet that evening to present his new film. If someone had told Gadmar that he was involved in the slave trade, he would never have believed it. The mayor leaned back in his leather chair, steepling his fingers and looking at Gadmar with curiosity. Odrain Shanter had remained silent as the guards escorted them to the mayor's chambers. Now that they were alone, it was much the same. He waited for Gadmar to speak first. What was this? More mind games and clever tricks? Did Shanter really think that under his watchful gaze, Gadmar would immediately give him all the information about the Resurrectors? And there was no doubt that was exactly what he was interested in. Odrain Shanter didn't care about Lami Odain's death. Yes, he was his watchdog, who carried out any of his orders at the first command. And of course, his death would complicate the daily routine of Novazem's guards for some time. After all, he had been the chief of police for many years, and it would take time to find a replacement for him among the rest of Novazem's guards. There was a barely audible knock on the door. Shanter cringed, and after a few seconds he shouted, "Come in." The secretary, a blonde woman with wire-rimmed glasses, entered the office. She held a tray with a bowl of fried shrimp and several saucers. "Thank you." Shanter smiled and nodded towards the table. The secretary placed the tray next to the mayor. "Bon appétit." The woman smiled, and without even looking at Gadmar, she walked out into the corridor. Odrain Shanter rose to his feet and took off his jacket. He hung it over the back of a chair, spread a towel over his knees, and rolling up his sleeves began to eat. He dipped shrimp into saucers, smacking his lips with pleasure, and continued to burn Gadmar with a searching look. But Gadmar was adamant. Hunter Falls folded his arms over his chest and looked at the mayor with a slight smile on his lips. "Would you like to try it?" Shanter handed the shrimp to Gadmar. "Thank you. but I'm not hungry. I had the most delicious crust of bread this morning." The mayor smiled broadly and nodded his head. "You know, Mr. Falls." Shanter wiped his lips with a napkin, then wiped his hands. "And I was wrong about you." "Really?" Gadmar raised his eyebrows, pouted. "A man like me could really surprise the venerable mayor with something?" Yes, Shanter continued in a decisive tone, as if not noticing Gadmar's sarcasm. "During our first meeting, it seemed to me that we were able to find a common language. You seem to me a true professional and a master of your craft. That is why I entrusted such an important task to you." Shanter threw the tray off the table with all his might. There was a sound of breaking dishes. The cold gaze of Mayor Novazem was directed straight at Gadmar Falls, but he did not even move. Audrain took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He ran a hand over his sweaty forehead, cleared his throat, and rose to his feet. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked around the table, stopping a meter away from Gadmar. "I entrusted you with a very important task," the mayor continued in a reserved tone. "I relied on you. But how did you repay me? Did you kill my entire team, including Chief Dane?" "Well, Chief Dane killed himself," Gadmar Falls shrugged casually. "I have nothing to do with it." Gadmar rose slowly to his feet, never taking his gaze off the mayor for a second. "And I confess honestly, I'm extremely surprised by your dissatisfaction, Mr. Mayor." Shanter's face softened somewhat. He had achieved his goal and brought Gadmar into conversation. "If my memory serves me right," Gadmar continued, "you gave us the task of finding the island on which the very city from the map you gave me was located." Gadmar spread his arms out to the sides. "We found the island. There were no people there. And the fact that the Ravagers attacked us on the way and killed all your people. Such is the One Ocean." He smiled widely as he saw the confusion on Audrain Shanter's face. The anger was slowly building inside the mayor. "Or are you angry that I was the only one who managed to survive?" Gadmar clicked his tongue in disapproval. "Well, Mr. Mayor, it was just a matter of chance." "Bravo." The mayor of Novazem clapped his hands right in front of Gadmar's nose. "Simply amazing, Mr. Falls. I am delighted." Audrain Shanter couldn't help but laugh out loud. He even heard the secretary's footsteps outside the door. It seemed like the woman was listening at the door. "You are absolutely right." The mayor folded his hands behind his back and began to walk in circles. "I cannot blame you for the death of my people, but you still have not fulfilled the terms of our deal." "But, no, Mr. Falls." Shanter shook his finger. "There can be no buts here. We agreed that you would find that city. If you didn't find it on one island, you were to keep looking on the next." Shanter stopped near the model of the old Earth sphere and looked around the territory of Europe with admiration. But instead, he turned to Gadmar. The mayor's face was frozen in its usual mask of icy calm. "You chose to betray my trust and sailed back. But..." However, Shanter spun the globe with force and began to walk around it in a circle. "I am ready to give you a second chance. The last one. Each of us makes mistakes. But the most important thing is how we react to our mistakes, and whether we learn from them." "What do you mean by that?" Audrain Shanter's ability to confuse people with moralizing speeches was starting to get on my nerves. When the ball stopped, Shanter looked away and pointed his finger at it. "Come here," the mayor asked. Be bolder. You know how it works." Gadmar cleared his throat and glanced at the trophy dagger standing on a stand on Shanter's table. "It's still early." Gadmar stopped a step away from the mayor. "What country did I get?" Shanter asked with excitement in his eyes. Gadmar narrowed his eyes, looking at the mayor's grinning face. At that moment, the man seemed like a real child. Like those children from the resurrection settlement who played in the sandbox. For Audrain Shanter, the whole world was a sandbox. He had no interest in human lives. He played with them like tin soldiers. He was not an architect, like children in a sandbox building sandcastles. No, not at all. Shanter was exactly the kind of spoiled prankster who destroyed those sandcastles. Like any prankster, Audrain Shanter could not answer for what purpose he did it. He simply enjoyed sowing destruction and watching others suffer. So what? Shanter asked impatiently, not taking his eyes off Gadmar. What country? Not a country, Gadmar replied. The Pacific Ocean. Audrain Shanter's face twisted sharply. Animal terror froze in his eyes. The mayor turned sharply to the globe, and his mouth fell open in amazement. He stood there for a few seconds, after which his lips stretched into a malicious, crooked grin. Mr. Mayor? Gadmar broke the silence. If I fulfill our part of the bargain, said Audrain Shanter, and arrange a meeting for you with the mayor of Savarin, will you do as we agreed? The men exchanged glances. Can you find that city? I will, Gadmar answered without the slightest hesitation. That's great, Shanter smiled broadly and clapped Gadmar on the shoulder. I'll contact the mayor of Savarin today and request a meeting. I think in a couple of days you'll have a chance to give justice to the murderers of your wife and daughter. Thank you, nodded Gadmar Falls. I hope that after your revenge, you will finally turn this terrible page of your past life and become a loyal servant of Novazem, said Mayor Audrain Shanter, and laughed loudly. Heart-rending female screams, the suffocating smell of burning, sheaves of bright sparks and tongues of red flame, the crackle of burning wood. Gadmar watched as his house sank to the bottom. The next moment, a blinding sheaf of flame shot into the sky and splinters flew everywhere. Then the silhouette of a little girl appeared. Gadmar grabbed the oars and tried with all his might to reach her, but the burning house was carried away further and further. Then Gadmar's palms seemed to go numb. He could not move. The whole world around him froze, and only the burning house and the piercing screams of his wife and daughter remained. The next second there was a deafening explosion, and Gadmar woke up. Gasping for air, he fell out of bed and crawled into the bathroom. Gadmar felt his insides tighten. For a moment he stopped breathing. He rolled over onto his back and took several deep breaths. Gradually his breathing returned to normal and Gadmar was able to rise to his feet. Entering the bathroom, he took off his sweat-soaked shirt and pants and stood under the cold shower. Leaning his palm against the wall, Gadmar began to cry. Stinging tears ran down his cheeks and he couldn't do anything about it. And he didn't want to. Gadmar screamed furiously and clenching his fist began to beat it against the wall. Gadmar screamed and continued to beat the ceramic tile. He broke his knuckles until they bled, but he did not even intend to stop. Gadmar continued to beat until he fell to his knees from exhaustion. He pulled his legs up, hugged himself, and began to sob. No matter how many years passed, Gadmar would never stop blaming himself for the death of his wife and daughter. And would revenge be able to bring them back? Would revenge help him punish those responsible for the deaths of Mania and Aaliyah? No, because the real culprit of their deaths was Gadmar himself. They died due to his own stupidity and carelessness, and no revenge could bring them back to life. He could convince himself of the opposite as much as he wanted, but in the end, he knew that revenge would only make things worse. Gadmar would achieve nothing by killing Mayor Savarin if it was he who gave that order, or by killing the people who carried out that order. Chasing ghosts from the past can be very dangerous. Yes, that's exactly it. Revenge will not give him anything. But do the people who killed his family deserve to live? How many more have they killed and will kill in the same way in the future? Revenge will not help Gadmar in any way. It will not relieve him of guilt, nor will it give him redemption for the sins of the past. But by taking revenge on the murderers of his family, Gadmar will protect dozens and hundreds of people who would have died at their hands. And for this opportunity, Gadmar was ready to give his own life, although in general he died a long time ago. As Gadmar was finishing breakfast at the Ron's Cafe, Otan Nosser sat down at the next table. What's the point of all this conspiracy? Gadmar grinned and placed a piece of salmon on the toast. You yourself said not to arouse unnecessary suspicions. Otan was wearing a baseball cap, dark glasses, and a gray wool sweater with formal trousers. Well, why did you put on glasses and a baseball cap? Gadmar asked, taking a bite of toast. Everyone already knows it's you. So, do you want to hear what I have to say about our Liberty plan? Or do you want to continue lecturing me about appearances? Liberty? Gadmar almost choked on his tea with laughter. Yes, freedom from Latin, snapped Otan Nosser impatiently. Or you. I know what liberty is, Gadmar sighed. But why give it a name? Well, you're something, Otan hissed. This gives you the spirit and hope for a successful escape. There's a much better chance this way. I even drew the emblem. Nosser looked around. No one was watching them. The young man took a folded piece of paper from his pants pocket and threw it to Gadmar. Damn, Otan whispered, missing the table. It's nothing, sighed Gadmar, bending down to pick up the bundle that had fallen to the floor. When he unfolded the paper, a knight with a huge two-handed sword appeared before his eyes. What is this? Gadmar pressed his hand to his lips to keep from laughing. This is a symbol of freedom, Otan said dreamily, smiling contentedly. The knight is the hero the kingdom's inhabitants have been waiting for so long. They hoped that one day a knight would appear who would free them from the clutches of the evil dragon by cutting off the monster's head. And now, finally, the hero has appeared. Yes, but why does the knight have a helmet on his head? What do you mean, why? Otan's voice was filled with genuine bewilderment to protect himself from the dragon's flame. Have you never read fairy tales? No, I've read the fairy tales. Gadmar had a lot of trouble not to send Otan away. But you do understand the medieval knights didn't wear 20th century helmets? That's just unthinkable. You don't understand much. Nosser almost burst into a scream. The dark-haired waitress wiping down a table near the exit turned in his direction and shook her head. Okay. Gadmar cleared his throat. Let your knight have a helmet on his head. As you wish. We have no time for that now. Gadmar finished his tea in one gulp and rising to his feet sat down at the table next to Nosser. What are you doing? The young man's eyes widened, almost falling off his chair. They'll notice us together. I don't care anymore. Gadmar waved his hand. I'm meeting with the mayor of Savarin this evening. I'll distract all the watchmen. From every tower. At the same time you'll have to leave Novazem. There won't be another chance. Otan Nosser nodded silently. How many people did you manage to gather? Gadmar drummed his fingers on the table. About 20, Otan whispered, leaning forward slightly. Charvinia agreed without hesitation. As soon as I told her about Zack, she immediately began to pack her things. Excellent. Gadmar smiled with relief. Hilarda didn't agree right away. But after she was given a couple more kilograms of fish to cut up yesterday, even though she had fulfilled her quota last month, she finally realized that she couldn't live like this any longer. Endra just nodded silently and ran to pick up her daughter from school. 2 more school children, 1 teacher, a couple of fishermen, and even 1 guard. God? Gadmar frowned. Are you sure you can trust him? Absolutely, nodded Nosser. Seran is a reliable man. We studied in the same class for 3 years. You can rely on him. Once, when a couple of scoundrels cornered me in the corridor, Seran did not but... Okay. Gadmar grinned. Save those stories for later. Tell them to the islanders around the campfire. They love to tell tales. Are you serious? Otan Nosser suddenly turned pale. Just don't tell me you won't sail with us. Otan, sighed Gadmar, leaning back in his chair. But without you, all this makes no sense. Otan slammed his fist on the table. Hey! The waitress shouted. Stop making noise! Shut up! Otan Nosser waved him off. "Shut up yourself," the girl screamed. Her head was completely concussed in that shooting gallery of yours. Paying no attention to the waitress's attacks, Otan continued. "The Novazemians saw how boldly you spoke to Zack and Elrain the day you arrived in the city. They will follow you. We can't do it without you." "You are wrong," smiled Gadmar Falls. "You are much braver than you think, Otan. You just need a little self-confidence." The man rose to his feet and placed his hand on Nosser's shoulder. "I believe in you," Gadmar nodded. "You can handle everything. Remember our duel at the shooting range? I wanted to give in to you so that you could go to the cinema with the prize money. And at first, it was like that. But after the second shot, I realized that you shoot better than me. That's the honest truth." Otan wiped a tear from his cheek. "Don't let anyone push you around. You are capable of great things, and you will definitely achieve what you want." When Gadmar left the diner, Otan Nosser sat for a few more minutes in a depressed state, stirring the leaves of lard around his plate. "Hey," the waitress hissed as she approached. Otan shuddered, spilling all the tea right on himself. "What the hell?" Quietly, the waitress began to wipe the tea off Otan's trousers. "What are you doing?" Otan Nosser turned purple with embarrassment. "I heard everything," the girl said calmly. "What are you talking about?" "Take me with you." The girl collected the pieces of the broken cup. "I want to leave this rotten place." "Who told you I could help with that?" Nosser crossed his arms over his chest and smiled smugly. "It seems you missed one spot." The waitress immediately stepped on Otan's foot, causing him to cringe and almost scream. "I'm swimming with you," the waitress whispered in my ear and took away the uneaten salad. "What a bitch!" Otan exhaled when the girl had moved away a couple of steps. "And I won't pay for the salad. It's oversalted. You bet you will." The waitress shouted and slammed the kitchen door. Chapter 20. The sky was covered with thick black clouds. It felt like it was late evening, but it was only midday. The wind whipped at your face, the cold rain pierced your bones. A storm was coming soon. A couple of weeks ago, while wandering around the local library, Gadmar came across clippings of Novazem schematics and various instructions for its use. Novazem, or rather Li Ming, that is Dawn, was made in China. The designers of this gigantic ark claimed that it was capable of withstanding any storm, could even carve a way through impassable ice, working on the principle of an ordinary icebreaker. But if the series of terrible tsunamis were to repeat itself, as happened in the months of the death of the old Earth, even the floating cities would go to the bottom. Gadmar stood on the observation deck of the third tier of Novazem. Just a couple of minutes ago, a merchant boat had left the city, heading to the Sunday market, the largest in the area for hundreds of kilometers. Less than a minute later, a huge wave covered the vessel, and the boat sank. It was not yet clear whether the crew had been saved, but the entire cargo, a couple dozen kilos of fish, had sunk. "Ready." Gadmar glanced over his shoulder. Serana Relicio was surrounded by 4 guards. "If you've decided to share my bed," Gadmar let out a mock sad sigh. "I'm sorry, I can't right now. Maybe tomorrow morning." Gadmar thought Serana was about to hit him with the shaft of her spear or deliver her trademark blow to the jaw, but the girl didn't even blink. Completely calm and unyielding, she repeated her question. "Ready to go?" "Mr. Mayor is already on the loading dock. Yes, it seems that Audrain Shanter did a good job on her. He gave instructions not to beat Gadmar? But why? He didn't want to look like a sadist in the person of Mayor Saverin. Or was there something else hidden here?" Half an hour later, when Gadmar, accompanied by his guards, descended to the loading platform, the storm had already ceased, although it was far from calm. A light rain was falling, and the sun's rays were beginning to break through the gray clouds. The captain of Novazem, Eros Nepwood, decided to anchor for the day. Audrain Shanter's 2-deck cutter, the Harmony, was already launched. On the bow was a flaming letter H on a black field. Machine guns were mounted on both sides, bow and stern. One could only imagine what efforts Audrain Shanter had made to obtain such weapons. For the sake of these machine guns, dozens of Novazemians, whom the mayor of the city sent to the islands, had probably died. On board, with spears at the ready, there were at least 10 Novazem guards. If Audrain Shanter was on such close terms with the mayor of Savarin, why such caution? Or was he afraid of an attack by bandits? But for example, the Ravagers were not so stupid as to attack a cutter located between 2 floating cities. Such an attack would have signed their own death warrant. The upper deck is a restaurant with a luxurious bar and billiard room. Yes, Shanter never forgot about entertainment. As Gadmar climbed on board, the mayor immediately called out to him from the second deck, "Ah, Mr. Falls, at last." Audrain Shanter was finishing a game of pool with himself. "I thought you had changed your mind about taking revenge on the mayor of Savarin and decided to join the ranks of the Novazem guards." "I'm afraid that will have to wait," smiled Gadmar, and climbed the stairs to Shanter. In addition to the bar and pool table, there were several lounge chairs and a leather sofa. Shanter rolled the last ball into the net, took a swig of whiskey straight from the bottle, and threw the cue on the table. "Would you like to play?" Shanter tossed a billiard ball. "Oh no, thank you," smiled Gadmar. "But this game is not for me. I've never liked billiards all my life." Audrain winced. "But I've become really addicted to it in the last couple of years. I'm so bored with books and movies. Can you imagine? I've even watched Casablanca 3 times. And I don't even need to talk about rereading War and Peace." Audrain Shanter laughed hoarsely. "And this," he gestured at the pool table, "is a breath of fresh air. And I increasingly find myself thinking that life after the incident is good because it allows us to live in a way that we couldn't afford before, or were simply afraid to." The mayor fixed his gaze on Gadmar. "Do you know this feeling?" "Yes," Gadmar nodded. "I think it sounds familiar. Before the incident, I didn't kill people." Audrain Shanter's lips stretched into a wicked grin. "I still like you, Mr. Falls." The mayor laughed and nodded towards the sofa. "Please sit down. Can I give you something to drink? Whiskey? Beer?" "Thank you, I'll just have some water." Gadmar sat down on the leather sofa and heard the roar of the engine. "Ah, you want to keep your wits about you?" The mayor nodded understandingly, very commendably. The guard on Novazem's loading platform released the mooring lines and the Harmony set off. Shanter handed Gadmar a glass of water and sat down on the other end of the sofa, crossing his legs. He held a bottle of whiskey in his hands. "How long is the swim to Savarin?" Gadmar asked after taking a sip of water. "No more than an hour," Shanter replied. "Let me ask you, how did you persuade the Savarin mayor to come to the meeting? You yourself said that due to the increasing attacks of the Ravagers and other gangs, it is very dangerous to meet more than 2 or 3 times a year." "Oh, well, there are no secrets here." Shanter took a couple of sips from the bottle and put it on the floor. He leaned back on the sofa and threw his head back. A blissful smile froze on the mayor's lips. "The mayor there owed me at one time." Audrain Shanter turned to Gadmar. "And I'm used to people always paying me back their debts," he said in a cold tone. "And when they do it without any arguments and within the agreed time frame, we can even continue our cooperation." Gadmar forced a smile and nodded silently. What Audrain Shanter was hinting at was obvious. It was a miracle that Gadmar was still alive. For the failure to find the location of the Resurrectionist Island, for the loss of the boat, and of course his best men, Shanter should have immediately ordered Gadmar executed, or at best, put him to work cutting up fish or in some other workshop. And despite the mayor's outward calm, Gadmar knew that he was already starting to get nervous. People like Audrain Shanter didn't like it when things didn't go according to their plan. The mayor of Novazem was a typical planner. He wrote out all the steps in advance, always wanting to be ahead of his enemies. Shanter couldn't stand amateurism and improvisation. No, he had to have everything planned out to the smallest detail. And there was no doubt that his plan included a point in which Larmi O'Dane, upon returning from the expedition, reported to him about the successful discovery of the island of the Resurrectors. And if the capture of the island was successfully planned, this would mean several thousand new Novazem laborers, and of course, slaves for other cities or gangs of bandits. This sadist would not have prepared any other fate for the island's inhabitants. They sailed for more than half an hour in complete silence. Novazem guards stood guard along both sides of the ship like frozen statues. As Novazem became a barely discernible dot on the horizon, Shanta clapped his hands and jumped to his feet. He ran to the bar, mixed himself a turquoise cocktail, stuck his umbrella into it, and sprawled out on a chaise lounge, smacking his lips with pleasure. "Tell me, Gadmar," smiling broadly, asked Shanter, "what are you going to do with the one who deprived you of your family? Will you torture him long and painfully or kill him with one precise shot to the head?" Gadmar stared at him for a long moment. What kind of game was Shanter playing? And why had he let Gadmar find the mayor of Savarin so easily? Savarin was one of the few cities Novazem had never been at war with. The mayor of Savarin was Shanter's ally, and he certainly wouldn't let him be killed. "You have to be on your guard. Shanter can do anything." "How long have you known the mayor of Savarin?" asked Gadmar. "I will never forget the face of the man who placed an order on behalf of Savarin that day at the Caervel market. I dream of his face every night. If you had described the mayor to me, perhaps I would have known exactly You didn't answer my question." Shanter's face was still smiling. "Before killing him," answered Gadmar, "I will ask him only one question. Why?" Shanter finished his cocktail in one gulp and put the glass on the floor. "I think this is nothing new to you." The mayor's voice was completely calm. "I am absolutely sure that the honorable mayor of Savarin will answer that it is all about survival. The fight for resources, caring for the citizens of his own city. Those people who entrusted him with their lives. If we go back to the conversation on the day of our first meeting." Audrain rose from his chaise longue and turned toward the growing dot on the horizon. "Savarin. As I said, humanity never learns from its mistakes," Mayor Audrain Shanter said in a cold, even detached tone. "And all that remains for us is to survive." "Are you saying?" Gadmar jumped to his feet and ran to Shanter that the mayor of Savarin needed to kill my family in order to survive. Gadmar shouted so loudly that Cyrana Reliccio came up on deck. Audrain Shanter gestured, "All right," and the girl went back. Gadmar's breathing was ragged and hoarse. He was flushed and his face was covered in sweat. "That's life," Shanter shrugged calmly. "It could have happened to anyone else. It's just that you were the one who agreed to make a deal with the Savarins that day at the market." The mayor turned to Gadmar Falls, clapped him on the shoulder in a friendly manner and said, "You were just unlucky. That's the whole secret." At first glance, Savarin was in no way inferior to Novazem, just as huge and majestic, inspiring fear and horror with its very appearance. For a moment, Gadmar even thought that Savarin could cover the entire sky. The closer they sailed to the city, the more obvious it became that Savarin was much larger than Novazem. There were at least 15 tiers here, while Novazem had only 11. "The pride of the architectural thought of old Earth," Audrain Shanter said admiringly. "The best minds of Europe and Asia worked on it. Back in the days when people cast aside all prejudices and worked side by side for the common good of all mankind." The mayor sighed heavily. "It's a pity that it didn't last long. A person always remains a person." Looking at Savarin, Gadmar still couldn't believe that such a colossus could float at all. Not to mention that the floating city could reach 60 knots per hour. A truly magnificent creation, which was supposed to be only an ocean liner of the future, but not one of the rescue arcs of mankind. But fate decreed otherwise. If Gadmar's eyesight didn't fail him, there was even an empty helipad on the very top tier. Was it useful in the current conditions? Although, in fact, if the Novazemites were able to establish regular fuel extraction from the remaining patches of land, then the other floating cities did the same. Otherwise, they would not have lasted so long. Although Gadmar had read from the Novazem instructions that the fuel reserves on the floating cities were enough for several years ahead, By 2065, they had clearly run out. Therefore, who knows, perhaps the Severans have not only helicopters in store, but also other surprises. For example, submarines. Why not? Gadmar had already managed to see from his own experience that all the floating cities were very different from each other. Watchtowers equipped with heavy machine guns were located every third level. If the Novazemians decided to go to war with Severin, they would not have a single chance. Severin was a completely impregnable fortress which Gadmar Falls was about to send to the bottom. At the loading bay, they were met by half a dozen Severin guards, led by a tall, thin man in a loose yellow cloak. The man who had offered Gadmar the deal that had cost his family their lives that fateful day. Gadmar's heart sank at the sight of him. He clenched his fists and wanted nothing more than to pounce on him and crush his head to dust. But Gadmar held on with all his might. He knew he still needed the man alive. Perhaps the mayor of Severin himself did not even know what his men were planning to do to Gadmar's family. Perhaps it was so ordinary to him that he did not even attach any importance to such trifles. Mr. Shanter, the stranger's lips spread into a wide, radiant smile. How glad I am to see you. Mutual rocks, mutual, laughed Audrain Shanter, and gave Roxorn a friendly hug. And this? Roxorn frowned, looking at Gadmar. What's with that disdainful look? Has he really forgotten me, or is he just pretending? Although, if this freak constantly does such dirty work, it's not surprising. Oh, excuse me. Where are my manners? Shanter slapped his forehead and pointed his right hand at Gadmar Falls, one of the best hunters I've ever met. A real professional. He came here to assassinate Mayor Severin. There was silence in the air. Roxorn and Audrain Shanter looked at each other, then burst into loud laughter. The Severin and Novazem guards followed suit. Grand plans. Roxorn nodded with feigned admiration, grinning straight into Gadmar's eyes. Gadmar already hated him for that nasty, smug grin alone. Roxorn, chief of police of Severin. Shanter patted him on the back. Next to Sorn Audrain, Shanter looked like a real shorty. But no matter what height or social status this man had, he groveled before Shanter just like all the Novazem people. But why did the mayor of Novazem exert such a strong influence even on the Severins? What had he done for them? Welcome to Severin, Roxorn beamed and extended his hand to Gadmar. Gadmar fixed a long, withering look on Chief of Police Severin. Sorn's face was still smirking. Yes, he definitely remembered him. He pretended not to know him, but Gadmar could see that Sorn recognized him. Thank you for your hospitality, smiled Gadmar, and shook the outstretched hand. Severin looks truly impressive from the outside. Oh, you haven't seen our basketball court yet, laughed Roxorn. Rox, if you would be so kind as to escort Mr. Falls to the Honorable Mayor, Shanter motioned for Sirana Reliccio and the rest of the Novazemians to unload the cargo from the Harmony's hold. Of course, Mr. Shanter, bowed Roxorn. Don't worry about anything. I'm sure Mr. Falls will enjoy our short tour. Audrain Shanter responded with a slight nod of his head and walked up the stairs, accompanied by 2 Severin guards. Please, Mr. Gadmar, follow me. Roxorn grinned, pushing the door into the corridor. The more tiers they passed, the more similarities to Novazem he noticed. The same crowds of people in shabby robes, standing in lines for fresh water. They were afraid to even look in the direction of Sorn, Rox, and Gadmar, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Yes, there were countless shopping arcades where you could find anything. Locally made confectionery, synthetic fruits and vegetables, clothing and jewelry stalls. But when you saw the sign, only for residents of level 5 and above. Everything immediately became clear. Even if ordinary Savarans had saved up enough money for a damn jacket, they would have simply been refused because they didn't meet the required level. A couple of the lower tiers were completely given over to fishing. The principle of fishing here was exactly the same as that of the Novazemians and the Ravager's oil platform. When they reached the 4th floor, Gadmar was stunned by what he saw. The entire floor was completely filled with gun shops. Pistols, machine guns, rifles, machine guns of any caliber, grenades, and Gadmar was ready to swear that in the far corner, a skinny old man in a straw hat was selling a grenade. Launcher, Eldraine Shanter was right when he said that people never change. There was even a pool with chlorinated water on the 6th tier. When Gadmar and Rock's Thorn passed by, only a girl of about 7 or 8 was swimming in the pool. A woman in a gray dress was watching her from a chaise lounge. Apparently someone like a nanny from old Earth. Have you known Mayor Shanter for a long time? Gadmar Falls broke the silence as they stepped out onto the landing. As long as I can remember. Rock's Thorn smiled. Mr. Eldraine had always been generous to the people of Savarin, perhaps sometimes even more so than to the Novazemians. He had never been stingy in his help for Savarin. He had shared his supplies of fuel, food, ammunition. And the people? Gadmar asked in an icy tone. Rock's Thorn stopped, cocking his head to one side and looking at Gadmar with interest. Yes, and people too. Rock's Thorn smiled reverently. Every time the chief of police of Savarin spoke of Eldraine Shanter, his face took on such a reverent and dreamy look, as if he were talking about some kind of deity. Gadmar had seen something similar in the Ravagers who praised the Punisher. After half an hour, they finally reached the top tier. This was the tier of Mayor Savarin. Please. Rock's Thorn opened the door to the mayor's reception room for Gadmar, and that was the end of our little excursion. Chief of Police Savarin bowed politely. I hope you enjoyed it all, winked Rock's Thorn. I hope you'll soon be able to walk around the tiers you like for a little longer. Thank you, Chief Thorn. Gadmar smiled through force and squeezed Rox's outstretched hand painfully. Your city is absolutely charming. Rock's Thorn responded with only a haughty grin and scurried down the stairs, accompanied by 2 guards. Gadmar waited until he was alone and pushed the door forward. The reception room of Mayor Savarian was exactly like the reception room of Eldraine Shanter. The walls were covered with old paintings. The Leaning Tower of Pisa, the Champs-Élysées, Red Square. Instead of an aquarium, there was a terrarium with a royal python. The snake lay coiled up at the far end of its dwelling, completely unperturbed and motionless, but ready to attack its victim at any moment. The interior of the reception room was done in the Renaissance style, the so-called Renaissance. At the mere thought of the parallel with the community of the Renaissance, Gadmar could not help but smile. Painted fittings, sofas with velvet upholstery, antique light golden floor lamps. The decoration of the reception room alone cost several tens of millions of dollars according to the prices of old Earth. Yes, the mayor of Savarin, like Eldraine Shanter, loved to live in luxury. And apparently for the sake of another picture he was ready to send a whole squad of people to the islands. And in fact, to their death. In this, Shanter and the mayor of Savarin were like 2 peas in a pod. There was no secretary at the desk. A neat folder with documents was folded in the middle. Gadmar approached the desk and took out the title page. Report on the operation completed on Island Z-24. Island Z-24. Gadmar frowned. What the hell is that? Gadmar took the next page. A Novazem squad led by Chief of Police Larmio Dane sailed towards Facility Z-24 on May 17, 2065. The result of the operation is negative. There are no survivors. No survivors? Gadmar threw the papers aside and stepped back. What was going on here anyway? The mission led by Larmio Dane, which began on May 17, 2065. It was on that day that Gadmar, along with Zack, Dane, and the others, sailed from Novazem in search of the Resurrectionist. Settlement? Why did the report say there were no survivors? Audrain Shanter knew perfectly well that Gadmar had survived. Had he deliberately lied to the mayor of Severin, or was it... And then it dawned on Gadmar. No. He ran his hand over his sweaty forehead. No. This simply can't be. It was not even a couple of seconds before Gadmar burst into hysterical laughter and ran into Mayor Severin's office. Oh, mister. Falls at last. Audrain Shanter was sitting at the wide red oak table. I thought that the beauties of Severin had captivated you so much that you decided to postpone our meeting until tomorrow. Gadmar fell helplessly to his knees. Still laughing, he hit the floor with his fist and screamed piercingly. It was not a human cry at all. It was the shrill cry of a wounded animal. Now, Mr. Gadmar. Audrain Shanter put the papers aside and grinned broadly. There's no need to torment yourself like this. You've come to kill me. Audrain Shanter pulled a pistol from the top drawer of his desk. Just please, Shanter said cheerfully, as if this was just another game of billiards for him. Shoot me in the head right away. Chapter 21. I understand that this must be a big surprise for you, smiled Audrain Shanter. But you must admit that if I had told you in advance that I was the mayor of Severin, it would not have been so funny. Gadmar clenched his fists until they hurt. I don't even remember which city was captured first by Novazem or Severin. It was so long ago that now it seems to me that they have always been mine. The hunter's eyes flashed with real madness. Gadmar felt his insides literally burning with anger. He felt an overwhelming desire to take a gun and shoot the bastard in the head. Why? Gadmar said through tears. Why did I choose your family? Audrain Shanter's eyes showed genuine surprise. Come on, Mr. Falls, what's wrong with your memory? I already answered. No, Gadmar shouted, slapping his palm on the floor. He slowly raised his gaze to Shanter, and for a split second the mayor even felt uneasy. It was the completely maddened look of an enraged predator. Why did you order them killed? I understand. You decided to take the goods without paying for them, and gave the order to kill me. Okay, I can understand that. But why did you order the death of my family? Shanter exhaled loudly and shook his head in disappointment. Gadmar, I never thought I'd have to explain things like this to you. He playfully twirled the pistol and rose to his feet. I gave the order to kill your family for one simple reason: fear. If I couldn't kill you, I had to destroy what you valued most. I thought you'd either go mad from grief or just commit suicide. But to imagine that you'd decide to chase me across the one ocean for decades. Audrain Shanter laughed hoarsely. No, I couldn't imagine that. You really managed to impress me. The mayor stopped a step away from Gadmar and clicked his tongue. Here you go. Audrain Shanter squatted down and handed Gadmar the pistol. Gadmar wiped away his tears with the back of his hand and looked into the face of his family's killer. He had imagined this meeting millions of times. He had played it over in his head, pondering the methods of killing him. Should he kill him quickly, with one shot, or painfully pull out finger after finger, starve and thirst him, and only then send the bastard to hell, where he belonged? Now he would take a pistol, shoot Audrain Shanter, and then what? Killing this bastard would not bring back Gadmar's loved ones, but it would save hundreds of people who had already suffered, and would suffer more from his tyranny. By killing Audrain Shanter, he will not only avenge his family but also help dozens of others. Gadmar Falls grabbed the proffered pistol and rose to his feet. Wonderful. Audrain Shanter exclaimed admiringly and stood up after Gadmar. You are doing everything right. If some bastard killed my family, I would do the same. Killing for your loved ones is not even a sin, but a worthy deed, because you and I both know. Please shut up, sighed Gadmar. You have no right to talk about my family at all. I agree. Shanter nodded his head. You are absolutely right. A scoundrel like me does not even deserve to mention the beautiful Mania and the cheerful giggler Aaliyah. Audrain Shanter's lips spread into a disgusting, malicious grin. This monster was playing on his emotions, as if the gun was in Shanter's hands, not Gadmar's. But why was he so calm? Did he really expect that Gadmar wouldn't kill him because after the shot all the Savaran guards and the Novazemians led by Serana Relicio would come running here? But Shanter, like no one else, understood that Gadmar had long ago given up on his own life. His only goal was revenge for the murder of his wife and daughter. And by killing the man who gave the order, he would put an end to all this once and for all. And he would set off on the long-awaited journey to his family. Gadmar cocked his gun and pressed the barrel to Audrain Shanter's temple. The hunter's cold gaze expressed only fierce rage. "I suppose you have anything final to say?" Audrain Shanter smiled happily, looking Gadmar straight in the eyes. "I was not mistaken about you," the mayor replied. "Now I am 100% sure. You are the person who will become my new right hand. First take the post of Chief of Police of Novazem, and then we'll see." "What are you talking about?" Gadmar swallowed convulsively. Audrain Shanter's triumphant smile made him feel uneasy. "This is for my family." Gadmar's face distorted into a grimace of rage and anger. Gadmar Falls pulled the trigger. Nothing. Oh God, no. Gadmar pulled the trigger again and again. But it was all useless. The magazine was empty. "You're something." Audrain Shanter laughed, throwing his head back. "I tell you, I never doubted you. You should have seen your face. Such seriousness." Gadmar immediately punched Shanter in the gut, knocked him to the floor, and began beating him in the face with the pistol grip. Gadmar dealt the mayor blow after blow, and Shanter only laughed uncontrollably. At some point, Gadmar decided that Shanter had simply gone crazy, but Hunter no longer cared. He continued beating him until Shanter stopped laughing. All that was left of the mayor's face was an indecipherable bloody mess. Gadmar threw the gun aside and crawled away from Shanter. The hunter's hands were shaking, his knuckles were bloody. Gadmar threw off his bloody shirt, remaining in only a t-shirt. Audrain Shanter made an inaudible gurgling sound and spat blood onto the floor. The mayor's left eye was so swollen that it wouldn't open. Several teeth were knocked out, his nose was broken. At that moment, the great and mighty Audrain Shanter, mayor of the two largest floating cities on Novaya Zemlya, looked incredibly pathetic. Trying to crawl to the green velvet sofa, he groaned something. Audrain Shanter was breathing with difficulty. It was obvious that each breath was incredibly difficult for him. The mayor's chest was rising and falling more and more slowly with each passing second. "I will not kill you," said Gadmar Falls, rising to his feet. "But I will not help you either. You have determined your own fate." Shanter wanted to answer, but only a hoarse groan came out of his mouth. He burst into a violent coughing fit and then coughed up blood. The western windows of the Savaran mayor's office offered a stunning view. The fishing cranes continued their work as if nothing had happened. On the 11th tier, a decent group of people had gathered around a girl with a guitar. The performer was sitting on a small platform. The people in the crowd of listeners were clearly of high social status. Most likely, such people did not even go lower than the 7th or 8th tier. Men in classic black tuxedos, women in satin dresses of different colors. After each melody played by the girl, the crowd applauded wildly and threw money into a small metal bucket. Apparently the same coins as in Novazem. One mayor, one rules. Damn it, how come Gadmar didn't figure it out right away? After all, everything pointed to the fact that the mayor of Novazem and Savaran was one and the same person. Just look at Roxorn's behavior when he appeared before Shanter. The way he groveled before him. Yes, he was exactly like Larmio Dane, only a head taller and with an even more cunning grin. Audrain Shanter surrounded himself with loyal watchdogs who were ready to carry out any of his orders. Apparently, if Audrain Shanter was absent from Novazem, he made Larmio Dane his deputy. The same thing happened with Roxorn, but only in Savaran. I wonder if Novazem and Savaran are the only cities that fell under the yoke of Audrain Shanter. Or were there others? Yes, Shanter croaked. I was wrong about you. Gadmar Falls turned to look at the mayor. Each word was given to Audrain Shanter with great difficulty. He managed to crawl to the sofa and leaned his back against it. He no longer had the strength to rise to his feet. "You didn't misjudge me?" Gadmar Falls grinned. "And what is that supposed to mean? You mean to say that you planned it all this way? I will never believe it. You simply don't have the courage to admit that you have lost." "No, idiot," came a hoarse barking laugh. "You're the one who lost. If you think that after my death everything will end, then you're wrong." Shanter spat blood on the floor and wiped it with the sleeve of his shirt. 4 years ago, the best Novazem doctors diagnosed me with leukemia. Specialists from Severin confirmed the disease. Adrain Shanter fixed his one eye on Gadmar Falls and broke into a triumphant grin. "I have no more than 6 months to live," he continued. "I wanted to appoint Rox Sorna as mayor of Severin, and to put Larmio Dane in Novazem. However, since our dear Larmio has passed away, I wanted to offer this position to you." Gadmar couldn't believe his ears. It was hard to tell from the grinning face of Adrain Shanter whether he was telling the truth or not. "And after what you've done here," Adrain Shanter continued, "I think you can handle this role like no one else. You have it in you." "A tempting offer," Gadmar nodded, sticking out his lip. "But you didn't take one small circumstance into account." "I don't like politics." Adrain Shanter's face twisted into a grimace of rage. "And managing an entire city is not my thing. I'm not used to taking responsibility for other people's lives. And the only time I will do this is during the liberation of Novazem from your tyranny. I think there will be some Severins who will want to run away from here as far as possible, especially among the inhabitants of the first tiers. From my tyranny?" Adrain Shanter burst out laughing. "You fool. All the Novazemians and Severins are alive only because of me, and you condemn them to death." "Perhaps," Gadmar nodded gravely. "It is quite possible that many of them will not survive the voyage, but they are willing to take the risk in pursuit of freedom, and I will do everything I can to help them do so." "What freedom are you talking about?" Shanter shouted. "They will all die at the first." Adrain Shanter's voice was drowned out by the deafening screech of the siren. "What the hell?" The mayor looked completely confused. What idiot sounded the alarm? Gadmar went to the window. The setting sun blinded him with its bright crimson light. Gadmar covered his eyes with his hand and peered into the distance. After a few seconds, he could understand what had caused the alarm. A fleet of 100 boats appeared on the horizon. As they came a little closer, Gadmar could make out their banners, white human skulls on a black field, and a bear on its hind legs, leaning against a tree trunk. Ravagers and New Madridists. Chapter 22. The deafening wail of the siren did not stop for a second. Severin's guards took up positions on the watchtowers behind machine guns. Others boarded combat boats and were just waiting for the command to begin the attack on the enemy. The crowd gathered around the girl guitarist ran away in panic. Gadmar heard shrill female screams, children's cries, and the commands of the Severin guards. I wonder what it was like for the inhabitants of the upper tiers of Severin to feel completely helpless now. To feel fear and the proximity of death. Everything that the inhabitants of the lower tiers of Novazem and Severin experienced every day. "I suppose you never expected this turn of events?" grinned Gadmar, watching the approaching armada of Ravagers in New Madrid, implacable enemies united to strike at their common and most important enemy. "Commendable. And it was very stupid," Adrain Shanter grinned. "If these idiots decided to take over the largest floating city in their boats, they only signed their own death warrant." Perhaps Gadmar Falls nodded and turned to the mayor, but it was also possible that their attack might be a little more successful if they had help from within. "What are you talking about?" Shanter frowned. Tell me where you keep your weapons. Gadmar took a few steps towards the mayor. Do you really think I'm going to tell you that? Odrain Shanter laughed but stopped immediately, bursting into a violent fit of coughing. Yes, Gadmar nodded calmly. I think you have no choice. Otherwise, before Gadmar could finish speaking, the sound of footsteps was heard from the stairwell. Gadmar immediately jumped to the door, slammed it shut, and locked it with the latch. You won't last long. Odrain Shanter broke into a disgusting, smug grin. My guys will break down these doors in no time. But before they break in here, I'll have time to kill you. We both know you can't kill me. Gadmar ran up to Shanter and punched him in the jaw. The mayor fell helplessly to the side and muttered something inarticulate. Gadmar glanced at the pistol, then back at Shanter. There is no other way out. I hope you won't refuse the role of a human shield. Gadmar picked up the pistol, then lifted Shanter from the floor, and grabbing him by the arms, dragged him to the doors. Whatever you're planning, croaked Odrain Shanter. Shut up, Gadmar snapped, listening to the footsteps in the reception area. There were at least 3 or 4 people there. A couple of seconds later, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Shanter, Rock Sorna's tense voice could be heard. I know you asked not to be disturbed, but circumstances have forced us to disobey orders. We have already sent a signal to Novazem, but they are unlikely to come to our aid in time. We must cope on our own. There was silence for a couple of seconds. We are under attack by a combined Ravager fleet and several of their allied gangs, as well as half of New Madrid's boats. Sir, I'm afraid our only chance of survival is to begin an immediate retreat. If we can get up to speed, we'll be able to... Gadmar opened the door with a jerk. He grabbed Shanter by the throat and put a pistol to his temple. The Savarensi immediately pointed their machine guns at Gadmar. You idiots, put your weapons down, Roxorn growled. You're going to hurt the mayor. The guards hesitated for a few more seconds. They exchanged uncertain glances and lowered their machine guns under Roxorn's menacing gaze. Sir? Sorn turned to Shanter. Do as he commands, Odrain Shanter croaked. Roxorn cast a withering glance at Gadmar, but he only smiled widely. Yes, Roxy, do as I command, Gadmar Falls said in a haughty tone. First drop your weapon. You won't get away with this, growled Chief of Police Savarin. Gadmar cocked the trigger. Why hasn't Shanter said the gun wasn't loaded yet? Was he really that eager to die? Then we can't kill him under any circumstances. It's too easy an end for such a bastard. Do it, Sorn shouted at the guards, and they immediately laid down their weapons. Gadmar took a step forward. Now you will take me to the captain's bridge. Gadmar pointed his pistol towards the exit, then immediately pressed the barrel to Shanter's temple. And please, let's not do anything stupid. It is in your best interest for everything to go smoothly. If, of course, you value the life of your mayor. Roxorn gestured for the guards to leave. Follow me. Sorn followed them immediately. You were absolutely right, Mr. Mayor, Gadmar whispered in Shanter's ear. I can't kill you. I don't see the need for it. I'll make you watch your entire empire crumble. Gadmar picked up the machine gun from the floor and followed Roxorn. The deafening wail of the siren did not cease for a second. On every tier of Savarin there was a terrible panic. Desperate women screamed, children cried. A stocky man dressed in a black classic tuxedo, trying to drag a huge leather suitcase out of his cabin, stumbled on the threshold and fell backwards. It seemed that he hit his head so hard that he lost consciousness. At best. The Savarensi living above the 5th tier tried to reach the lifeboats. What can we say that for the residents of the lower floors, such lifeboats did not exist in principle? The descendants of the most influential and richest people from old Earth lived on the 9th tier, whose fathers and mothers bought tickets for the floating city several years before the incident. Although the 90-year-old founder of the largest American company producing space technology, Henry Orenswood, was still alive. Billionaires, the richest entrepreneurs of the past, chairman of the board of directors of the largest companies, shareholders. But right now, these same people were pushing and shoving each other in a desperate attempt to squeeze through to the boats. Henry Orenswood, dragging a huge bag on his back, pushed a small blonde girl and trudged on. The 5-year-old girl immediately began to whine. She hit her head on an iron beam and only by a miracle did not lose consciousness. But no one even paid attention to her cries. The Severanians ran past, shouting and cursing at each other. The girl lay there for several minutes until a young Severan guard picked her up in his arms. The young man whispered a few kind words to the girl and kissed her forehead, which immediately made her smile. The guard hugged the girl tighter, looked around, and ran into the room for technical personnel. It was the most terrible day in the history of Severan. The city that was supposed to ensure the safety of its inhabitants became hostage to the reckless actions of its own mayor. When they got to the bridge, the captain, navigator, and helmsman were arguing heatedly and shouting at each other. At first glance, the room itself reminded Gadmar of the cockpit of a starship from Star Trek or Star Wars. Computers were everywhere, and multicolored dots were blinking on the monitors. Dozens of incomprehensible levers and buttons on the control panel, the purpose of which Gadmar Falls could only guess. Several monitors clearly showed Severan's current location. Satellite navigation. Yes, it seems that in childhood Gadmar heard something about satellites being sent, whose shelf life would exceed 70 years. Then Gadmar did not understand the general joy and jubilation. But now he himself was well convinced that this was a real breakthrough for humanity. I wonder how floating cities will be managed without satellite navigation. It must be a difficult task. From the slightly open door of the captain's cabin, a half-naked girl could be seen sleeping on a spacious double bed. As soon as Roxorn and Gadmar with Shanter entered the bridge, the captain and his crew immediately fell silent. The puzzled, confused looks expressed real fear. And Gadmar was ready to swear that it was not just that an armed man had burst onto their bridge and taken their mayor hostage. No, they did not give a damn about Shanter. The captain and his crew were trying to find a sure way to escape. What's going on here? The captain stepped forward. A short, plump man with rosy cheeks and a soaking wet white shirt. Dorald, now is not the time for your nonsense. Roxorn waved his hand dismissively and plopped down in a leather chair. Do everything as this man tells you. Gadmar dropped Audrain Shanter next to Sorn and walked over to the captain. The keys to the bridge. The captain looked at the outstretched palm in bewilderment, then turned to the pale navigator and helmsman. Come on, hurry up. But faster, Gadmar Falls said forcefully. Severan's captain, Dorald Izarin, swallowed nervously and began rummaging through his trouser pockets. After a few seconds of careful searching, he pulled out a bunch of 3 keys and handed them to Gadmar. Well, that would be right away. The hunter smiled and lightly slapped the captain on the cheek. Gadmar locked the bridge with 2 locks, which immediately cut off any unexpected guests. The Novazem instructions said that the doors of the captain's bridge in the floating cities were made of tungsten. To get inside, the Severans would have to shoot from a grenade launcher. In doing so, they would have signed their own death warrant. Captain Izarin, his frightened gaze never leaving Gadmar Falls, retreated back to his assistants. The navigator nodded at the machine gun in the hunter's left hand and whispered something to the captain, but the latter sharply hissed at him and said something like, "Idiot, don't even think about it." When Gadmar approached the dashboard, he even whistled in surprise. Yes, the Elemania was a little easier to control. Gadmar chuckled, looking around at the countless buttons on the dashboard. The hunter turned to the captain and motioned for him to come over. "You will help," said Gadmar in a tone that brooked no objection. The captain clapped his hands in shock. Under Gadmar's menacing gaze, he shrank and became completely insignificant. "Oh, okay," Captain Dorald Izarin finally muttered, then waved to his assistants, and the 3 of them approached the instrument panel. Meanwhile, the combined fleet of New Madrid, the Ravagers and other bandit gangs surrounded Severan from all sides. There was nowhere to run. There was only one way out: to surrender. If the Severanians had decided to engage in battle with the Ravagers and other bandits alone, they would most likely have been able to put them to flight. But the fleet of New Madrid was a completely different matter. Their weapons were in no way inferior to the boats of Novazem or Savarin. Their arsenal included grenade launchers, large-caliber machine guns, grenades. Yes, the machine gunners who had taken up positions on the watchtowers of Savarin could have dealt a significant blow to the enemy ranks. But how many of the Savarin guards remained at their posts? At least half had already fled. "What do you want from us?" the captain whined in a trembling voice. Gadmar turned to Rock Sorn. The Savarin police chief was rummaging through a wall-mounted medicine cabinet. After a few seconds, he pulled out several cotton pads, a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, and a package of some pills. Sorn ran over to Shanter, laid the medicines out on the couch, soaked a cotton pad in hydrogen peroxide, and began to treat the mayor's wounds. Audrain Shanter made only a gurgling sound and didn't even try to resist. He sat with his head thrown back and just grinned stupidly. Sir?" Captain Izarin spoke up again. "What do you weigh?" "Send Savarin to the bottom," Gadmar Falls replied icily. Silence fell on the bridge of the floating city. Rock Sorn tossed the used cotton pad aside and turned his maddened eyes to Gadmar. "Are you crazy?" Sorn jumped to his feet and jerked towards Gadmar, but he immediately pointed his machine gun at him. "Stay put." Gadmar Falls replied calmly, a slight smile on his lips. "Move even once more, and I will shoot you without hesitation." Rock Sorn turned to Shanter for support, but the mayor only continued to smile stupidly and say something inarticulate. The chief of police collapsed on the sofa, opened a pack of pills, and forced Audrain Shanter to swallow several capsules. "How many boats are there on Savarin?" Gadmar lowered his machine gun, muzzle down, and looked at Captain Izarin. "There won't be enough for everyone." The captain shook his head. "What are you talking about?" Gadmar grabbed the fat man by the elbow and pulled him towards him. "Let's get this straight. Am I right in thinking you just said that this fucking fancy vessel that houses tennis courts, swimming pools, dozens of bars, restaurants, and fucking basketball courts didn't have enough room for boats?" "No." Dorald Izarin forced a silly smile. "I said that the ship was not designed to evacuate all passengers. There was simply no need for that, since the probability of Savarin sinking was only 8%. Satellite navigation warns us of any danger." "Yeah," Gadmar Falls nodded, sticking out his lower lip. "Let me guess. Aren't there lifeboats for all the ragamuffins living on the lower floors?" "Sir, I am in pain." "Oh, does that hurt?" Holding the captain by the collar with his left hand, Gadmar hit him in the face with the butt of his machine gun. Izarin let out a hoarse groan. "You overfed freaks! Don't care about the inhabitants of the lower tiers at all, am I right?" "Sir," Dorald Izarin muttered, "you broke my nose." Gadmar looked at the captain with disgust and threw him to the floor. The fat man, whining and whining, crawled back to his office. "You," Gadmar nodded to the helmsman, a young blond guy no older than 30, "come here." The young man scratched the back of his head, looked at the crawling and groaning captain, and walked up to the instrument panel with an unsteady gait. "The plan is changing," said Gadmar. "We will not sink Savarin. At least not on purpose. Can you direct the ship to these coordinates?" Gadmar took a piece of paper with the location of the island of the Resurrectors from his trouser pocket. The boy put his glasses on his nose and, taking the piece of paper with trembling hands, peered at the coordinates. The helmsman cleared his throat and turned to Dorald Izarin, but without the captain. "Forget about him." Gadmar grabbed the frightened youth by the shoulder and looked straight into his blue eyes. "You can handle it. You must." Gadmar Falls turned his attention to the navigator. A tall, thin man, the same age as the helmsman, he watched the approaching armada of Ravagers and New Madrids. "Hey you," Gadmar called out to him. "Come here. You will help him." As the navigator ran up to the instrument panel, Gadmar spoke alternately to him and then to the helmsman. "The lives of thousands of people depend on you now," Gadmar Falls said in a much calmer voice. "I believe that you will succeed. Forget about that cowardly captain. You don't need him. I'm sure you can manage without him." The navigator and the helmsman exchanged uncertain glances. Okay, the helmsman nodded. I think we can set a course to this island. No, smiled Gadmar, clapping the boy on the back. This is not an island. This is your future home. The young man looked at Gadmar with a puzzled look for a few more seconds, then smiled faintly and got to work. While the navigator was setting up the route on the touchscreen built into the dashboard, the helmsman started tapping on some buttons. That's great, nodded Gadmar. And now I need to talk to my old friends. Gadmar grabbed the machine gun and approached Sorn and Shanter. What are you up to? Rock Sorn winced. Gadmar poked the barrel of his machine gun at him. You two escort me to the boats. I must talk some sense into Skullcrusher and the others to avoid bloodshed. Skullcrusher? Oh yes, laughed Rock Sorn. I forgot that scum like you like to hang out with your own kind. Get up, Gadmar Falls replied icily and thrust his machine gun into the chief of police's chest. You know, Before Gadmar Falls could finish speaking, a powerful explosion shook the entire bridge. There was a crash of breaking glass. Shanter and Sorn grabbed onto whatever they could find, and then the explosion was repeated. Audrain Shanter and Rock Sorn, clinging to the legs of the sofa with all their strength, fell to the ground. They hit the loading platform, the helmsman shouted, hiding in a recess under the instrument panel. The navigator was no longer there. How bad is the damage? Gadmar grabbed hold of one of the metal beams in the middle of the bridge with all his might. We can stay afloat for a few hours. The helmsman tried to shout over the incessant wail of the siren. Head for Novazem, the hunter shouted. And the next moment the explosion was repeated. Savarin tilted to the side, and Gadmar Falls flew down. Chapter 23. The crackle of automatic and machine gun fire. The whistle of grenade launcher shells flying past. Desperate screams could be heard everywhere, and the siren howled incessantly, not for a second. But this time, something was wrong. It was not as clear as before. There was a strange whistling sound in his ears, a slight concussion. Gadmar slowly opened his eyes, but he couldn't make out anything. There was a cloudy haze before his eyes like a light fog. Gadmar began to crawl forward. His hearing gradually returned, and the sounds of gunfire only grew louder. The next moment, Gadmar was grabbed by the arms and pulled up. He was carefully placed on the sofa. Gadmar could make out a male silhouette. It seemed he had seen this man before, but now he could not be sure. Gadmar felt blood flowing from both ears. The man leaned over Gadmar. His lips moved, but Gadmar could not make out a word. The hunter felt nausea rising in his throat. The next moment the man slapped Gadmar. The sharp, burning pain brought him back to his senses a little. Gadmar looked into the face of the boy leaning over him. It was Savarin's helmsman. Sir? The boy's muffled voice came. Can you hear me? You must try to persuade the Ravagers to stop their attack. Sir? The helmsman gave Gadmar another slap, this time on the other cheek. Sir, please come to your senses. If they don't stop attacking, we won't even get to Novazem. We'll drown right here. Gradually, Gadmar's vision returned, but there was still a slight whistling sound in his ears. Is the damage serious? Gadmar coughed, jumping to his feet. The helmsman held Gadmar by the shoulder so that he would not fall. If the shelling continues at this rate, we won't last even an hour. Set a course for Novazem, Gadmar shouted, looking around, and try by all means possible to establish contact with their captain or whoever is in charge there now. We need to persuade them to abandon the slaughter. The helmsman only nodded uncertainly and ran to the dashboard. The captain's bridge was in unimaginable chaos. There was a huge hole in the eastern part of the room, into which Sorn and Shanter had apparently fallen. The only chance they had of surviving was if they had caught on something. But the probability of this was very small, and even if they had fallen from such a height straight into the water, they would have crashed to their deaths. Savarin's captain's bridge was on the top tier. Most likely they had died long before they had fallen into the ocean. Although, knowing the resourcefulness and tenacity of Audrain Shanter, anything could have been expected. Gadmar picked up the machine gun from the floor and the next moment the room shook again from another explosion, and the hunter only miraculously stayed on his feet. Holding onto the metal beam in the middle of the bridge, Gadmar turned to the helmsman. The young man was tapping on the touch panel, plotting a route to Novazem. A large red dot appeared on the monitor depicting Savarin. A couple of seconds later, a blue dotted line formed from it, leading to the thick yellow dot of Novazem. The route took about an hour, and considering that the Novazemians themselves were already sailing here, then even less. However, even more bloodshed must be prevented. Whoever was currently occupying the place of the captain and mayor of Novazem, they must be reasoned with to abandon this insane slaughter. All these years, the Savarenians and Novazemians had been puppets in the hands of a mad puppeteer, Audrain Shanter. But now this will come to an end. When the shelling died down a little, Gadmar jumped up, ran out of the captain's bridge, and rushed down the stairs. He must make it in time. He is obliged to save thousands of lives. Ynea Skullcrusher, standing on the bow of the two-deck boat Cranium, watched the unfolding scene with pleasure. The incessant shooting at Savarin brought Ynir into a frantic delight. The melody of the sounds of the shooting was a delight to his ears. The indestructible city fortress was already burning in several places, and no one was even going to put it out. The Devastators and the new Madridists, with just a few accurate shots, disabled all the large-caliber machine guns placed on the watchtowers of Savarin. The city guards could no longer respond. They even used the combat boats only for evacuation. The Savarinians, caring only about their own lives, cowardly fled. And if even the city guards, the frightened watchdogs of Audrain Shanter, fled, then the mayor either simply lost control over his people, or was already dead. The formidable giant Savarin fell in just a couple of minutes. Of course, it was not that the moans of hundreds of dying citizens of Savarin gave him any particular pleasure. Ynir truly felt sorry for these people, and if possible, he would help all the survivors. Provide food and shelter, invite them to join the Ravagers, or let them go their separate ways. But now he was forced to storm. Skullcrusher had been waiting for many years. There was simply no other way out. What gave Ynir the most pleasure was the fact that Audrain Shanter was being defeated. He had a long-standing score to settle with this bastard. Shanter attacked the Ravagers' boats. Skullcrusher plundered the caravans of Novazem and Savarin. This went on for several decades, but it all started much earlier. On the very day that Audrain Shanter refused Ynir Skullcrusher's request to search for his daughter, the leader of the Ravagers once and for all wrote the mayor down as enemy. Number 1, and it wasn't even about the refusal itself. No, not at all. Ynir understood everything perfectly well. Shanter did not want to risk the lives of his own people. The matter was completely different. It was the mocking grin with which Audrain Shanter said the phrase, "Your daughter is probably long dead. There's nothing you can offer me that would make me risk the lives of my people for the sake of a worm-feeding girl." Oh yes. After this sentence, Ynir Skullcrusher literally saw the light. He realized how much this world had changed. Ynir realized that it would never be like before. And in the new world, only the strongest survived. On that day, more than 20 years ago, Ynir did not have the power to punish Audrain Shanter for his waywardness. But the years have passed. The Ravagers have become the strongest clan in the One Ocean. Skullcrusher has won over the Beasts, the Saviors, and the Black Dogs, and has made peace with Phileria Arden, the mayor of New Madrid. And now, it's time to pay the bills. The staircase from the 11th to the 10th floor was blocked by debris. The path down was cut off. Damn it, Gadmar Falls gritted his teeth. Where next? Gadmar pressed his back against the concrete wall, breathing heavily, and closed his eyes. The sounds of gunfire continued unabated. Had Skullcrusher really decided to sink Savarin? Gadmar would never have believed that, despite all his cruelty, Ynir Unt would have given the order to kill thousands of innocent victims. Or was he able to? Gadmar took a step forward and leaned his palms on the parapet. It seemed that the number of attacking boats had only increased over time. How many gangs had Skullcrusher won over to his side? If he was taking such lightning-fast and desperate steps, was it worth trying to persuade him to stop this madness? Gadmar threw the machine gun aside and sighed regretfully. A barely noticeable black dot appeared on the horizon. Novazem. Sir, look at this. The Ravager handed the binoculars to Skullcrusher. What do you order? As Yanir peered at the growing dot on the horizon, he merely smiled slightly and thrust the binoculars into the lookout's hands. Novazem was bearing down on them at breakneck speed. A dozen warships escorted the floating city on either side. The Novazem had arrived too late to save Savarin from destruction, but just in time to strike from the rear against the Ravagers and the New Madridists. Signaling Valyria to have the New Madrid boats finish off the Savarins, Yanir Skullcrusher threw off his fur-lined cloak, tore off his shirt, and was left in only his pants. The Ravager leader's back was covered in deep scars. Just below his chest was a scar from a bullet wound. What should we do? Asked the Ravager lookout, still a very young lad. Yanir Skullcrusher looked him straight in the eyes, slapped him on the cheek, and smiled contentedly. And we, son, will send those damn Novazemians to their forefathers. Gadmar slowly climbed over the parapet, clinging to it with both hands. He looked down for only a split second, but it was enough to make him feel dizzy. A wave of panic and indescribable horror was ready to overwhelm him at any second. At that moment, a crushing clap of thunder was heard, from which Gadmar almost lost his balance and fell down. A couple of seconds later, a rainstorm began. A strong gust of wind lashed his face. One false step, and he would fall into the abyss. Gadmar closed his eyes and tried to normalize his breathing. Each breath was difficult. He'd been afraid of heights all his life, ever since he visited the observation deck at Hudson Yards in New York. More than 40 years had passed since then, and until recently Gadmar had forgotten about his fear. However, his visits to floating cities and an oil platform reminded him of his childhood phobia. Okay, no time for this, Gadmar Falls reassured himself. Just don't look down and keep going. Just a few steps. The rubble blocking Gadmar's descent to the next floor was only a couple of meters long. The hunter had to take just 5 or 6 steps and he would climb back over the parapet. Yes, just a few steps. A mere trifle. But when your whole life depends on each step, they no longer seem so trivial. Anything can get in the way. Any wrong move will cost you your life. Treacherous, sweaty palms, a stupid fear of heights. If you flinch from a sudden shot from a machine gun or an explosion from a grenade launcher, you will fly down. Gadmar tried to move to the left, but immediately realized that his legs had literally gone to sleep. Clutching the parapet with both hands, he was unable to move any further. Gadmar was hanging over an abyss 30 to 40 meters high. If he fell, there was no chance of survival. Gadmar opened his eyes and glanced over his shoulder. Novazem was already a few dozen kilometers away. If he did not intervene in the conflict, thousands of innocent people would die. Otan Nosser, Ilarda, Endra, and her sweet-toothed daughter Sayla would die. All these people deserved a second chance. They deserved to start their lives over. Gadmar promised Mia Unt that he would bring all the people who yearned for the rebirth to the island. Looking into the kind eyes of this woman, he knew that he could trust her. If there was still a place in this world where people could live as they wished, it was the island of the rebirthers. Gadmar needed to stop this senseless slaughter immediately. The hunter turned his head to the left, pressing his cheek to the parapet. When the wind died down a bit, Gadmar Falls immediately began to move his feet. He moved slowly, step by step. The price of the slightest mistake was too high. Gadmar's muscles were aching with fatigue. His knuckles still ached terribly. If Gadmar had known that in an hour he would have to walk along the edge of the abyss, it would have been better to simply knock Shantar out with one powerful blow to the temple. Somewhere nearby, just 2 tiers below, there was a deafening explosion. Gadmar jerked sharply and only by some miracle did not fall down. At the very last moment, he managed to grab the parapet with his right hand. Gadmar hung like that for a few seconds until he felt that the last of his strength was leaving him. Grasping the parapet with both hands, he pulled himself up sharply and climbed onto the ledge. Gadmar was able to continue moving again. He'd already covered more than half the distance, so there were only a few steps left to take. Step by step, he moved along the cornice. For a second, he stopped, caught his breath, and went on. Another couple of dozen seconds passed before Gadmar completely walked around the rubble of some furniture fragments and other junk. Clinging to the parapet with both hands, he pulled himself up sharply and fell over the fence. Having fallen on his back, Gadmar stared thoughtlessly at the ceiling for some time. His lips stretched into some kind of silly, childishly naive smile. And the next moment, Gadmar Falls burst into loud, jubilant laughter. Tears of joy flowed down his cheeks, and probably after some time he himself would not have answered what came over him at that moment. But at that very second, he felt like a real superhero. He had overcome his old childhood fear, which meant he could move mountains. Now nothing could stop him from achieving his goal. Gadmar jumped to his feet and ran down the stairs. On the 7th tier, he came across a crowd of people lined up for the lifeboats. On the left side, 2 Savaran guards were lowering the lifeboats into the water, easing the boats. There were no more than 4 people in each boat. The most impatient people in the line began to shout at the guards to work faster. A fat, long-haired man, dressed in an ordinary dark blue tracksuit, pushed aside the women standing in front and rushed forward. The choicest curses immediately rained down on him, but the man didn't care at all. Dragging a small leather bag, he ran up to one of the guards and handed him some kind of bundle. Was there really money in it? The guard looked down at the outstretched bundle and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Looking up at the fat man, the guard laughed mockingly and pushed him aside. "Get back in line or I'll throw you overboard," the guard shouted. The man, drooling, shouted a few affectionate words to the guard and was about to add something else, but quickly abandoned the idea when he saw the machine gun in the guard's hand to hand. The fat man turned around sharply and wanted to return to the general line, but a whole crowd of men and women had already lined up in front of him, ready to beat him up on the spot if he dared to go back. The man smiled slightly and furtively scurried up the fire escape. In fact, this meant that he had no chance of surviving. Watching this picture, Gadmar involuntarily laughed. The fat man signed his own death warrant and got what he deserved. What did he expect anyway? Did anyone care about money at that moment? Money is probably one of the most useless things in the world right now. The most valuable thing was a place in a lifeboat. And in the current circumstances, it couldn't be bought for any amount of money. Wanted a place in a lifeboat? Wait your turn, or die, standing there waiting. No alternatives or concessions. Otherwise, such chaos could break out that no one would be able to evacuate. Gadmar walked around the side of the general queue, repeating all the time that he was not trying to get a place in the lifeboat. "Another! What's going on? Get back in line. Go back, you bastard! How many of you are there here?" One big man, a whole head taller than Gadmar, tried to block his way, but the hunter deftly slipped. Under his arm did a somersault and jumped out of the crowd. Insults and curses were still flying at Gadmar's back when he ran up to the guard. "Get out of here." "I'm not going to the boat," Gadmar interrupted the guard with a gesture. "At least not this one. By the time I wait until the end of the line, Savaran will have already sunk to the bottom." The guard narrowed his eyes in disdain. "What do you want?" Gadmar took a step forward and lowering his voice asked, "Are there lifeboats below the 5th tier?" "No, they are not equipped." "Stop it," smiled Gadmar. "The captain told me the same thing. But you and I both know that the lower tiers are also equipped with lifeboats. Maybe not as reliable as these for the rich, but still." The guard looked at his comrades, busy lowering the boats into the water, then back at Gadmar. "Yes, they have boats." The guard grinned so much that Gadmar could smell his stale breath. "But I seriously doubt that the rabble there will allow you to take one of their places in the boat." "Thank you," grinned Gadmar Falls, giving the guard a friendly pat on the shoulder. "I hope they'll let me. Otherwise you'll all die here." The guard opened his mouth to object to Gadmar, but when he saw him start to descend the emergency stairs, he slammed it shut. He could only watch the hunter with a dumbfounded look until the top of Gadmar's head disappeared from view. Chapter 24. When Gadmar Falls descended to the 5th tier, he could not believe his eyes. In comparison with the bustle and panic on the upper tiers, the inhabitants here were completely serene. No screams or desperate cries. Perhaps a baby, frightened by the noise of explosions and shots, was whimpering in his mother's arms. The rest of the Severance behaved as if the shooting going on outside did not concern them at all. The women continued cleaning fish. The men, laughing cheerfully, pounded the slanted roof of the barracks with hammers. Someone was playing cards right on the floor. A couple of old men were drinking at the bar and discussing the football match from old Earth. Gadmar approached the men working on the roof of the barracks and after a long pause asked, excuse me? Gadmar Falls cleared his throat. Nobody paid any attention to the hunter. Sorry, Gadmar almost screamed. The men stopped hammering and looked at Gadmar with distrust. Why aren't you running away? Silence fell on the floor. Only the distant machine gun trills could be heard. Then, as if on some invisible command, all the Severance burst out laughing. One of the men working on the roof, a thin brunette with a short beard, wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head. Well, you're something, he chuckled. Where do you want us to go? Severin is our home. We have nowhere else to go. On top of that, when all this mess is over, Mr. Mayor will demand that we do our job. And if he finds out that we've decided to run away here, he'll... You don't have to do this anymore, Gadmar cut him off. He simply couldn't believe his ears. Mayor Shanter was no longer alive. Well, that means there will be another mayor, the man casually shrugged his shoulders. In general, it's not that important. The only thing left for us to do is work. But you can... I have to provide for my family, said the second worker, a little older and heavier. He was wearing a dirty sleeveless jacket and patched pants. If I stop working, my daughters and wife will have nothing to eat. Several more men nodded in agreement. A few seconds later, Gadmar noticed that he was already surrounded by more than 24 Severinians. Tired, dirty, and exhausted, this was the usual appearance of the workers of the lower tiers. It seemed that the external life of Severin practically did not bother them. Basically, everything was limited to fishing. But for some reason, Gadmar was sure that if they were ordered to go to war, to defend their city, they would do it without hesitation. For these people, nothing was more valuable than the lives of their family members. If you want to stay here and continue to serve for the good of Severin, that is your right. Gadmar took a step back. He spread his arms out to the sides and raised his voice, addressing all the inhabitants of the tier at once. But those who want to at least try to start living again can come with me. An excited whisper ran through the ranks of the Severance. In the place where I'm going, you will no longer have to live under the yoke of another mayor. Gadmar paused a little, watching the crowd's reaction, and continued. You will be free to do whatever you want. That can't happen, cried a slender woman in a loose homespun dress. A small boy was pressed against her right side. There is always someone to serve. But we can at least try. A hunched, gray-haired man leaning on a crutch took the floor. Are you really willing to live like this any longer? Think of your children. Things can't get any worse than they are now. That's right. The motley crowd supported him. We should at least try. With each passing second, more and more Severins were supporting them. Even the men working on the roof of the barracks climbed down and ran to their families. Notify the inhabitants of the other lower tiers. Gadmar approached the gray-haired old man. How many boats do you have? It's not even enough for half. The old man shook his head sadly. They may not be needed. A glimmer of hope flickered in Gadmar Falls' eyes. If everything works out as I have planned, You will sail away from here on Novazem. Will you try to negotiate with them?" The old man's eyes widened. "That's right," nodded Gadmar. "For this I only need one single boat and something like a white flag." There, around the corner, an old man waved his hand. "Ask Roar. He will give you everything you need." "Thank you." The hunter smiled and extended his hand to the old man. "My name is Gadmar Falls." Hoarse Fonuk, he shook hands and gave a semblance of a smile. "You have no idea how long we've been waiting for you, Mr. Falls." A battle line of 36 Ravager boats was rushing straight at Novazem, surrounding the fortress city from all sides at once. They fired precise machine gun shots at the watchtowers. However, if Severin surrendered almost without resistance, the Novazemians immediately made it clear that they would fight to the death. The guards of the floating city fired at the Ravager boats with large caliber machine guns, and a couple of minutes after the fierce battle, they launched homing torpedoes. Chaos reigned on the battlefield. Explosions were heard, terrifying shrill screams of Ravagers burning alive. It seemed that there was no longer any doubt that the Novazemians had not come here to save the Savaranians. They had come to destroy the bandit gangs once and for all. And if their old rival New Madrid came to hand, even better. 2 birds with 1 stone. 3 Ravagers, seeing a torpedo rushing towards them, immediately jumped overboard. But they did not have time to save themselves. As soon as the torpedo reached its target, the blast wave immediately covered them. If a torpedo chose your boat as its victim, it was already impossible to save yourself. The Ravager boats, one after another, were sinking. But they weren't going to retreat. No Ravager crew, no matter how much fire they were under, could even think about running away. And when Yanir Skullcrusher's cranium appeared on the horizon, the Ravagers immediately took heart. Their leader was fighting shoulder to shoulder with them. They couldn't have dreamed of more support. Skullcrusher, sitting behind his machine gun, began firing at Novazem's eastern tower. "For the Punisher!" Yanir roared, spitting. "For the Ravagers!" Dozens of Ravagers, tearing their throats, repeated after their leader. Even if they fought without any tactics, without observing the basic formations and rules of battle, the Ravagers had a much more valuable belief in their cause. They knew what they were fighting for. They'd come here to end the tyranny of the floating cities of Audrain Shanter once and for all, and there was no doubt that the Ravagers were ready to give their lives for this goal. Filiria Arden, the 38-year-old mayor of New Madrid, watched the carnage unfold with sorrow in her eyes. From the captain's quarters of her 3-deck battle yacht, she shuddered every time another explosion rumbled nearby. She had only agreed to Skullcrusher's offer for one reason: to end Audrain Shanter's dominance in the One Ocean. In her prime, she would never have stood shoulder to shoulder with such filthy scum as the Ravagers. How many times had these marauders attacked New Madrid caravans? And 6 months ago, Skullcrusher had even sent a delegation of his cutthroats to New Madrid with a formal declaration of war. How ironic. Who would have thought that a man like Yanir Skullcrusher would officially declare war? Yet now they have attacked Severin without warning. And if this whole thing fails, Audrain Shanter's revenge will be swift and devastating. Had she, Filiria, brought trouble upon her citizens? The Novo Madrids had elected her as their mayor for 10 years in a row. They trusted her with their lives, counted on her decisions. All these years, Filiria Arden had not allowed anyone to doubt her actions. And indeed, in the last 5 years alone, New Madrid has taken the 3rd position in fish sales at 5 of the largest floating markets. Second, of course, only to Novazem and Severin, the 2 permanent hegemons and rulers of the single ocean. Perhaps Filiria Arden could come to terms with that idea. The New Madridians had everything in abundance. And if Audrain Shanter had not been plotting to subjugate the other floating cities, Filiria would never have led an army against him. However, Filiria Arden knew very well who Audrain Shanter was. His appetite was truly boundless. He was like a spider, spreading his web everywhere. No matter how hard you tried to escape, Audrain Shanter would still catch up with you. That's why Filiria made this decision. Perhaps the hardest one in her life. When she gave the order to prepare the combat boats, she understood that most of the New Madrid residents would not return to their families. But there was no other choice. The day when Odrain Shanter decided to cast his web on New Madrid would come sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. And by joining forces with the Ravagers, the New Madridians had a much better chance of winning. Mrs. Arden? The voice of the captain of the Victoria, Valeria's yacht, tore the woman from her thoughts. Look at this. The captain, dressed in the red festive caftan of the New Madrid residents, with the city's coat of arms slightly to the left of his chest, handed the mayor a pair of binoculars. The woman brushed aside a strand of her light brown hair that had slipped and looked through the binoculars. The woman couldn't hold back her hysterical laughter. The captain and his crew looked at each other in shock. Yes, together with the Ravagers, they had a decent chance of defeating Severin alone, which they actually did. The city surrendered without resistance. The guards fled. But now that Valeria Arden saw Novazem advancing from behind, all chances of victory evaporated at once. We're retreating, Valeria Arden said in a trembling voice. Milady. The captain of the Victoria was completely at a loss, took off his cap and ran his hand over his sweaty forehead. But what about the devastation? They have chosen their own fate, the mayor of New Madrid said in a commanding voice. Carry out the order. Immediately. Roar Stewart, a thin, sunken-cheeked man with a tuft of gray hair on top of his head, picked his teeth with a toothpick and watched Gadmar with curiosity. It's a risky undertaking, son, Roar croaked. You won't last a minute in that hell. There is no other way, smiled Gadmar Falls. I must at least try. Well, it's your business, Roar Stewart shrugged indifferently. Gadmar hoisted a white flag onto the bow of the boat and stepped back. The tiny two-seater motorboat swung on the davits. To go out into the one ocean in such a boat would be to sign one's own death warrant. No sane fisherman or hunter would agree to such a thing. But Gadmar Falls was not going fishing now, and he certainly wasn't going to fulfill another order as a hunter. No, this time everything was much simpler. Gadmar glanced through his binoculars, caught sight of the Victoria, the yacht of the mayor of New Madrid, and chuckled contentedly. He had only a couple of 100 meters to sail, passing the real hellish inferno. At any moment, Gadmar's boat could be hit by a torpedo from the Novazemians, or a burst of machine gun fire from the Ravagers, or the New Madridians. Yes, he could be shot at any moment, but there was no other way out. The Novazemians could not be allowed to continue the attack. Get in. Roar threw the toothpick overboard and went to the davit. I'll try to lower it as gently as possible, but I can't promise anything. The rope is very frayed. Don't worry about that. Gadmar climbed aboard the boat and then instinctively ducked. Roar Stewart couldn't help but laugh. Just a few 100 meters away, the Ravager's double-deck cutter blew up. Another torpedo. Good luck. Roar suddenly darkened. I hope you get what you want. My granddaughter just gave birth to twins last week. The old man quickly brushed the tears from his wrinkled cheeks and sniffled. There are many good people among the Severins. Roar Stewart looked straight at Gadmar. The old man's jaw was trembling. His eyes were bloodshot. Please, I promise your twins will hunt deer again. Gadmar Falls smiled good-naturedly. And you will teach them how to do it yourself. What are you talking? Now is not the time, Gadmar interrupted him. I'll tell you everything later. Now it's time for me to go. That's right. Roar Stewart cleared his throat and hurried to the winch. Part 5. Earth's Dawn. Chapter 25. Gadmar was pushing the boat to its limits. Shots were constantly whistling overhead, explosions thundered. The situation was complicated by the fact that Valeria Arden's Victoria was racing east at full speed. More and more New Madrid boats were gradually leaving the battle. Were they fleeing the battlefield? Or was it just cold calculation? Seeing Novazem, the mayor of New Madrid realized that the odds were no longer on their side. She decided to save as many of her people's lives as possible. If that was the case, then it was possible to come to an agreement with this man. Gadmar Falls swung the wheel to the left, past the heap of the sinking boat, and raced at full speed after the Victoria. Misses. Arden, look at this. The captain of the Victoria pointed his finger at a boat racing behind with a white flag on its bow. An ordinary boat. Not a combat one. What does he want? Valeria Arden took the binoculars from the dashboard and peered at the boat pursuing them. Just one person? It doesn't look like he's a Sovereign or... "My lady," cried the captain. "I bet he just waved at us. I think he wants to talk." Talk? The mayor of New Madrid raised her eyebrows in surprise, but... "Okay, give the go-ahead for Gelsio and Nicera's boats to return home. The rest of you stay close. I'll talk to this man." Are you sure this is a good idea?" "I'm not sure of anything anymore." Valeria Arden smiled sadly in her eyes. "But something tells me that we should listen to this man." The New Madrid men were a combination of grace, courage, and impeccable devotion to their cause. Each of them, like one double of the other, wore a light green caftan. Apparently sailors or guards, but most likely the line between these positions had long since blurred. 2 officers and the captain stood on the second deck, looking at Gadmar and whispering about something. The officers in blue caftans with golden shoulder straps, the captain in red. Each of the 3 had the coat of arms of their city slightly to the left of their chest. A bear with a grinning mouth on its hind legs leaning on a tree trunk. Surprisingly, this banner had nothing in common with the United Ocean. Rather, on the contrary, it was a tribute to the times of old Earth. The guards lined up in 2 rows, preparing a passage for their mayor. Each of them held a machine gun in his hands. Moderately stern, focused. Gadmar had no doubt that they would carry out any order of their mayor without the slightest hesitation. Not a single guard even glanced at Gadmar. Well, at least they didn't put me in chains. And thanks for that. Gadmar stopped just a few steps from the stairs leading to the second deck. The officers and captains suddenly stopped whispering. One of them, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a large wart on the tip of his nose, gave Gadmar a contemptuous, appraising look and strode down the stairs. Somewhere in the distance, explosions continued to rumble. The battle between the Devastators and the Novazemians was in full swing. André Tengodran, an officer, extended his hand to Gadmar, a general in the New Madrid fleet. "Do you have everything distributed by rank?" Gadmar grinned, never thinking that I would ever see something like this again. "Order and discipline are the key to success," André Tengodran said in a serious, instructive tone. "I won't even argue." Gadmar threw his palms up. "I don't have time for this. I have to talk to your mayor." "Please, let's go." The general motioned for Gadmar to follow him. Valeria Arden was already seated at the round table at the far end of the room when they entered the bridge. She rose to her feet at the sight of Gadmar and walked toward him. Her face was worried, pale and lined. Valeria was probably no more than 40, but she seemed much older now. The woman looked incredibly tired and exhausted. It looked like she had not slept for several days. Gadmar now understood how hard it had been for her to decide to join the Ravagers and go to war against Audrain Shanta. But the hardest thing was the loss of the lives of her citizens. "Please sit down." The woman called Gadmar to the table and nodded to the general. "Leave us." Having sat down at the table, Valeria immediately asked, "What did you want to talk about?" The mayor of New Madrid said in a tired tone, "I'm afraid we can't stay in these waters for too long. I gave the order to leave the battlefield, and they did everything right." Gadmar leaned forward. "This is what I came to you for, to ask you to stop this senseless slaughter." Gadmar Falls paused for a moment, then continued. "I saw with my own eyes Audrain Shanta fall from the bridge of Savarin. He simply couldn't have survived. It's impossible." Valeria looked at Gadmar intently and with surprise. "Are you sure about this? He fell from a height of 40 meters or even more. If he had crashed into the water, he would not have survived. He would have crashed onto any other tier too. He could not have survived under any circumstances." Gadmar could see that Filiria did not fully believe him. The doubt in her eyes showed that he had not fully convinced her. And to tell the truth, he himself did not know for sure. If Audrain Shanter were to attack the Victoria right now, sitting in one of the Savarin helicopters, Gadmar would not be surprised in the least. And what do you propose? Filiria Arden sighed. You fear for the lives of your men, Gadmar Falls nodded. I understand. You can release all your other boats. We only need the Victoria. Continue. Filiria narrowed her eyes with interest. I know you and Skullcrusher have encrypted channels, Gadmar Falls said with complete confidence. Let me talk to him. I can convince him to stop this. Why such confidence? He still has something to live for, Gadmar Falls replied. A thick fog hung over the United Ocean. The Victoria was making its way through the graveyard of sunken boats and launches almost blindly. Somewhere nearby, separate explosions were still heard. Ammunition and fuel tanks were exploding. Gadmar Falls managed to stop the senseless bloodshed in just a few minutes. As soon as Novazem Captain Eros Nepwood learned of Audrain Shanter's death, he immediately gave the order to cease fire. He didn't even ask for any confirmation. It seemed the captain was just waiting for the right moment to stop this carnage. He, more than anyone, wanted to get out from under the yoke of his mayor. There was no more Larmio Dane, no more Audrain Shanter, which meant that Novazemians were finally free. Amazingly, only 2 people kept several thousand in fear. After speaking on the radio with Gadmar, Eros Nepwood ordered all available boats to be sent to Savarin to evacuate the inhabitants. As the fog cleared, Gadmar Falls could see Savarin. The sight alone made his stomach clench. The sinking of Savarin, the largest of all the floating cities, was a truly sad sight. One of mankind's greatest achievements, the pinnacle of the architectural and engineering geniuses of old Earth. And right now, Savarin was sinking just like any other dingy vessel. Billions spent on the floating city, decades of hard work by the best minds of old Earth, all wasted because of one man's lust for power. Humanity never learns from its mistakes. Human pride is truly immeasurable, Audrain Shanter once said. Well, he was only partly right, and people have already been able to prove it. What is the work done by the Revivers worth? Or Yanir Skullcrusher, who was known as a marauder and a real sea devil, but at the mere thought of a possible meeting with his daughter, he immediately gave the order to cease fire. And when he heard about the pendant with the elephant, all doubts disappeared at once. Yanir wanted to go to his daughter as soon as possible. If even a man like Skullcrusher can change, then humanity is not completely rotten. The more people understand that for the sake of civilization to continue to flourish, they must unite instead of fighting each other, the greater the chances of preserving the human race. There is simply no other way out. Audrain Shanter's policy of conquest was a losing one. Yes, he could have captured all the existing floating cities of the One Ocean. He could have subjugated even the rebellious and wayward Ravagers, and only then cast his web on the island of the Resurrectors. But history has often shown that power based on fear and coercion lost support quite quickly, and the further consequences for the man who proclaimed himself God were simply catastrophic. And Audrain Shanter considered himself God in this new world. It seems that, having learned about his incurable disease, he took on the insane and daring goal of subordinating all remaining Earthlings to his will. What did he hope for? Did he think that his descendants would start composing songs and legends about him? That historians would write great treatises about him, and poets' poems? Did he want to enter the textbooks of future generations as yet another godlike conqueror, like Alexander the Great? Quite presumptuous. Rather, Audrain Shanter was simply a mad dictator. The Domitian or Tiberius Augustus of his time. Yes, a perfect comparison. And for his madness, Audrain Shanter paid in full. Even though Gadmar hadn't personally taken revenge on him for killing his children and daughter, although he had the chance. But at some point, Gadmar Falls realized that nothing would change. He would grieve for Aaliyah and Mania for the rest of his days. And that pain, whether he killed Shanter or not, would not go away. And it will never go away. The sky was just beginning to light when they reached Novazem. Skullcrusher's cranium was moored to the city's loading dock. Ynir Unt was laughing merrily along with Novazem's captain. Then the leader of the Ravagers gave Nepwood a friendly pat on the shoulder and offered him a cigarette. The captain threw his cap overboard and, laughing heartily for the first time in years, lit up. The Ravagers shook hands with the Novazemians, who in turn invited them to have a drink at Ron's diner. It was a union of two completely different peoples. The Ravagers and the Novazemians had completely different cultures and opposing worldviews. Some could spend their entire lives in torn pants, while others would rather spend all their savings to buy a tuxedo or a flowered dress. The Ravagers could travel for days in the one ocean without fear of being eaten by a huge mutated shark or dying from the unruly elements of nature, another tsunami or storm. Most Novazemians, on the contrary, were extremely reluctant to leave the city. But at that moment they were united by something in common, a thirst for life. Each of them had people whose fate they cared about, families, friends, comrades in arms, and now they understood that in order to save their lives, it was not necessary to take up machine guns and submachine guns. It was enough to take a glass of beer and sit down at a table in a local eatery. Only through joint efforts is it possible to preserve the human race and restore its leadership on Earth. Gadmar stood at the bow of the Victoria, leaning on the railing. The light ocean air felt pleasantly cool on his skin. Hundreds of innocent people died last night, and Gadmar didn't even notice Valyria Arden approaching. She was now wearing a simple beige linen dress, which perfectly matched her light brown hair and brown eyes. After hearing the news of the peace, the woman's face noticeably softened. At that moment, Gadmar noticed how beautiful Valyria really was. In some ways, she even resembled Mania. The mayor of New Madrid smiled just as innocently when she felt embarrassed. The same straight posture. Mania was generally obsessed with everything that had to do with health. And of course, those big brown eyes. At that moment, looking straight into Valyria Arden's eyes, he was ready to swear that his wife was standing in front of him. It must have been some kind of stupid obsession or hallucination. After all, two complete strangers simply cannot have exactly the same eyes, right down to the pupils and the structure of the iris, right? At that moment, Gadmar Falls was not so sure. If you blame yourself for the rest of your days, Gadmar smiled sadly, it will not bring back the dead. I know that very well. Valyria sighed heavily and bowed her head down. You are absolutely right, she said. As terrible as it may sound, we should be happy that these hundreds did not turn into thousands. Gadmar Falls continued in a much more serious tone. And the only thing left for us to do is not repeat such terrible mistakes in the future. Gadmar took a step towards Valyria and placed his hand on her shoulder. The woman looked straight at him, as if enchanted. And you will be the one who will start the revival of civilization. Valyria Arden could not hide her surprise. The woman barely held back her laughter and immediately wanted to object. But Gadmar immediately continued. I see how much you have fallen in love with the one ocean. So become the leader of those who share this love in the same way. It is not at all necessary for everyone to sail to the island of the Revivers. After all, now the Severans and Novazems have regained the right that was taken from them. The right to choose. Gadmar looked away to the rising sun. A blinding giant awakening from its slumber reigned over the horizon line of the endless ocean. And to tell the truth, Gadmar grinned, turning to Valyria. I myself have become unaccustomed to dry land. I know for sure that until the end of my days I will sail the expanses of the one ocean. And who knows, perhaps somewhere beyond the uncharted waters, I will find what I have been looking for so long. Philia Arden stared at Gadmar for a few long seconds. She couldn't believe that this man, who had been through so much pain and suffering, could speak of it so calmly. "You are absolutely right," smiled Mayor Arden. "New Madrid has become a real home for me. I love my citizens, and I hope that I can justify all their expectations." "You have everything for this," nodded Gadmar Falls, watching as Novazem's guards moored the Victoria with braided ropes. The conference table was unusually quiet. They were sitting in the office of the former mayor of Novazem, Audrain Shanter. Ynir Skullcrusher was looking at the animal sculptures, paintings, and of course the enormous globe in amazement. Eros Nepwood was fidgeting in his chair, feeling out of place. The captain had clearly had too much beer, celebrating the peace with the Ravagers and Novazem guards. But what he hadn't expected was to find himself at the conference table with Skullcrusher and the mayor of New Madrid. Phileria Arden sat to the left of Ynir Unt, leafing through some notes from Audrain Shanter's drawer. What a madman he was. The woman shook her head and handed the papers to Skullcrusher. He really did intend to take over all the floating cities. "And look at this." Phileria pointed at the diagram. "A diagram of your oil platform." "What an asshole," Ynir Unt rasped through his teeth, then immediately blushed and cleared his throat under Phileria's gaze. Excuse me, Mrs. Arden? I didn't mean to off." "It's all right," the woman laughed. "Don't make me out to be a saint. I've sworn worse than that." "Our man," Yannick Skullcrusher roared and slammed his hand on the table. Gadmar stood at the window, watching the boats pull away from the loading dock. Each one held at least 5 people. Novazemians, Savarans, even New Madriders who had decided to start a new life on the Isle of the Resurrectors. Over the past day, more than a dozen boats have already set sail, and the number of people wanting to join in has grown with every minute. "I propose that we forget about Audrain Shanter once and for all," Gadmar Falls said in a decisive tone. "His tyranny has come to an end. He speaks correctly." Ynir pointed his finger at Gadmar. "I love this guy. If it weren't for him, we'd be killing each other." "That's right." Eros Nepwood laughed hysterically. Skullcrusher and Phileria turned to look at Captain Novazem at the same time. Nepwood immediately stopped laughing, cleared his throat, and looked away. "Forgive me," sighed Ynir Unt, "but I don't understand what we're doing here. I think it's clear to everyone. Those who want to stay and live on Novazem or New Madrid, those who don't want to go to the island to my daughter." Skullcrusher turned red and frowned. "That's what I want to do." Ynir slapped his palm on the table so hard that the jug of water almost fell to the floor. "Ynir, I understand you. Gadmar sat to the right of Eros Nepwood. You can go to Mia right now. But I asked you all to gather only because I sincerely believe that you can create a common union that will work for the benefit of the entire One Ocean." There was silence in the room for a few seconds. The assembled people looked at each other in confusion. Eros Nepwood, in particular, looked confused. "Excuse me," Captain Novazem cleared his throat, "but I don't quite understand what's going on here." "No, Eros," smiled Gadmar. "You're exactly where you should be. After our conversation on the radio, I realized that you're a worthy person. But I understand why you responded to Savarin's call to help and repel the attack on the city. You were afraid of the possible consequences of disobeying Audrain Shanter." Eros Nepwood drank a glass of water in one gulp, smacking his lips. "But now he's gone." Gadmar Falls spread his arms. "And I don't see a man more worthy of the post of mayor of Novazem than you." "I second that," laughed Skullcrusher, raising his mug of New Madrid beer. "Me too," smiled Phileria Arden. "If in your place was, say, Larmy O'Dane, he would go all the way, but he would try to send us all to the bottom. You showed real courage." Eros Nepwood blushed with embarrassment. "Thank you." Captain Novazem looked around at those present with a slightly smug look. "I will try to justify your trust." "So what do you propose to call our union?" Phileria Arden asked. The woman folded her arms and leaned back in her chair. Outside, the cheerful cries of children could be heard. It was crazy. The inhabitants of 3 completely different cities, and the Ravagers to boot could once again communicate calmly and peacefully with each other, and their children could play together. And who knows, maybe in the future, a new generation of families from different floating cities would appear. Severance and Novazem would learn from the new Madridists the technique of brewing the most delicious beer in the vastness of the one ocean. The Ravagers would initiate the inhabitants of the floating cities into the intricacies of their dances and teach them how to have a blast, without worrying about anything in the world. And all this meant that the normal functioning of human society would return to normal. Gadmar glanced at the tapestry at the far end of the room. A scarlet phoenix sat on a perch, wings outstretched against a backdrop of an apple orchard. Perhaps the Phoenix Guild? Smiled Gadmar Falls. The perfect symbol of rebirth. Valeria nodded approvingly. A great idea. Then it's decided, Skullcrusher laughed, slamming his fist on the table. He stood up and raised his beer mug over his head. The others followed him. For the Phoenix Guild, Ynir roared. For the Phoenix Guild. And yet, damn it, you know how to make beer. Ynir burst out laughing, hugged Valeria Arden, and kissed her on both cheeks. Chapter 26. Daniela had been trying to solve fractions for 20 minutes, but nothing was working. Before the test, Marilyn from a parallel class gave her a sheet of paper with the correct answers. And all of them really did match Daniela's answers, except for the damn fractions from the last problem. The numbers just didn't add up. Daniela had already written 2 pages on the last problem, resolving it over and over again. But the numbers just didn't add up. Marilyn had a different answer. But if you take her word for it, she got an A for that test. Although, she didn't show her report card. But even if Marilyn was wrong, Danielle will definitely get at least a B. However, her final grade for the entire year depended on this test. But the most important thing was that this grade determined where Daniela would be sent. After 17, every resurrectionist had to choose a profession. Although, the freedom of choice was rather dubious, because if you failed the final exam, you would spend your whole life plowing in the garden or hunting deer. Daniela Sorborn wanted more. She wanted to be a teacher. All her life she had done nothing but read books. She would fall asleep with Dickens, wake up with Tolkien, have lunch with Jane Austen, and go to sleep with Stephen King. And oddly enough, after reading a few chapters of It or Pet Sematary, Danielle slept much more soundly. She never missed a single foray into the city, so as not to miss another opportunity to rummage through the shelves of abandoned bookstores or the local library. Although after the incident when Daniela fell into the library basement and broke her ankle, Mia forbade her to leave the settlement for 6 months. However, Danielle only lasted for a month. Danielle Sorborn wanted to become a literature teacher and instill a love for this art in children. After all, as one of her favorite science fiction writers, George Martin said, "A man who reads books lives 1,000 lives, but he who does not read lives only one." Yes, that was it. Thanks to books, by the time she was 17-something, Danielle had lived thousands of lives, and she wanted to do everything she could to pass on those values to other children. But because of these fucking fractions, her dreams could go to hell. The oppressive silence in the classroom was broken only by the scratching of pens on paper and the creaking of the floor from the footsteps of Kira Sorton, the math teacher. The 62-year-old woman was dressed in a strict gray dress below the knees. With her hands clasped behind her back, she walked between the rows, making sure that no student copied anything. Perhaps Kira Sorton believed that by doing this, she was doing the children a favor. After all, only one's own knowledge will help in the future. But in fact, her supervision only made things worse. When you heard a floorboard creak half a meter away, you knew that Kira Sorton was already hanging over you. She bowed her head slightly and her eagle eyes pierced your work. In those seconds you couldn't move, you were covered in sweat, but you couldn't do anything about it. And now it's Daniela's turn. She could feel the local matron's gaze on her, and the sharp, intoxicating scent of Kira Sorton's perfume only made it harder to concentrate. Daniela saw the other students stealing glances in her direction, but no one dared to even think about laughing because everyone knew that anyone could end up in Daniela's place. Daniela clutched the answer sheet in her left hand and pretended to cross out the wrong answer with her right hand. Clenching her left hand into a fist, the girl placed it under her head. "Daniela," Kira Sorton said in a measured half-whisper, "show me your left hand." The girl felt her insides tighten. A cold shiver ran through Danielle Sorborn, and her heart began to pound wildly in her chest. She straightened her back, put her left hand on her knee, and tried to find her briefcase out of the corner of her eye. It stood open on the right side of the table. There was no chance of slipping a piece of paper in unnoticed. "Daniela?" said Kira Sorton in a tone that brooked no argument. Look," cried Anton Sergeyev, sitting at the first desk near the window. The boy jumped to his feet and ran to the window, without Kira Sorton's permission. During the test, either Anton had completely lost his mind, or a deadly tsunami was approaching the island of the resurrectionists. There was no middle ground. "Anton," Kira Sorton roared, heading towards him, "sit down right now." Daniela took the opportunity to throw the paper with the answers into her backpack. With a sigh of relief, the girl leaned back in her chair and laughed hysterically. "Almost got caught." "Floating city!" shouted Anton Sergeyev. "How huge!" After these words, all the students immediately jumped up from their seats and ran to the windows. Kira Sorton, seeing the giant approaching in the distance, opened her mouth in amazement. The teacher did not even try to seat the children back at their desks. She was so surprised that she simply could not utter a word. When Danielle Sorborn ran to the windows, she could no longer see anything over the tops of the other children's heads. The students oohed and ahed in admiration, pointing at the glass. Without thinking twice, Danielle climbed onto the desk and immediately glanced at Kira Sorton. Zero attention. It seemed that the only thing that mattered to her now was the giant city on the water. Daniela crawled along her desk closer to the window. The bright sun blocked her view. Putting her palm to her forehead, the girl peered into the distance. A delighted moan escaped her lips. An 11-tiered floating city was moving towards the island of the Resurrectors, surrounded by dozens of boats. At that moment, it seemed that Novazem, so majestic and rebellious, was blocking out the sun itself. There was no more than half an hour left to swim to the island, but Gadmar could already sense the general jubilation that was floating on all tiers of Novazem. A few dozen meters behind Gadmar, the same Savarin singer was playing the guitar. Now she was performing some solemn composition that Gadmar had heard for the first time in his life. From here it was almost impossible to make out the words, but Gadmar caught the general meaning. The girl sang about how each of us paves our own future. A crowd of Savarins, Novazemci and Novomadritsi, about 50 people, circled around the girl and clapped cheerfully to the beat of the melody. Among them was Ilarda. For a split second, the girl turned to look at Gadmar. The girl smiled a fragrant smile and nodded briefly. Tears of happiness froze in her eyes. Charvinia and Endra with the sweet-toothed little girl Sayla were also there. The flushed girl sitting on her mother's neck laughed cheerfully and clapped her hands. "I thought I would never see you again." Otan Nosser stood to the right of Gadmar with a glass of red wine in his hand. "Imagine. It turns out that in Shanter's library there was a secret door hiding a wine cellar. And you, I see, are glad to become addicted," laughed Gadmar and hugged Otan tightly. They stood like that for half a minute until Nosser, who was pressing his nose into Gadmar's shoulder, croaked, "Buddy, are you going to strangle me?" Sorry, Gadmar Falls chuckled, moving away from the boy. The hunter patted him on the shoulder and lingered his gaze on the growing size of the resurrectionist island. I'm sure you'll like this place, Gadmar said seriously. The people there are simply wonderful. The very ideal, isn't it? Otan-Nosser winked slyly. Come on, Gadmar waved his hand. You know yourself that there are no ideal places. But here at least you can choose when and how much you go to the local cinema, choose what food to eat, and even... Yes, Otan-Nosser grinned. You already said that. And I don't know if everything is really as good there as you describe. But it's enough for me if they don't beat me over the head just because I'm a resident of the lower tier. You can rest assured, laughed Gadmar. The revivers have everything on the same level. And perhaps man was destined to return to dry land. Otan-Nosser said thoughtfully. They were silent for a few minutes. Joyful cries of children running around the deck of Novazem, shrill cries of seagulls. And somewhere in the distance the deep singing of a whale could be heard. The very sound that Hunter Gadmar Falls was ready to listen to literally endlessly. You haven't changed your mind? Otan-Nosser finally broke the silence. Maybe you'll stay on the island? No, my friend, Gadmar answered without hesitation. My home is the One Ocean. 20 minutes later, Gadmar could already make out the dock, the same one where he had said goodbye to Mia Unt just a couple of weeks ago. And right now, on the starboard side near Novazem, Yanir Unt's cranium was moving. The leader of the Ravagers was steering his boat independently for the first time in several years. Nothing could stand in the way of his long-awaited meeting with his daughter. When there were only a couple of kilometers left to the pier, Gadmar could see a crowd standing on the shore. Dozens of revivalists dressed in tuxedos and dresses. A couple of women were holding bouquets of flowers, men and children baskets of fruit and berries. Among them stood Mia Unt, along with Zack. Each of them had happy smiles on their faces. Gadmar took a deep breath of the sea breeze and smiled blissfully. The bright sun rays tickled his skin pleasantly. It was the beginning of a new day, a day that marked a new era in human history. It was the Renaissance. Authors afterward. First of all, I want to thank those people who read the Renaissance from the prologue to the very last chapter. Thank you very much. I thank all those who have gone through this long and very difficult journey with me. When I first came up with the idea for the Renaissance, it was supposed to be a completely different novel. The main plot would revolve around a mercenary who would kill even a child for money. He would travel across the One Ocean, meeting a huge number of unique societies along the way, like the Ravagers. The pace of the story was originally intended to be more dynamic. There should have been many more battle scenes and all sorts of water chases as well as locations involved. I wrote 2 introductory chapters where Gadmar is captured by Novazem and, correspondingly, the conversation with Larmio Dane and Zack in the prison cell. These chapters were written in the summer of 2021, and then I didn't return to the Renaissance until winter 2022. And, having played the second part of The Last of Us in January 2022, by the way, one of my favorite gaming universes, I realized that I wanted to show the story not from the point of view of a careless and soulless mercenary, but from the point of view of a person who lost his family. He lost his family due to his own mistake, for which he will reproach himself for the rest of his days. I was very interested in the idea of how to show a desperate person in a post-apocalyptic setting, and even in a world where there is practically no land left. Sounds very tempting. The theme of love for family and revenge on the people who took it away from you will always be relevant. There is nothing more important in our lives than family, but an obsession with revenge can lead to horrific consequences. This book is the end of the Renaissance. There will be no sequel, because I sincerely believe that the story of Gadmar Falls simply does not need one. He has found what he has been looking for so long: liberation and redemption. However, I can't help but agree that the setting of this world is extremely interesting. The potential for a whole series of novels is truly enormous. And who knows, maybe someday we will return to the dangerous and amazingly beautiful world of the One Ocean, but with completely different characters and stories. I already have the preparations for this. Thank you all for reading the novel. Only the most interesting things are yet to come. We've just started,